of to donate the money. We don't keep anything. Everybody here is mostly everybody. I think there are a couple of individuals in the background that are on stipends, and those stipends have been paid for by generous donors that have decided to underwrite those separately. But we all are volunteers. There's a bunch of us. I don't know what actually the number count is. Maybe somebody in the background could give me that. But we even have somebody down under in Perth who seems to be up early. It's 10 after 7 in Perth. It is 10 after 1 in Kyiv. That's AM. It's 10 after 12 in Berlin. It is 10 after 6 here on the East Coast. And in London, it's 10 after 11. Wow, look at that. And I'm just reading that off of my clocks that I've assembled in my office here. And they're all clocks except for the Berlin clock makes a tick-tick sound. Everybody else is a nice quiet quartz. But no, Berlin is ticking. I don't know what that means, but it is what it is. And also today is the 21st of February 2024. And we are only a couple of days away from the anniversary of the 2-year anniversary, sadly, of the genocidal invasion of the Russians, the second round of genocidal invasions, and 10 years out from the 2014 Little Green Men invasion takeover of Crimea and part of the Donbass. And with that, I don't know, do we have somebody? Oh, YouTube is back. Excellent. Love that. People, also, we can listen to us on YouTube if you have friends and relatives that don't Twitter and don't X or don't do social media in that kind of way. You could give them the YouTube channel and they can certainly hear us there. Also, if you've missed any of our episodes, such as our genocide or our book club or our SBUs or any of the segments where we've had people like Mick Ryan, General Mick Ryan, he's very sharp man from down under, and they are also up on Spotify. And Spotify, apparently, if you don't pay for it, it's commercial. I don't know. I wind up paying for it because I can't deal with interstitials like I'm doing now. I'm an interstitial right now. I'm kind of just hanging out. So I will get back underneath my rock. I will get back underneath my rock and pass it back to David.
The Tsar of Segway. I don't. Yeah, somebody's coming up. I'm not sure who it is yet. I think it's Bernesto. I'm looking forward to having a chat with David if he's around. No, he's not yet. These Irishmen. Let's have a look, see what else is going on in the press. So, looking at the Financial Times quickly. Yeah, what's going on here?
There seems to be, David, some debate about this Moroz mill blogger, Moscovian mill blogger, who, a quote-unquote, committed suicide. Have you heard about that fella?
Yeah, Mers. So, yeah, it sounds like he, well, it sounds like he was definitely hit with a bullet somehow. I don't know. What do you know about that, Adam? Have you got any more background?
Well, I was just enjoying the debate of people, both on the Ukrainian supporting end of things, debating whether it was a suicide or not, and I was just having fun watching that. I don't really know much more about that because apparently he was very down in his recent posts or whatever, but I don't know. Does it matter, really?
No, it doesn't. But as you say, it's an amusing story. especially, there's a spate of people that have kind of vanished, and we don't really know why they've vanished. Gerasimov being, the most notable one, but there are, at least 3 others which we can think of straight off the bat, and that's Sokolov, the admiral, who was kind of seen propped up on cushions in a video call straight after the Storm Shadow hit the headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet in Sevastopol. He's not been seen since, although he's been sacked recently. So whether he's sacked just because, well, I don't know. He's lost his job. He might not even be alive to realise that he's lost his job. And we've got Surovikin as well. So Surovikin's the guy that did the defensive line, which has been such a pain in the ass to all of us supporting Ukraine. Probably the best thing that the Russians have done. And yet he was fired from his job because he was, I think, seen to be supporting Prigozhin's mutiny. He was rumoured to be put into a position which is something like liaison officer for the CSTO, which is the kind of NATO equivalent of between all the Russian allied, let's say, states. It's kind of a non-job, but he's not been seen. I think he was seen outside a restaurant sometime in August. And I don't think he's been seen ever since.
He's the liaison to the 10th story window, or the polonium tea.
Sorry, I was reading something. Can you just repeat that?
He's now the liaison to the 10th floor window.
Yeah, well, who knows? He's in a meta state. He's dead alive. It's just absurd. The whole thing.
So there's a piece in Foreign Affairs, which is somewhat sometimes hit or miss, but so they say the next tripartite pact ? China, Russia, and North Korea new team is not built to last. And that was from February 19th. And so that's I haven't read through it yet. I'm willing to give a little bit of it because it seems like it's a competent person doing the reporting on it. Sometimes you get Foreign Affairs where it's kind of somewhat somewhat unregulated. I don't know what to say. Sometimes I've found something there that's been particularly egregious in one way or another. But North Korea has long been a source of instability, but a new development over the past year threatens to make things even worse. The country is teaming up with Russia. At a meeting in Pyongyang last July, North Korea's defense minister Kang Sun-nam and his Russian counterpart Sergei Shoigu vowed to expand their country's military cooperation to, quote, resolutely stand against, quote, their, quote, common enemy, end quote, which is the United States. Then at a September summit with President Putler in Russia, the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un toasted the Kremlin's sacred struggle against a band of evil, a reference to Western countries, and called Putler the Korean people's closest friend. Graciousness. And I guess the article goes on and continues to talk about transfers of supplies both ways, container ships of arms going one way and food, I guess, going the other way. there's some sort of technological transfers that are noted here, and China is also in there, but the article says, is as if this were not enough, China is playing a counterproductive role. Well, Beijing's security relationship with Russia has deepened. Russia has provided critical weapons and defense industrial expertise to China, and the two countries are engaging in more frequent and sophisticated joint military exercises. And we've seen China all about the Taiwan Strait and the Korean Peninsula and all kinds of waterborne issues. We've got North Korea going and launching missiles over top of Japan, which of course, when I was in Japan, the one time I visited a few years back, they did have one of those missiles come flying over, and the people in Japan were notably outraged, and notably there was a sense of I don't know if there was a sense of being afraid, but the news, all of the local newscasters, and I don't read or speak Japanese, but you could certainly tell by the tenor of the programming and the kinds of visuals that were being produced for the newscasts that I was seeing when I was it was quite disturbing to them. So I can say that that's probably also still ongoing. But it goes on to talk about Chinese attacks on Taiwan-controlled islands, the Chinese border war with India, great leap forward. So if you're interested, go ahead and take a look at that article. I'm not going to go into it any further because I haven't digested it myself, so I really can't give you all a synopsis of any kind, but it's out there.
Yeah, Foreign Affairs is quite an interesting, it's sort of positioned like an academic journal, right? So you get, reasonably, I'd say, highbrow people like presidents and ex-presidents and vice presidents often publish in there. But you also get people like Sharap, our friend at the Rand Corporation, publishing in there as well. So you say it's hit and miss, but that's just because whoever publishes in it, sets the tone, kind of thing.
Yeah, there's Mearsheimer, I think, is written in there. So
yeah, exactly. All of these.
Give that a dose of salt.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. We give the New York Times a hard time, but I guess that there's good stuff and bad stuff in it, and it's quite a broad kind of church. So again, it depends on really who's writing. I was looking at the EU sanctions now that have come out. The EU started to sanction Chinese and Indian companies for the first time. So 13th sanctions imposed by Brussels target around about 200 individuals. No sweeping action against any crucial industrial sectors. But statement from Ursula von der Leyen, we must keep degrading Vladimir Putin's war machine and keep the pressure high on the Kremlin. Many of the measures are aimed to target Russia's access to drones. EU officials are also discussing a further package of sanctions in response to the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, which is I'm not complaining, but it's a strange thing for them to react to. Anyway, the UK has imposed sanctions on 6 managers of the prison colony. There was a lot of chatter on this. I bet the managers of the prison are desperately disappointed that they won't be able to go and do their shopping at Harrods this Christmas or next Christmas. It's a bit of a strange sanction, sanctioning the prison officers. But there you are. Brussels has abandoned plans to sanction mainline Chinese companies under pressure from member states, including Germany, that were fearful of antagonizing Beijing. But Russia's continued ability to produce large numbers of drones, missiles, tanks, and other weapons, despite extensive Western trade bans, has put pressure on G7 capitals to step up their anti-evasion efforts. Measures will target 3 companies in mainland China, 1 in India, alongside businesses in Sri Lanka, Turkey, Thailand, Serbia, Kazakhstan, according to the documents seen by the Financial Times. Focus particularly on electronics and microchips used by Russia to make weapons, which is welcome. I suspect we're closing several pipes, of which there are several hundred further pipes already in place, which we haven't got to yet. So it's good news that we're moving this way, but I suspect that it's not really going to make that much difference in the end. I'm sure that there are multiple pipes in play, and when one of them closes, another one fills up. But anyway, moving in the right direction. The agreement by EU ambassadors on Wednesday will allow the measures to be formally approved ahead of the 2nd anniversary of Moscow's full-scale invasion on the 24th. The names of the individuals and entities will be published when the sanctions package appears in the EU's legal journal. The new package will raise the total number of individuals and entities placed under sanctions by the EU in response to Russia's aggression to about 2,000. Well, that's a number, right? I mean, that's a number of companies that are, and individuals which are already sanctioned. I think, in some ways, the most important thing here is that there's movement and the things don't stay stagnant. Changing the sanctions every few months is definitely something which makes a big difference, because they don't know what they're going to have coming up next. EU diplomats on Wednesday also agreed not to renew sanctions against Arkady Volozh, the founder of tech giant Yandex, when they expire next month. So that's interesting. I wonder why they've done that. This move would make Volozh, who last year condemned Putin's barbaric invasion of Ukraine, the first person to be removed from the sanctions list after speaking out about the war. Yeah, I've got mixed feelings about that. He's probably connected somehow, even if he doesn't really know it himself. But anyway. Fintech tycoon Oleg Tinkov was also removed because he criticised the invasion, and there are a few other businessmen that have been moved off the list. Volozh, so this is the guy that started Yandex. Yandex is kind of like Google in Russia. So it started off as a big search engine. Now it's kind of a platform. Still operating in Russia though, so I'm slightly surprised about him being removed. I'd like to see much more sweeping sanctions underway myself. I don't know if we've got anyone coming up. A few things to say. We've got the weekend coming up. We've got a lot of guests coming up on Saturday. So we've got a couple of live events where I think Christopher's doing the chair for the event in Washington, DC. We've also got a number of guests coming in from the European side. A lovely guy called Edward Hunter Christie's joining us on Saturday at about 2:30 European time, so Brussels, Berlin time. Edward's a foreign policy advisor, very, very well informed about NATO, so I think that will be an interesting discussion. We'll be publishing, I think, the list of guests that we've got coming up in the near future. So keep your eyes peeled for what's coming up. There'll be a lot of guests coming, so a lot of the favourites will be there. Let's just have a look at Newsweek. So Russia's stepping up its air defence capabilities in southern Crimea. It suffered several major blows to infrastructure on the peninsula. Ukrainian partisan group Satesh has reported on Wednesday that Russia deployed a S-400 surface-to-air missile system in the port city of Saki. Just after the landing ship was destroyed last week. Atesh noted that the group promptly sent out all the information to the Ukrainian Defence Forces after noticing the deployment of the S-400, and will continue to monitor any further movement of the systems and record the new placement location. Yeah, so our friends at Atesh are busy boys, doing a super job. Ukraine has ramped up its attacks on Kremlin's naval fleet in recent months. Last week's drone strike has hit Russia's Caesar Kunikov landing ship while it was docked near the port city of Alupka. I've been to Alupka. I hiked once across the mountains from Simferopol to Alupta. As of February the 6th, Kiev officials estimate around 33% of Moscow's warships on its Black Sea fleet have been disabled since the war broke out about 2 years ago. Russia has not directly addressed the landing ship's destruction, but the commander of the Black Sea Fleet, Admiral Viktor Sokolov, was reportedly fired a few days later. So that's the guy that we were talking about. I think most of us probably remember him being stated as killed very rapidly after the bombing, and then appearing in a video conference, looking very strange and not really saying very much. So very curious to know whether he's actually been fired now, or whether he's dead. In fact, still somebody that's disappeared and hasn't been seen for a long time.
Was he the one that was propped up on a pillow?
Yeah, exactly.
Hospital bed?
Exactly. He's the one. Pretty boy. While it's taken heavy.
That's kind of crazy. It reminds me. I think at the time somebody commented, and I agreed, and was remembered my Weekend at Bernie's, the show, the movie comedy. Yeah. So yeah, he hasn't been seen since, and now he's lost his job. So it's funny. While it's taken heavy losses in the Black Sea, Russia has seen recent successes on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, says Newsweek. I'm not going to make any comment on the successes, although we know about Avdiivka. Kiev's troops being forced to withdraw from Avdiivka after the weekend after months of brutal fighting for the town. The Kremlin poured a considerable amount of resources in, which we know about, and this is why Murza, the mill blogger, shot himself or was hit by a bullet from somebody else's gun. We'll find out one day, I'm sure.
One thing that was very, very funny was the report that Shoigu gave Putin about the retaking of Avdiivka. I don't know if you saw any of that, Christopher. Did you?
On Avdiivka, the only thing I saw that was sort of a piece of disinformation was that Russia had captured I don't know hundreds. I'm not sure exactly what the number was, but they had captured a bunch of Ukrainian fighters, and that's I saw as a giant piece of disinformation. But that's really the only thing I've seen besides the fact that they pulled out to the sort of outskirts of the town and to a little bit higher ground, easier to defend. That's all. Back to you.
Yeah, no, there's a really funny, they do these really horrible set pieces where, Putin sits in his office and then he moves from his kind of main desk to a side desk, which is kind of for his meetings, and then the victim kind of walks in and sits on the other side of the table, and they have this conversation, which is, it's very stunted and scripted between the two, and Putin says things like, "Oh, hello, Sergei. Tell me how the boys are getting on in Avdiivka," and Shoigu comes out and says, "Well, we're all doing fine." So I'm trying to find the thread. I think it's here. I'll be there in a minute. Yeah, I'll read it. I'll read it out as I've translated it, because I think it's quite funny, and it's not too long, I don't think. So this is great. Shoigu tells Putin. Sorry, that was me. This is great. Shoigu tells Putin how Avdiivka was taken. At a meeting with the genocidal maniac, the deer herder said that the general of staff had managed to carry out the operation to take Avdiivka with minimal losses and maximum efficiency. That Russian serviceman who took part in the fight, missed one. He assured that the Moscovian troops would continue the offensive and that the military operation itself will go into the textbooks. At the start of the meeting, Vladimir Putin said that the commander of the Center Corps, Andrei Mordichov, had reported to him about the chaotic flight of the AFU from Avdiivka at around 6 or 7 in the morning of February the 17th. The operation was prepared thoroughly and meticulously. We have been preparing for this since last autumn in October and November. The General Staff did everything to make it effective and with minimal losses. In general, the operation in Avdiivka will be included in textbooks and will be studied in higher educational institutions of the Moscovian defense industry and the Moscow Armed Forces, the deer herder said. For the capture of Avdiivka, as the deer herder pointed out, the task was set to concentrate the maximum number of weapons in the area to work on areas with great accuracy. At one point, according to the minister, Moscovian military was hitting Ukrainian forces at a rate of 460 strikes a day. That's about 200 tons every 24 hours laid down, he stressed. According to the Graham Ginger Gremlin, the operation to take control of Avdiivka is definitely a success. I congratulate you, said the president to the defense minister, and stressed that Russian servicemen who took part in the fighting in Avdiivka deserve the highest awards. On the 17th of February, the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, Alexander Syrskyi, announced the withdrawal of troops from Avdiivka for the sake of preserving lives and health of servicemen. On the same day, deer herder Shoigu reported to the maniac that the center group had taken control of the town. The Moscow ministry said that the capture of Avdiivka made it possible to move the front line away from Donetsk. So that, apart from the colourful retranslation of so-called president's name and the name of Shoigu, that's the verbatim translation of an article in Kommersant, and frankly, it's hilarious.
So wait, Putler is taking a win for this. He's taking he's trying to chalk this one up in the win column after 2 years plus 8 years?
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
Well, do you think it actually helps him? Do people really? I guess I don't know. See, I have absolutely zero idea. And this is more of a will question. I have zero idea what filters through to the general populace in Russia, the ones that are just sort of the meat and potatoes sheeple, if you will. So I don't know. If you have any thoughts on that, I'm all ears.
It's a very good question. I think that I'd say the vast majority probably don't pay any attention at all. And probably not, they're just not interested. And then there's a fair portion of those that don't really pay that much attention, but kind of give the president the benefit of the doubt. It's just from a Western perspective, the whole thing is so staged and obviously fake. It's both Vladimir Putin and Sergei Shoigu in that kind of context. You can tell they're acting. There's nothing spontaneous at all about the conversation. It's all been scripted beforehand, and it's blindingly obvious that it's scripted beforehand. But it's something which people seem to just watch and accept as being, this is the normal thing. Like, this is a live view into the workings of government, which is nothing of the sort, of course. So it's just a funny thing. I think that to a large extent, people will probably, there's a portion of people that are obviously highly skeptical, including by the way, people who are writing articles like this in Commerçant. It's quite hard to believe that somebody writing in the Commerçant would be writing the article in exactly this way, without any degree of kind of skepticism or irony, because it's funny. I mean, it's really written in a funny way, and I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seems to me that the writer of the article knows completely how ridiculous this stuff is. He doesn't refer to the president as the great ginger gremlin. He doesn't refer to the defense minister as the deer herder, although they are nicknames that they do get called in other kind of media. But yeah, I mean, the task was set to concentrate the maximum number of weapons in the area to work on areas with great accuracy. It's just the most appalling drivel. Yeah, anyway, so I think there's a certain part of the audience that watches television and which basically kind of swallow it hook, line and sinker, and there's also I think a large part of the population which, let's say, might not regard it as 100% of the truth, but it's better the devil you know kind of feeling. I think a lot of people have. Most of the people that would be really skeptical about this thing and do some kind of deeper analysis of what's actually going on, either really don't care anymore, or they've already left.
Yeah, interesting. It's not really something I could have insight into, because having never really been in Russia and never really not really having been, never been to the Russia, never been to Russia, never really had the opportunity, or I shall say the desire, and certainly not now. But what I do think is interesting is that they've been pumping a lot of this disinformation through their media channels into the occupied territories, and they've been putting up satellite jammers, but I guess it's ways for to try to block out the signals coming in from Ukraine, which I'm sure, like anything else that we did during the Cold War, we certainly we meaning the United States and allies, but Voice of America was something that did its best to try to pump in information through shortwave and longer like AM signals to try to get the real news to people in the Soviet bloc. But I guess maybe at that time the people in the Soviet bloc had already had understood that they were being manipulated and they were being taken over, and they're because of their previous, I mean, World War II was very fresh in people's minds, so I can imagine that being something that they would be looking for information and not and doing everything they could to question the veracity of the propaganda that was being fed to them by the Soviet Union. So I don't know,
I
it's
think
just a speculation.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I mean, in Russia today, as I say, a lot of the young people who you would kind of expect to have a very critical attitude, they've been highly educated, they've travelled and seen the world and stuff. A lot of those people have gone, and the ones that haven't travelled, they're the ones that are left. And I've always said that there's a key demographic, and this is kind of the ladies who are let's say over 50 and under 80 and at home most of the time and looking after children most of the time, and they're basically a major opinion forming demographic in the society, because basically in terms of what goes on in the house, they're the boss. And the guys, if they're there and they've got a job and they're not in prison and they're not at war, then they're completely dependent on the state anyway. So they're not a concern. The men aren't a concern for the regime. What would really cause a problem is if all the mother-in-laws suddenly got the idea that they should cause a revolution. And the thing is about this demographic, they grew up in the Soviet Union and it collapsed into a mess. And so many of them kind of have fond memories about stability before, the calm before the storm, if you like. So no matter how bad it was in Soviet times, it got a lot worse in the 90s from most people's perspective. And, so that's something that a lot of people who are brought up by their grandmothers, because if the guy's still around, then he's working all day long, and so is mum most of the time. The other thing is that there's the narrative is that that's, I think, quite widely believed is something that which we completely discount, that the West is against Russia and trying to subvert Russia, and the West has orchestrated a coup in Ukraine in order to wrest Ukraine from Russia's warm embrace, as they would see it, right? I mean, that narrative is exactly what I would say the vast majority of people basically believe. I think a lot of people have trouble understanding things like pluralism, so they just kind of project onto the West, for want of a better word. So they basically see the West as the American empire, and they can't really understand that Germany's acting under its own agency, and Ukraine should also act under its own agency. They see Ukraine as part of the Russian Empire, and that's how it is, and they perceive the entire West as an American empire, and the commands come from Washington, and we all loyally implement those commands. And that's how they see it. They find it really difficult to understand that you know, within a society you can have multiple different voices, and the society doesn't have a top-down kind of governance in the anything like the same way as there is in the, I was going to say, the Soviet Union in Russia. So it's very, very different. The other thing is that, you know, these kind of key opinion makers in the society, so the ladies between 50 and 80 who are mainly at home, they aren't necessarily disappointed when their son-in-laws or their sons get sent off to the meat grinder, because assuming that they're not in a let's say security services sponsored business, then there are very few opportunities for these kinds of people, and if they're outside of Moscow, it's kind of even worse. So levels of alcoholism and drug addiction are very, very high, and so getting sent off to the army would be viewed by many of these, you know, mothers and mothers-in-law as a good thing for their sons and sons-in-law, and especially if there's been any domestic violence at home, which is quite highly likely. You know, they'd be quite glad to see the back of their sons-in-laws, because they'd be obviously leaving their daughters alone for the time that they're away, if they ever come back. So it's a very sick and twisted reality, unfortunately.
Speaking of protesters, you may remember a few weeks back, there was a young woman that was out and about in Russia protesting the war. I don't know, she was, I guess, in her late 20s, early 30s or something along those lines, and was sort of heralded as she was also a candidate for, she was denied candidacy for the presidency, I think. Am I remembering this correctly?
Dunsolva, I think her name was.
Do we know what happened to her? I know she got swept, or at least I was reading that she had gotten swept up, but did we hear was she disappeared, do you think?
It's a good question. I don't I don't know. I'm just looking now to see if there's anything. Ekaterina Duntsova, and she's from Yekaterinburg, is it? I can't see anything off the bat here, but we'll keep looking. Yeah, all I know about her is that she was, refused entry because, I don't know, the signatures weren't in the right place or something really stupid. I think she got. The last thing I found is at the end of last year, but maybe it's somebody else. But Boris Nadezhdin, the kind of the last, I don't know, semi-independent opposition leader standing, has been refused access today. So that's news from today, that the Boris Nadezhdin guy, who's kind of, I guess, the most liberal candidate that's as yet come forward, he's no longer allowed to take part. So yeah, that was announced today. It was a High Court decision. No surprise.
Well, that doesn't leave Putler with any real competition now, does it?
No, I think there are 4 or 5 candidates still. That's an interesting one. I mean, I'm not really paying too much attention, to be honest. It's not really that important, is Who else is in the race? I don't know where I have this in my head from, but I think there are 4 or 5 candidates still. Obviously, officially sanctioned, completely harmless. Is anyone else going to come and speak to us? It's been very, very quiet session. So,
Well, it has. Interestingly, apparently Putin, as we know, Putler has his fan club. So I'm seeing on Garashenko's channel, there's a so there's the Putin fan club is apparently praising, because Putin has said that Biden was better for Russia than Trump. Putin's troops immediately joined the fight for the health of the American president. Did you imagine Biden marching in place and waving a mop? And what about Putin reading speeches in the shower? So we can't. But Putin regularly does the mop exercise, bending over 140 million Russians. So they don't forget how to bow to the king. These women are hysterical. They've got purple shirts on, emblazoned with 2 women and 1 man, emblazoned with Putler's face on it, and they're doing these quasi. So a lot of like sort of Tai Chi goes on in the Asian communities around me in the sort of southern part of Manhattan. And it's funny, you'll see a whole bunch of older individuals out in the basketball court very early in the morning as I'm riding into work. And surprise, surprise, these folks are sitting in the basketball court and they're doing these exercises. It's pretty funny. Sorry, I digress. There were some really good explosions, though, of those glide bombs. 1.5 tons of explosives suddenly flew into the occupants. Eastern direction soldiers of the 48th Kamiets Politkovsky Engineering Brigade from RU-77 Meteorite installations inflicted damage on a cluster of Russian occupiers. 2 launches and the massive explosives, two launches and the massive explosives in one charge of the installation is more than 700 kilograms. And there's a giant sort of mushroom cloud after effect of an explosion here under the Ukrainian Fights Telegram channel. It's pretty impressive.
So that's whereabouts? That's in Ukraine, right?
Yeah, in the occupiers. Hang on, let me copy out and I'll put it in the back channel.
Yeah, I just found out the candidates that are standing, and it's very funny in Wikipedia. It's a bit like when you see the mugshots of Al Capone, they just look like gangsters. No mistake. Yeah, 3 of them from Moscow.
Adam, did you want to come in and jump in? I'm going to take my leave of everybody because it's close to 7 o'clock and it's a co-host change, but it's been delightful hanging out. It's been a bit of a marathon, but I appreciate everybody. Everybody, have a great night. Take care.
See you soon, Christopher. Have a good sleep.
Hi, David.
Hiya.
Maybe I'll get co-hosted here for like 3 minutes, but all of a sudden Robin also popped up. So I don't know what's going on.
No, I think Robin.
I was going to ask if you saw the video related to what Christopher was just talking about. I think War Translated tweeting it, and his text tweet above the video was just, OMFG because it's pretty brutal and it's pretty amazing. And we all probably follow War Translated, and it's right up near the top of this page right now. And because it's the glide bomb hit of the building, and then at least 2 or 3 cluster hits on just groups of guys after, and it was a lot. And a German headline was saying they thought it was over 100, but I can't really speak to the accuracy of that.
Yeah, you need to be a munitions expert to see that. Okay, I've found it. So this is the training grounds that they bombed yesterday? Is that right? Is that where it was?
I'm pretty sure that's what he was referring to. Yeah.
There's an article in the Kyiv Post about this, that apparently they were all lined up for inspection. Some visiting dignitary was coming, and they got HIMARSed. Is the one I'm seeing at. It was near Volnovacha. Is that the same thing?
I don't know. I don't know, because this is the first time I've seen this, so I don't know exactly what I'm looking at. But it looks like that what I found is on the training ground. Yep, and they're all. I don't know. You shouldn't laugh at these things, really, but.
Yes, you should. They're barbarians. They're committing war crimes. There's just another UN report that came today that you're not laughing at. You're laughing at joy because they will commit no further war crimes. So it's a joyous occasion. That's how I see it.
No, I mean, I totally agree, but it's still, they're still human beings. The reason is it is comical. I mean, it's like a Tom and Jerry kind of violence.
Yeah, I agreed with you. I mean, you kind of have to turn a part of your brain off. But the war did that for me itself a while ago. And I promise to think better of those folks as soon as they stop genociding all my cousins.
Yeah, I have had the same feeling, Adam. I used to feel bad about laughing at this stuff, but at this point, as you're saying, when they start acting like human beings, then we can be concerned. But at this point, they're getting what they have coming to them. Honestly, it's a shame that they've put themselves in this position, but it's that no sympathy left for them at this point.
Absolutely not.
Mostly because they don't revolt, like they don't turn around, and they don't, like, what are you doing? Any country that any of us live in, and most of them are more populous than the world's largest swamp, would probably go full riot mode after like maybe 50 to 100,000 men lost. So that's also part of it for me. Is I see no spirit of redemption or resolute standing up for whatever's left in their lives. It's just sort of marching like zombies to the end, and I don't understand it on a human level, and as soon as they start showing some backbone, I'll start feeling bad for them and rooting for them a little bit, at least on that front. But I mean, if Iranian girls can throw Molotov cocktails at IRGC officers, I think they can find more than 3 Russians in a population of however many dozens of millions to, actually stand up.
But that's exactly right, and it's the Iranians that I always think of when I hear these people like, "Oh, well, the Russians are so downtrodden and they're so afraid and everything." Well, I think Iranians have even a worse outcome if they get arrested by their government and put away somewhere. If anything, it certainly isn't any better than in Russia, and they're still standing up. Yeah, it's a very important thing. You know what the problem is really, Adam, and nobody wants to or people who are talk about the poor Russians don't want to take on board the fact that a lot of them agree with this Nazi philosophy, this Ruski Mir business. A lot of them there's a lot of support in Russia for this, and that we have to acknowledge. It doesn't do any good to act like a bunch of innocent people who are, being taken for a ride by their government. There's a lot of support for this ideology inside Russia.
Yeah, I'm really torn about this because, yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's centuries of indoctrination, and they're still human beings. And I don't know. You would expect at least the ones that have, travelled, and the ones even that are outside the country don't behave in the way you'd expect them and come out in support of Ukraine. Unless they're from a minority, and they've escaped Russia for the very reasons that they're being oppressed in their own country. So it's a difficult one. Maybe it's not a difficult one. Maybe you should just dislike Russians. I mean, I think that's a fair enough position, but obviously I know a lot of them.
Yeah, I think part of the issue is too that often this feeling sorry for the Russians goes along with an appeasement philosophy that's very dangerous at this point. I think having some compassion for those Russians who aren't actively involved in this thing is one thing, but unfortunately, it tends to be part and parcel with the, Ukraine should really negotiate. Maybe they can give away part of their country, and then everything will be fine, which we know is nonsense. It's like I always say when people talk about compromise, it's like somebody says to Israel, well, we want to kill all of you. You don't want us to kill anybody, so let's make a compromise and we'll kill half of you. I mean, you can't compromise with people who start out from, that kind of an attitude.
No, absolutely, you're absolutely right. So I mean, there's no compromise here. It's black and white. I think that's something that I'd probably say most people haven't really grasped yet. But we're moving into an age when we're back into kind of the Cold War situation where it's good against evil. It really is.
I see Nancy has her hand up. Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. I know when the full-scale invasion first began, my immediate gut reaction was, basically WTF, Russia. You're going to destroy at least 2 generations in both Russia and Ukraine in attempting this. That was just my gut reaction. And yes, I feel bad for those Russians who are getting killed in Ukraine, but it's a kill or be killed position that Russia has put, and it's not just Putin, it is Russia, has put those soldiers, those criminals, those whatevers in. And for those outside of Ukraine, for those Russians outside of Ukraine, when they demonstrate that they desire to conform to a rules-based order of society, all right, maybe we can talk then. But until that, they're a danger to themselves and to too many other countries right now, and that I think is the challenge. It's they're humans, yes, but are they wanting to be part of our society and follow societal norms to the point where they're willing to comply with international law? and with other countries' laws when they're in those countries. For those who aren't, I got no interest in any association with them.
Terry, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, this has turned into quite an interesting conversation, I think. And I agree with Nancy that if they are willing to conform and accept that what Russia is doing at the moment is wrong, then that's fine. But also, they are stirring up and causing a lot of unrest in various European places and over in America. I've seen various instances of Ukrainian women being sort of not physically attacked, verbally attacked by some Russian men because they overheard them speaking Ukrainian. And for those demonstrations that I think we saw a while ago with rallies of cars with the Russian flags going by, and they think that they can be in Europe and still openly try and support the war in Russia. And I think if they're doing that, they deserve to be sent back to Russia. And any of the troops, even if they are supposedly unaware of where they're being sent, or they're being forced to be sent because they've been in prison or whatever. The fact that once they get here, they should be able to start to see, oh my God, this isn't just defending the ethnic Russians and the Russian-speaking people. We're killing everybody here. And at that moment, that's when they should find some sort of way to back out or surrender as soon as they can. I know that can be quite tricky, but it is a question of kill or be killed, and at least they are being treated reasonably well if they are captured. Well, probably very well if they are captured. But until they put their guns down, whether individually or collectively, the Ukrainians have every right to blow them to pieces. And I must admit, some of the things that I've seen have really opened my mind. And prior to 24th of February 2022, I had practically forgotten about the Cold War, even though I was living through it and being told to hide under my desk and all the rest of it. And I was really, I suppose, a bit too young to really understand what was going on. And my awareness of what the poor Eastern European countries were still having to go through for donkey's years. And I've now made a point of getting to understand how Russia thinks, how East Europeans think, how we think in the West. And if Russians are prepared to start to listen to other people, then that is different. But until they do, then I just want a wall bigger than the wall of China. I would like a wall of Russia. And I can sort of appreciate why they can't go on the streets and rebel, but there are other ways of showing that they do actually support Ukraine and they think what's happening is wrong, but most of them don't.
Most of them don't. What I was saying earlier, there's still this narrative that the Ukraine's moving the way it's moving because there's a CIA plot that basically is there to subvert the true, Russianness of Ukrainians, if you like, from their perspective. And that's what I'd say most people genuinely believe. They really believe that the United States has been playing a game for the last 20, 30 years to separate Ukraine from Russia for its own nefarious purposes. That's the narrative that I would say probably 90% of people actually believe.
And I do agree that is years and years of brainwashing. But I know that I went along with basically whatever was said in the UK, and I never thought that there was any corruption in the UK. It's certainly since Brexit and all the rest of it, I've begun to be a bit wiser there. And I suppose I never fully appreciated our part in other wars. I never really appreciated USA's part in other wars. But I think we can all accept and question, and we can acknowledge that, yep, we got it wrong. But on this issue, this is, as Robin says, it's good and evil, good versus evil. And it only takes a bit of extra looking into it all. And I know that's harder in Russia, but those outside of Russia have definitely got access to other forms of information, not just the brainwashing stuff that they get inside Russia.
Yeah,
So no, it's no excuse for anybody outside of Russia.
and I, from what I understand too, an awful lot of people in Russia, they have VPNs. They get stuff from outside. We Wherever you grow up with a certain set of assumptions, but human beings have agencies, and I refuse to think that Russians, for some reason, have no agency, no ability to think for themselves. I mean, when you see certain things happening, you have to, on a gut level, know that it's wrong. And yeah, it's certainly easier to go along with what's going on, especially if there are negative consequences for thinking independently. But still, I don't think that excuses a lot of this. And certainly, as you're saying, I mean, you see Russians in the States here too, who've been here 20, 30 years. They still have those same attitudes. You can't tell me it's because they've been afraid that they're going to be persecuted if they change their minds. It's a very comfortable thing to think of yourself as superior, and to, as Russia does as a civilization, blame everything that's wrong with it on what has happened on the outside. It's all NATO's fault, or the United States, or Ukraine, or whatever. Nothing is Russia's fault, which is very comforting. But at the same time, people do have agency, and there is no excuse for not at least thinking a little bit. Anyway, David, with that, I think Nancy is here. If you are interested in going, I had the feeling you were getting a little tired before. Up to you.
Yeah. I was just about to say I'll drop out now. I'll probably come back as a listener, or stay as a speaker or something for a little bit. But we've got two hands as well, so what air first, Jenny next, and I'll drop out, and Nancy, you can come up if you like.
Okay. I have a simple question to. Basically, this Joseph Friedberg guy, who is the founder of MriyaReport, what happened to him? What's going on with Yehuda, Joseph Friedberg? Thank you.
I think that's probably something that we don't want to go into too much. He's taking a little time off from it myself, I think, mostly. But it's anyway. Oh, he's gone. All right. Over to you, Jenny.
I was just gonna say, I don't think that they have agency to some extent in Russia. Obviously, some have more than others, and for the most part, the people that don't stand for it, they left when they could. As soon as they could, they took off. I have family that is from Estonia, and I know that at least two family members ended up in the gulags. Some were apparently shot on the family farm, and at least 5 left Estonia and fled to Sweden this was during World War II, when it was the Soviet Union. And I don't know how much agency they have when you think of it from our perspective. I honestly don't know. I also think that they are, scum, because I used to, at the beginning of the war, I made excuses and said, there are some parts of Russia that don't even have running water. They don't even have indoor plumbing. They don't know what's going on in Ukraine. And then as more and more evidence comes out, And it shows that they are fully aware of what's going on, the atrocities that are going on, where you see or hear the intercepted calls from soldiers when they're calling back home. That part, they have no excuse. And I'm so surprised. I don't know what it will take for them to rise up against the regime. Is it 1 million dead? Is it 2 million? Because they have no regard for the human bodies that they're flinging at the front against the Ukrainians that just slaughter them. They're like lemmings, just keep coming, even though they're getting killed. And I don't know what it will take. We had that discussion the other day. What will it take for them to rise up? What will it take for them to take back their country? And I don't have an answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, agreed. David.
Yeah, so I think this is something that we kind of try and avoid. What happens when Russia loses? Because I think that the only feasible plan that we've got at the moment is cast iron containment and deterrence. So basically moving into kind of a second Cold War, and Russia's basically pulling up the Iron Curtain around it kind of as we speak, step by step already. So I don't think we're going to get the change in Russian society without something like denazification that happened in Germany after the Second World War. And I don't think that we're going to have any, I don't think there's any chance at all of anyone overthrowing the regime externally. So you just kind of have to hope that something happens internally to make a revolution, and I don't see that at the moment happening. I just don't see any commercial interest or any I don't think China's interested in destabilizing Russia in any way. I don't see that the oil and gas industry or the gold industry is particularly interested in doing anything against the central government. And I don't think that the Kalmyks or the Bashkirs or the Tatars are culturally aware enough to think that they've got a chance of setting up something different. And even if they did, they don't have the guns. So unfortunately, I'm pretty pessimistic.
Yeah, I do know what you mean. Before we go on, welcome, Nancy.
Thank you, Robin. Glad to be here. And I will have to admit, I was moving from room to room in the house, and I don't have the order of hands yet. So if you said it, then I will follow it.
Well, I'm hoping it is Terry, Casper, Jenny, and Dryfly. We're going to go with that unless anybody objects. Anyway, start with Terry.
Hi, I have in the past thought, what's happening in Russia? Not our problem. Because what we have to do is secure us. But then I've realised that's an awful lot about, very similar to the sort of speak we're hearing from the people, particularly in the USA, who are saying, it's over there, it's not my problem. But having said that, I do feel that what we do need to do is along the lines of what we did to North Korea. And North Korea is minuscule, isn't it, compared with Russia? But at the same time, I'm just trying to think, I don't even know whether they are allowed a representative in the UN. Do you know, Robin or Nancy?
And I'm sorry, I missed part of that.
Oh, so did I.
If what happens to them?
North Korea does not have representation
Right.
because they don't have freedom of speech, they don't have equality, they don't have freedom of religion. They're
You're
not
correct, yeah.
Right.
North Korea does not have a representative. Now, when South Africa was under sanctions for their actions, there was still a representative in the United Nations non-voting. And what the Ukrainian ambassador has described when discussing that situation as far as what happens in the UN if we kick Russia out or that type of thing, he did use and describe South Africa as a potential precedent. The advantage being is that it still allows some diplomatic discussion, basically to kind of check on the door and go, you ready to change yet? You ready to change yet? But prevented pulling the voting privileges, prevented the chaos that that country would have taken. But again, to Jenny's point, then you also have the other extreme, which would be a North Korea situation where they completely have no representation. So there are different facets that have been done in the United Nations, and there's two, as I understand it, there's two different precedents that could be taken depending on what actions are taken.
Can I just come back
Yeah, absolutely.
and respond? Yeah, that one of my biggest things. I feel that even before all of this began, the full-scale invasion, that Russia has been messing with the UN. It's been messing with loads of other organisations, and I know loads of people have said, "Oh, we need to kick them out," and I think I am along the lines that it should be that yes, they can come along and be there to listen. But in terms of, I don't know, all of the other embassies, all of the other organisations, those they should be banned from until they start to have reforms. I also feel that that can't happen somehow until Ukraine has won. We have stopped the war and we've forced Russia away. And it's another reason why I think we've got to do it as soon as possible. And then I think there's also got to be reforms within the UN itself, because it's obviously shown to be there's quite a big weakness within that. But that I think is, and it could be decades and decades before they change, but something like that has got to be done. We've got to say, nope, in the corner until you're ready to change.
Yep, that I agree with 100%. You know, they asked President Zelensky a while ago about what he thought was going to happen in Russia, and he just said, "I don't care." And you know, to some extent, I don't care either. We have to. It's up to Russians to change, but we have to make sure they can't do anybody else damage in the meantime. That's what the rest of the world's job is. We're not going to go marching in there and change their government forcibly, but we have to keep them from inflicting themselves on anyone else. Anyway, over to Casper next, and then Jenny, and then Dryfly.
Hello, everyone. You say that Russia is basically creating an Iran core thing. Actually, look who pays for it. Russia doesn't really, building fences. They would rather send you migrants, and you have to pay the wall. That's just one of the things. Russia converts itself from a personalist autocracy, Putin's name, to a totalitarian state. It might be that the system of KGB won't fall once Putin dies, as everyone thought that, oh, this old guy will die and then it's gonna be butterflies and unicorns. If it becomes a stable entity, like the Bolsheviks were supported even by some Westerners like Chamberlain, later you will get bigger problems, very, very big problems, because it will be like like a North Korea, the size of USA, something like this. With nukes, of course, and lots of resources and lots of population. Also, who is saying that it's only going to be Russia? There was a co-host which was once speaking about Kazakhstan and the Asian part and interests of Russia there, and he didn't understand why exactly there was some riots, change of power in Kazakhstan, the ruling class, and it was and also accompanied by street riots, a lot of different stuff. And basically, the Kazakhstan requested the Russian troops, or so-called crowd control, to come and clean the situation, so the regime can stabilize and so on. He couldn't understand why did the Russian troops leave. Um, and actually, many thought so that, oh, damn, an invasion. Next one is Ukraine and so on. um, Actually, I think the reason is that there is a bigger player in that area, which is China, which has its own interests in the area. That's why we should think why when China says to autocratic or totalitarian Russia that you can do that. You can do, yes, you can come, you can help them, we can trade, we can do a lot of stuff. But no, you can't. That's not yours. And while when Macron, when Scholz, when so many Western politicians and representatives say that, wait, you cannot start over in Ukraine. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. And Putin is just in total euphoria, just going straight for it. Um, Probably, in my theory, is that he just smelled the weakness of the West. And if in the first year everyone ignored him, I think the second year we delegitimized ourselves as power. So if you want to ask yourself what it takes for these countries to, or these people to revolt, actually it's a strong Western uh, because they can go as much as you like in Iran, but out in the streets, they will be shot again and shot again and shot again until there is external power which these people can climb on, which this any ruling opposition class can hang on until you become again the leader of the world, which is defining the, let's say, so the morality and the principles in this world. Until then, you know, you are just in your own, you are ignoring everyone, and that's it. You think the problem will just. That's the thing. That's the answer. If you want a change in the world, we are the first one who has to change. I was many people were, for example, complaining that Poles are blocking the Polish farmers or truckers, or some Polish farmers and truckers are blocking the road. Actually, the answer to and people were saying, "Oh, our politicians are not doing anything," and blah blah blah. Yes, after some people got punished for some exact penal codes, but the idea is the easiest way is to gather a crowd and counter protest. Show them that they are actually a minority, delegitimize their protest. So the police and the politicians can at least, not get all the blame on themselves, because that's the last thing they want. They want to be angels in voters' eyes. That's probably it. Thank you.
Mm. Thanks, Casper. Over to Jenny.
So I am not easily offended, but I do get offended when I hear that we need to have an off ramp so that Putin can save his face. No, no, we don't. He needs to learn his lesson that you don't do this in a civilized world. You don't invade your neighbors. You don't kill them. You don't commit genocide. You don't destroy landmarks and whatever, and then spout bullshit on TV. And also, if you want to know how corrupt the UN is, just think about the fact that Iran is on the Council for Women's, what is it, women's safety or whatever. It's no, women's rights or something. Iran is there. The Security Council for Women's Rights or something like that. That it has got to be one of the most ironic thing ever when they killed a woman because she wasn't wearing the hijab correctly. That needs to stop too. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It's an outrage that countries with those kind of records are treated as though they're equal members of civilized society. Yeah, that was I remember hearing that for the first time. It's pretty hard to believe. Okay, Dry Fly, and then we have Terry and David. Over to you, Dry Fly. Welcome.
Yeah. How you doing? Gonna be real short. First comment I'm gonna say is that ignore the UN. The only purpose for the UN, I mean, we were oversold a bill of goods. The only purpose for the UN that's meaningful, that's realistic, is that it's a forum to raise hell and protest other people's actions. There's no enforcement. There's never going to be enforcement. The resolutions are almost meaningless. But what it allows you to do is to absolutely face to face address the Russians, the Chinese, whoever it is who are doing something outrageous, and actually bring attention to it. If the UN wasn't there, we wouldn't have any international forum in which we'd be able to at least state the facts. But you're never going to get the UN to really do anything. It's just not the way it is. It's just not there. If you're going to have the UN do something, you have to have a police force that's big enough to actually police the world. And there isn't one. There isn't going to be one, and I'm not sure we want one. So anyway, that's my thoughts all along. I get it. I'm frustrated by them. I find it to be extremely frustrating, to be honest, really frustrating. But I don't expect much from them except as an avenue or a venue for us to raise awareness. And we need to use it as such. And I think for the most part, the US and the West has, and have others that have had complaints with us, but it's not going to do anything. As far as Russia and revolution, we aren't going to know. I was hearing people get really depressed and how it's ever going to, yeah, I agree with you. Everything they're saying. But Russia is brittle. We aren't going to see it bend much before it breaks. At some point, it will. And if you read Russian history, when Russia breaks, it breaks quickly, it breaks completely, and it is absolutely unpredictable from the outside. And you could look at World War I as a classic case. You can look at 1905, where they almost had a revolution. 1991, I mean, really, who saw that coming? You could see that the country was rotting, but when was it going to break? How was it going to break? It's just unpredictable. So what we need to do is, like everyone else is saying, is take care of our own house. It's not isolationism. We're not turning our back on it, but make sure we are as strong as we can be, because that's the best way for us to resist their pressures as they break. And I just think we need to do that. And in the US, that's the big argument. It isn't that we need to worry about America. It's how do we worry about America? America first, as it's been portrayed, is a dead end. It's a fool's errand. America first, where we help allies like Ukraine, NATO, the Pacific democracies that we've supported. That's how you make America more safe. That's how you make America first. It applies to Europe as well. They need to increase their military spending. They need to really, really ramp up their ability to face Russia should they become a more aggressive actor. And if they do that, that actually makes Europe a better place and a stronger place and a more secure place. So I think we just need to be, I wouldn't say patient. Patient isn't the right word, but understand the risks and understand the path out of it. It's not going to be a quick path. And I will listen. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dryfly. I think you're right. It's the UN is not perfect, but it is an international forum that at least we can get discussion of things at times, and it is frustrating. Nancy, I just want to go over to you in case you have something to add, and then we'll go to Terry and David.
Yeah, no, I think Dryfly's spot on in what he said. It's, this is a wake up call for all of our nations, and mutual strength across the board is what's absolutely key here, so that we don't have folks who are trying to mollycoddle or fake it through a situation. But I think the language that our leaders are stating to us should also be stronger. It shouldn't take a sanctions package to basically say, look, guys, don't do business with Russia and figure out how to reduce your risks in China. I mean, China's been on, US reports year after year now for a while on being a threat to our national security, as well as being a threat to our finances with saturating goods in the market. So why do we allow an overdependence to be created? Because we don't want to tell businesses, look, this is a stupid idea, don't do it. So I think that additional firm voices are necessary, in not just in discussing Russia, but in discussing the other enemies that they've aligned with, and the other risks that are associated with some of those other countries.
Okay, thanks, Nancy. Okay, let's go to Terry and David, and then I think Latin has something special for us. First, Terry.
Oh, yeah. I know that the United Nations came in after World War II because the League of Nations, I don't know much about the League of Nations, but I know that was designed beforehand. I don't even know when it began. But I do feel that once Ukraine has been successful and victorious, that perhaps we do need something different. We do need an international forum where all of the countries around the world are invited to discuss. And I think the General Council bit of the UN works far better, but it doesn't have any authority. And I fully agree that, no matter what the UN says, it's just words and there's no enforcement. But I think the enforcement has to start happening within individual countries. And I know that certainly over the last 10 years, 10, 11 years, the corruption levels within the UK has increased incredibly. There's various things around COVID where certain money makers, and this is one of the big problems, is everything goes with the money. But we have a huge issue around the fact that we still haven't brought to justice the people that stole so much money and caused so much chaos around COVID. There's also all of the Brexit problems and God knows what, and all sorts of issues. Now, in the USA, you've also got this business happening with Trump at the moment, and he's got these 91 whatever it is going against him. And at the end of the day, most people know that him and the MAGA has become a cult, and he needs to be brought to justice. I think there's people in the UK need to be brought to justice, and he does. And until we can bring our own people to full justice and get them to see nobody in our individual countries is above our individual laws in our countries, in the same way that Ukraine is working on that really hard at the moment. And I think we've got a lot to learn from Ukraine. And we need to be there, and particularly the USA, because it was, and I hate to say that it was, the leader of the world. And it should be that we lead by example. And once we do that, then perhaps we can reform the UN and make it a proper place. And perhaps we should, I don't know whether maybe it's not that it should remain as NATO, maybe it should become nations of the free world that want to be able to step up and be the police force when countries step out of line. I mean, we haven't got it would need, I don't know, probably years of discussions. We can't say we've got, any of us have got all the answers, but we can see what's wrong. And I think the first step is to admit that we've got things wrong within our own countries. And then hopefully after Ukraine has been victorious, we can start to make some changes that that take us forward, I hope.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's exactly the right order to be pursuing these things. Okay, over to David and then to Latin. David.
Yeah, I'll try and make it short because I think a lot of the things I wanted to say have been said already. But yeah, first of all, the UN, I don't think we're going to reform it, and I think it's kind of on a hiding to nothing to try and think about reform, because I think there are more urgent things to think about, and some of these are basically what's kind of happening already, in that you've got NATO and you've got AUKUS and then you've got the Quad. You've got also Japan having a NATO office being set up. So there is this kind of the beginnings of some kind of security architecture which is separate. The UN is never going to be a body which enforces anything, because it doesn't have the monopoly of violence, and it never will do, because it's not never going to happen. When you think about NATO works because there's a commonality between all of the members of NATO, and they're quite prepared to have a military command structure and something which has the monopoly of violence within their territories over them. So it's a supranational body which people join up to in order to defend their territory. And I think that principle has to be something which is pursued on a greater level, because not only with respect to Ukraine, but with respect to things like the freedom of navigation, there's a pressing demand for, and I wouldn't call it a world police force necessarily, but I would call it, let's say the monopoly of violence on clear areas of mutual interest for the entire planet, but especially for the companies that are using those routes. Free trade is an incredibly important aspect, and freedom of navigation and freedom of use of the air are things which basically developed economies need to ensure are secure, and China or Russia should never get in the way of those things, and certainly not the Houthis or anyone else for that matter. And it's completely in our gift to organise that kind of structure. Now, I think the problem we have is that we've had a certain history of interventionism in the last 10, 20 years, which has not been very successful, and so there's a lot of resistance to this kind of thinking, this kind of I think that'll do for now. I could go on for quite a long time on this subject, but I think that'll do for now. Latin. Sorry, but I think Latin's got his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, David. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, over to you, Latin.
Hey, Robin and Nancy. So there's some buzz going on about, and I was just reading that maybe somebody can help confirm it, that there's a news conference tomorrow in Denmark at 12:15 local time with what I believe I was reading. I think that was somebody kind of writing the the original Danish term for it, but it sounds like the foreign minister and the defense minister. And there are rumors that they're going to announce that F-16s were already operational in Ukraine. Now, that means, I didn't come up to say F-16s were operational in Ukraine, right? I came up to say that anybody who's following this and is interested in this, maybe keep an ear out tomorrow to see if something comes of it. Maybe nothing will happen. Certainly it would be a highly symbolic day for that, if anything like that was announced. The other day on another space, somebody asked if some of what we've been seeing with downing of Russian aircraft over the last couple of days, including today, if they were asking a good question. They said, if F-16s were in country already, a small number initially, and depending on what kind of combination of avionics and weaponry were provided, could it look like some of what we're seeing? And yes, the answer is yes. But it can also be Patriot. It can also be a number of other systems. And more than likely, it still is where I would put my money, is on Patriot or similar systems. S-300 is still a pretty effective system. But anyways, it's just something to keep an eye on for anybody. I'm just putting it out there for anybody who might be interested in following this tomorrow. I know I'm going to be listening for it, and we'll see.
Great, Latin. Thank you. Yeah, I will try to too. If you hear anything, come back up and let us know. I'm not sure I'm going to be. I have to see what my schedule is tomorrow. But yeah, everybody, let's keep an ear out. I'm just dying to see the first confirmed video clip of an F-16 in Ukrainian covers flying over Ukraine. Will be a wonderful day. Anyway, back to you, David.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of buzz going on about this at the moment. I've just noticed I had a pile of stuff in my inbox that I hadn't looked at, but it's all about this. So I think pretty exciting. And we've just got no explanation for what's going on with the downings of the jets, and something's changed. So yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, in some ways, I almost wish that we could just keep it quiet. It's nice to know, but I kind of quite like them to just not even mention it.
Latin for response. Then we'll go to Thomas.
Yeah, because I know that Robin, you were telling me that language is coming up soon, and I'm sure he'll be at least touching on the latest, which was an Su-34 downing. And regardless of what the Ukrainians are doing, and clearly they're getting something right, I think it's important that everybody keep in mind that the Russians have been showing us a lot of these glide bombs that they've been producing over the last year and a half. And these are dangerous weapons, to be absolutely clear. They are dangerous weapons that have cost Ukrainian lives. That said, they're also very crude, improvised weapons. These are not JDAMs. They're nothing like, in theory, they're like JDAMs. Aerodynamically, they're very different. And that is important because, as our friend Goldman on this conversation that we were having yesterday, he pointed out that we saw early on, when the Russians were beginning to use these weapons, that they were actually having problems with them releasing from the weapons pylon, and they had some incidents where they dropped them on Belgorod, on their own city. That's a product of the fact that they didn't properly develop these weapons. They were rushed into service because they didn't have enough precision-guided munitions. They're producing them now at scale, and like I said, they're very dangerous. But if you look at them, they're nothing like a JDAM. A JDAM has the back of the weapon is the guidance system, or at least the part that steers the weapon once it's released. And aerodynamically, it still essentially looks like the original bomb that it's based on, a Mark 80 series. What the Russians have done is they've taken their old equivalents of unguided bombs, and they've strapped on these guidance devices that have wings that pop out. So they're very draggy if you look at them from an aerodynamic point of view. And it was Goldman that made the point that has an effect on the aircraft's performance. The fact that they're probably operating under restrictions to the maneuvers that they can do, that's very important if you're an aircraft that's suddenly being locked on by an enemy radar or missile, because evasive maneuvers is part of how they try to break that lock. So there may be limited to a certain number of Gs. Otherwise, the weapon might release, right? So it also probably slows them down. It probably there's a minimum or their maximum speed has been reduced likely by these weapons. Those are all things that can make the aircraft more vulnerable to ground-based air defenses. And in addition, the Russians are really leaning on this weapon. But remember that it's only got, from what we understand, a standoff range. So that means the range at which it's able to release the weapon as far away as possible from Ukrainian defenses, ground-based defenses, probably in the 50 to 70 kilometer range. If this was a Western Air Force in a similar air force, I mean, put aside air superiority, but in a similar situation to the Russians, they would have standoff weapons like Storm Shadow that give them much more of a standoff range, much more distance from ground-based air defenses. 50 to 70 kilometers, it's not a ton. And it does make them vulnerable to what looks like Ukrainian SAM batteries that are mobile, that are being used in that very fluid way and shoot and scoot, essentially. But could F-16 be part of what's happening? Well, maybe tomorrow we'll know a little more. If it's not right now, if that's not what's happening, it will be down the road. The latest kind of official reports we got was June. So unless something changes tomorrow, that's still where it looks like they'll be operationals around June. When they do, and I know I feel this way, and a lot of other people who follow the air war feel the same way, that the air defense tasking is the priority, to go after the cruise missiles, the drones, and these Russian aircraft that appear to be on an almost daily basis launching these weapons. That had been going on for a while. We had known that. I had read about it since at least during the summer, from reports that came from Ukrainian pilots, from Juice in particular, who was saying this is happening on a daily basis. The launching of these glide weapons from Russian tactical aircraft. But yeah, so it's important to remember that these are fairly sophisticated aircraft. They're the most sophisticated that the Russians have in numbers, and they're using this fairly crude weapon that does expose them, I believe, to more risk. And combine that with whatever it is the Ukrainians have been able to figure out and make happen over the last little while. But I think we're in a phase here where the Russians are committing those assets. They weren't ready for this conflict. They didn't. Their tactical aviation was not ready for this level and duration of conflict, and they're paying a price.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a good point you're making too with these cobbled together systems. The Ukrainians have done miracles with them, but it really is unfair of us to be expecting more and more miracles. That if these, when the F-16s finally get in theater, it's going to be a wonderful day. Anyway, over to you, Thomas.
Back in the days when somebody said Gripen, 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 then Mette from Finland came up. And now that you're saying F-16 in combination with Denmark, then I almost have to pop in and just give my opinion on this. I can see that I was thinking about popping up because I saw the rumors. And let's start with the facts. It will be tomorrow, 12:15 Danish local time. It's 13:15 Kiev time and 11:15 UTC. And it will be our prime minister, and it will be our vice premier, and also at the same time, he's our defense minister. They will be there, and the headline is that they will talk about the support for Ukraine and international security in general. And I don't think they will be the ones to tell the world that now F-16s are flying in Ukraine. I would find that very, very odd. I know that Denmark is the sponsor, along with the Netherlands and Norway, of these kind of airplanes. But I would find it very strange if we would go out and supply this kind of knowledge to the world. Maybe they're there, maybe they're not. That's not what I'm saying, but I would find it very strange if we would reveal this kind of information. Something else is going on. I saw some numbers that said that now, with the support of Ukraine and with some budget that we made for the coming time, then we will be above the 2% that NATO demands. I would assume that it is something about this, and then maybe it could also be about funding of these artillery shells. That wasn't it the Czech Republic that found a lot of those and wanted to ship those to Ukraine if they could find funding. I could imagine it's something about this. I really don't think it's about F-16s that they are already there. I checked up upon the sources of this in Danish, and it's not. I wouldn't like. It's number. I don't have anything against the sources, but it's not from the highest shelf when it comes to somebody that I would believe in. So yeah, just saying. That's it.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. Yeah, no, that's always the frustration that we don't we hear things we'd like to believe, but we have to, and I think we try very much here on MriyaReport to not get ahead of ourselves with these things. But it is an enticing prospect. Let's everybody keep our ears open tomorrow and see what happens. I just want to let everybody know we're a few minutes away from language learners update on the front. So stick around. In a few minutes, he'll have a tweet up in the nest with the link to the map. I'm going to get my iPad ready here so I can look at the map myself. I think there's going to be a lot to hear about today. I've certainly got some questions. So if anybody has questions about what's been going on lately on the front, this is definitely the time to come up and be ready to ask. In the meantime, I just wanted to remind people, if you go up in the nest, right in the first tweet, we are raising, and it's in the short display, it looks like we're raising $14. No, we're raising $14,000. Anyway, for badly needed trucks for the 18th Brigade of the National Guard and the Separate Assault Special Forces Group of Omega. That's SBU, I think, isn't it, Nancy? NGU is SBU. I always get these things. Anyway, two worthy recipients. As I think a lot of us know already, trucks tend to be a disposable good on the front. They take as best care as they can of them, but they go through a lot of them because of between enemy fire and damage and everything. $14,000 for two trucks. I don't think you could buy an old beater in the United States for that. One of them for that amount. So we're getting a good bang for our buck here, and it's very important having the trucks they need to get people to where they need to be quickly. Can make or break an operation. So this is a very important thing. You have a chance to really do a lot of good. So as we say, we don't want your lunch. We don't want your rent money. We don't want your lunch money. Although Alan always says maybe some of our lunch money we could afford to skip a meal and throw it in a pot. Anyway, check your sofa cushions and check how you sleep at night, and know that you have a chance here to really make a big contribution to the war effort. Up in the nest, as I said, there's a link to our payment page, or you can go over to the MriyaReport.org and take a look at our new web page, which is really looking nice these days, and and see. Take a look at that and think about giving a donation for a very worthy cause. Thank you. All right, anyway, whoops, yeah, good. Let's see, just take a look at, there are a couple of, there's an interesting article today I just wanted to bring up while we have a minute or two. There is, we've been talking about recently about seizure of assets to that could be transferred to Ukraine, Russian assets, assets from covered under the Magnitsky Act of people, supporting international terrorism, and seized oligarchs' yachts and stuff like that. The one issue that has remained unresolved is what, if anything, can be done with Russian state central bank money, state money that's being held in Western banks. And apparently today, I'm going to have to try to find the copy of the original letter, because unfortunately the article I have doesn't give specific names. But there is a letter signed by international legal experts that argues that the seizure of frozen Russian central bank assets to aid Ukraine would be lawful given, and I quote, Russia's ongoing breach of the most fundamental rules of international law. We're talking about $300 billion of the Russian central bank's assets, which, and this would be, let's see, this would be, I think it's something like 80% of what so far they're predicting the full post-war recovery would be, in reconstruction would be $486 billion. I mean, is that a staggering number, the amount of damage that Russia has managed to do? And God bless the Ukrainians, they're still standing and they're still fighting back, and they're giving Russia a run for their money. But this is going to require a tremendous amount of money and effort. So anyway, there is, as I said, there's now a letter out with by people who are in this field, who know what they're talking about, who are finding a way through international law to do this. So I hope we'll hear more about people's resolve to a country's government's resolve to actually do this once a pathway has been designated to do this legally. Anyway,
Yeah,
over to
and
you, Nancy.
Robin, I think that's a good point as well. I haven't seen that letter, but I did see earlier this evening that the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal at, let's see, 6:32 Eastern time, so about, what is that, 90 minutes ago, published an editorial board opinion that it's time to seize Russia's reserves is its primary title, and it basically is saying that that while Mr. Biden and Western nations have been reluctant to confiscate the $300 billion or so in Russian reserve funds that are parked in Western financial institutions, they were frozen when Russia invaded. They're still collecting dust and interest. So their recommendation is shake those trees. And I know that, to your point, the validation of the legal framework has to come first, but I know also that steps have been taken down that path. I just have lost track of the status of how far along they are. But I was glad to see that coming in the Wall Street Journal editorial board's opinion as well.
Yeah, and the Wall Street Journal, the editorial department tends to be quite conservative about these things, so that's a very good sign, I think. And with that, I have the feeling, language, are you ready for us? Sort of, you've got the information up in the nest.
Yeah, I should be ready to go just about whenever you guys are. It'll be a little bit of a smaller update because it's just the last 2 days. But yeah, happy to jump in just about whenever works. Might have some issues with the map because I'm trying to run everything off the same device and the internet from my apartment. The phone is up for the challenge or not.
Well, we'll hope for the best. Always seem to manage somehow or other. So anyway, I think we don't have any hands, and I think we all want to hear what's been going on. So if you're ready, take it away.
Okay, this is the military update for February 20th and February 21st, 2024, day 728 and 729 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Starting in the northwest, proceeding clockwise, Zelensky has offered to meet with the Polish president at the border to resolve the ongoing farmers' blockade, noting the rise in pro-Russian slogans and false statements about Ukrainian grain being exported into Poland itself. Less than 5% of Ukrainian grain exports are currently being sold in Poland, and Zelensky's made the point that a lot of the complaints that are being made are not necessarily indicative of reality. Per Ukraine, the blockade is also costing the Polish economy even more so than the Ukrainian one, and Ukraine has raised the issue in the EU of imposing a ban on purchasing Russian agricultural products in the European Union territory, something that's being supported by other countries such as Lithuania, saying, hey, if you're so worried about other countries taking away your jobs, why don't we start with Russia and go from there? Polish farmers did relax a blockade of passenger cars, allowing for personal transport across the border, and at this moment, about 2,500 trucks are waiting to enter Ukraine. Otherwise, in western Ukraine, a recruiting officer in Transcarpathia was attacked and beaten by unknown parties. No complaint has been filed to the police, and nobody's really getting a lot of information on whatever happened. Moving towards Kyiv in central Ukraine, Zelensky proposed to dramatically raise the salary of soldiers who have been fighting for over 2 years, from about $3,000 a month to $5,200 a month for frontline duty. The major concern is where this money would come from, as there's already been considerable concerns about just paying soldier salaries, as it's the largest expenditure for the armed forces. More than 1,300 edits have been submitted to the mobilization law that's been proposed. It will take time to process these proposals, and so it's unlikely that voting will take place this week. The Ukrainian General Staff had a small shakeup, with new commanders under new Commander-in-Chief General Syrskyi being formally introduced and the commander of the airborne troops formally removed. The majority of Ukrainians remain optimistic about the course of the war, per a recent survey. As of the beginning of February, 89% of Ukrainians generally believed in victory, with 60% of them strongly convinced. In May of 22, it was 95% believing in victory, with 80% of them fully convinced. For a few other questions, about 24% believe that the situation on the battlefield is in favor of Ukraine, and then 15% believe it's in favor of Russia, with about half of Ukrainians, or 47%, saying that it's not developing in either side. 32% of those surveyed state they don't expect Ukraine to finish the war with its 91 borders intact, with variations on saying we'll keep what we have to we'll keep everything except for Crimea, and all sort of range there. South Korea handed over 10 more ambulances to Ukraine, with 70 expected to be delivered by the end of March. Ukraine is reportedly testing drones with AI-assisted guidance in partnership with the United Kingdom. Per the Ukrainian Air Force Command, Ukraine currently fields more aircraft than it did before the invasion began, and there are currently rumors about Ukraine having F-16 active in country, but at the moment, they're just rumors. Ukraine is continuing to discuss potential mobilization of former prisoners who have completed their sentence. And the former president of Switzerland and candidate for the EU Secretary General, one Elaine Bears, has arrived in Kyiv. Moving east towards Sumy, Chernihiv, and Kharkiv region, Russia continues to shell the Sumy border region, mainly with mortars and drone-drop grenades. A family of 5 were killed by a Lancet drone, 3 generations, from grandchildren to the mother to the grandmother. Russia targeted eastern Ukraine with 19 Shahed drones and 6 missiles overnight, with 13 out of the 19 drones being physically intercepted, as well as 1 out of the 6 missiles. Reportedly, some of the remaining drones were interdicted by electronic warfare systems and thus missed their targets. On the prior night of the 20th, all 23 Shahed Ukraine were intercepted. And reportedly, as of this month, Russia has deployed 48 Iskander missile launchers, these ground-launched ballistic missiles, along the whole Ukrainian border. This is up 4 from where it was at the end of last year. Moving east towards Kupiansk and North Kharkiv, there's been no noted change of Russian advancements towards Kupiansk via Sinkivka to the northeast, as Ukrainian drone activity continues to impede the main forest road here, and the rest of the Russian troops cannot gather together enough resources to stage a definitive breakthrough. We're seeing about 4 assaults a day. And then in the south, near Kreminna and Liman, Russian assaults towards Terny continue to be rebuffed, with Ukrainian strikes further east along the main roads have been impeding Russian progress. We've seen about 8 assaults recorded over the last day, and generally Russian forces still remain somewhere between 2.5 to 3 kilometers away from the main highway that they're attempting to target. And with that, we'll pause briefly for questions.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for language? If not, I do have one which you might want to address now, might want to address later. I read that there are theories that Russia is, well, let me put it this way: Russia's apparently attacking on many different places on the front line at this point, and the question was whether they're trying to stretch the Ukrainian forces thinner. I'm not a military person, so I'm not sure if that even makes sense. But if it does, could you comment on it?
Yeah, and it seems like the map just bugged out, so we'll just do the rest of this without a map. But the yeah, it seems that Russia is trying to assault on a number of regions. There's a few more that we'll talk about south of Avdiivka, just trying to find an area that Ukraine is weaker, where they can exploit a breakthrough. There's a few places that have concern. There's a few places that have lesser concern. I'm not as concerned about the area near Kupiansk and really northeast Ukraine as I am with areas further to the southeast.
Good, thank you. All right.
Okay, I guess moving on then. Moving down towards the Kramatorsk and Bakhmut region, Russian forces continue heavy drone strikes against Ukrainian troops near Klishivka, southwest of Bakhmut, as Russia attempts to push towards Chasiv Yar and Ivanivske along the main road to the west. Russian artillery remains active against Chasiv Yar, with 2 assaults recorded. We're generally seeing the Russians try and cement gains that they were able to make last week in the hills to the west of Bakhmut, after Ukrainian forces there basically ran out of ammunition and supplies and had to pull back in the face of very heavy airstrikes. Russian troops shelled Kramatorsk, a major city in the region, killing at least 1 person and wounding 8 more in the apartment. Moving further south towards Avdiivka, while Russian troops have continued efforts to advance towards Lastochyne, to the west immediate of Avdiivka, they appear to be unsuccessful under considerable Ukrainian artillery fire of the main route. It's believed that Russian troops will be rotated from here to other axes, which will take at least a week, rather than continuing to try and break out to the west here. There's been a lot of exhaustion on the Russian side, including in terms of resources and equipment, and with the political objective accomplished for Putin, there's not a huge amount of reason for them to keep breaking through to the west as soon as they hit any real definitive defenses. And that remains to be seen, the exact location of those, how strong they are, etc. But at this point, the Ukrainian general staff seems to believe that Russia will instead. Speaking of, moving further to the southwest, down towards Marinka, really the villages of Konstantinivka and Novomikhailivka. These lie along the main highway to the southwest of the destroyed city of Marinka. We've seen a number of Russian advances. Ukrainian losses here have been primarily due to a lack of manpower and equipment, and we've seen some NATO tanks abandoned over the last day. Some 20 assaults were recorded in this region over the past 24 hours, with the major concern being that losing this region would allow for considerable Russian penetration into the area around Vuhledar and just the broadly southeastern front, because there's next to no further follow-on defenses here, and thus there'd be a potential for a breakthrough and significant losses. It remains to be seen how successful they're being. The Russian troops in this region have been more effective in terms of what you could call combined arms, integrating multiple things, and it seems like they're making a real push here, even more so than other areas in the south. Speaking of the south, before we pause again, Russian troops continue efforts to advance to the south of Robatne in the western former counteroffensive area, as Ukrainian troops retook contested territory from earlier this week. Russian forces here have been observed using increasingly dated armored equipment on this axis, with 7 assaults recorded. Russia is also noted to be increasingly reliant on unconventional vehicles, now starting to use unprotected ATVs in addition to their general stocks. A series of Ukrainian drone strikes targeted a Russian vehicle storage hub south of the eastern counteroffensive zone near Staromayorsk, demonstrating both a lack of Ukrainian artillery that would normally be used to deal with the targets, as well as the Russian comfort with moving vehicles ever closer to the front line. Hopefully, in light of this attack, they'll start pulling them back. Russia fired 516 barrages on 17 settlements in the Zaporizhia region, with 108 of those being drone attacks over the past day, broadly dropping grenades. Russia has also resumed chemical grenade attacks in the south, with 4 CS gas grenades recorded in the last day, generally being used to smoke people out of their entrenchments and positions rather than kill them outright. Once they're out of their bunkers or whatnot, then the rest of the Russian military attacks them. And with that, we'll pause briefly again for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Language. Yeah, Terry, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Robin, and hi, Nancy. Thank you, Language. My question is about Andivka and a article I read in Business Insider. I think it was yesterday or today, but the author said that this battle in the recent months is the first time Russians have demonstrated air superiority for a very long time. And I guess my question is it true? And if it is, what does it actually mean, like air superiority in and around Andivka?
So I disagree with the Business Insider article on that. They're saying that this was the first time we really saw airstrikes. Russia has been extensively using glide bombs. They just used a lot more of them in a very concentrated fashion here. They were using even more of them on a daily basis down by Kherson a couple months ago. So I think that this might be an oversight on the reporter's part. We're not seeing Russian fighter jets streaking over the city, mostly because it's still within the range of Ukraine air defense. What we see is they generally launch these glide bombs from 15, 25 more kilometers away, and then they slam into the city with considerable violence.
Okay. Thank you so much. That makes a lot more sense to me. And I probably have more questions, but I think I'll listen at the moment. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you, Terry. Does anyone else have any questions for Language at this point? Okay, it doesn't look like that. I have one for when we're finished with the map, but I'll ask that later. Go ahead, Language.
Sure. So moving on. Down in Kherson, while Russia claimed to have captured the Ukrainian bridgehead at Krinky over the last few days, Ukrainian troops remain active there. Drone footage comically showed the after effects of the 2 Russian soldiers who had hosted a Russian flag and then made a little propaganda speech about how they captured the city, immediately running back into the tree line after they filmed that video. And a number of Russian soldiers have made comments on, I wonder who will be fighting next week. Will we be fighting ourselves? When it turns out that we take another huge quantity of losses here. So this seems to be one of the cases where Putin's propaganda machine has a dramatically overreach. There's no real indications that Ukrainian troops have lost the city, or village, I should say. It's rather small. One assault was recorded over the last day, and Ukraine destroyed 15 guns, 16 armored vehicles, a tank, as well as almost 100 Russian soldiers. The majority of these came from targeting stockpiles and training sites. Speaking of, a Russian training ground in the southern Oleshki Sands National Park, sort of a desert sand dunes type environment, was struck multiple times by Ukrainian rocket artillery, killing or wounding several dozen Russian soldiers on drone footage. This comes just a day or two after another Russian training site had been targeted, where the troops were standing around waiting for a commander to arrive and were subsequently generally killed or injured. There's about 65 people at that one reportedly, and it appears to be somewhere in the equivalent number at this other location as well. Moving to Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea, Ukraine is planning an additional route for seaborne trade through the Danube River to increase exports to pre-war levels, even with the prospect of blockades along the border with Poland. I know a few people who work in the Ukrainian shipping industry, And this is something that's been floated as an alternative for some time. And in Russia, per the BBC Russian language service, Russia has lost 216 pilots thus far, each requiring at least 6 years of training and more than $3 million to train. 62 pilots were lost in Ukraine in 2023, with another 13 more in Russia during the Wagner mutiny, which was the worst day for the Russian Air Force up until that point in the war. In general, over the last day, Ukrainian troops conducted some 10 airstrikes, while Russian forces conducted 56 airstrikes, including drones, as well as 125 rocket artillery strikes, broadly in the south and southeast. Yesterday, Ukrainian troops eliminated some 1,130 soldiers for a total of 406,080, 70 armored vehicles, 13 tanks, 3 air defense systems, 57 artillery systems, 4 of which were rocket artillery, 1 aircraft, 56 cars and trucks, and 39 UAVs, with the cost amounting to about 128 million US dollars or $2.6 billion over the last 30 days. Overseas, the Swedish government, after announcing that Russia was an increasing threat to its national security, has announced its 15th and largest security aid package for Ukraine, worth some 680 million US dollars. This includes a number of equipment from small boats to armored vehicles to ammo and so on. The EU conditionally agreed on a 13th sanctions package against Russia, with details to be published over the next few days. 3 of China's 4 largest banks, the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, or ICBC, the Chinese Construction Bank, or CCB, as well as the Bank of China, will stop working with sanctioned banks and companies in Russia. This is primarily due to fear of secondary sanctions, as the US has floated additional threats of those coming out. We're seeing this actually reported inside Russia, where they're starting to make statements that a number of Russian national banks and companies are essentially excluded from any direct financial transactions. And while there are some workarounds, this has put something of a curtailing on their business practices. Lithuania and Slovakia extended temporary protection for Ukrainian refugees for another year, whilst Lithuania made concessions regarding Lithuanian language competency. Generally, otherwise, you have to pass a certain minimum standard. Lithuania is waiving that for now. The first 4 Ukrainian pilots plan to complete training on F-16 fighters by the summer, per the Arizona National Guard in the US. The European Union allocates some 83 million euros in humanitarian aid to support civilians affected by the war, of which 75 million euros is going to Ukraine. Canada is ready to support the Czech Republic initiative to deliver some tens of thousands of artillery shells to Ukraine urgently, discussing allocating up to 22 million US dollars. Czechs had stated that they had a lead on about 130,000 or 1.3 million shells split between larger and smaller calibers, and however they required funds to purchase them. And the Canadian Defense Minister, Bill Blair, has said that Canada is continuing to look into the possibility of sending decommissioned CRV rocket engines, which were slated for disposal, to Ukraine so that they can be used for other purposes. And with that, I should be about done. Bit of a quick one. If there's any questions, happy to stick around.
Oh, if I can get my mic on. Yeah, anyone else who has a question, come on up. It always seems when language is about to take off that all the questions show up. Anyway, my question is, there was an article, it's from New Voice of Ukraine, but it's quoting from Bloomberg, saying that the U.S. DoD Inspector General Robert Storch has reported that that the DoD, while it made a working plan to get things like the Patriots and the Abrams tanks and stuff to Ukraine and provide basic maintenance training and that kind of thing, that there is nothing in place to provide more, to provide more extensive repairs and particularly to sustainable supply of replacement parts and facilities for those kind of things. Do you have any feel about this? This sounds like it sounds like an unbelievably short-sighted thing if true, and worrying because the Ukrainians, much as they're good with repairing all sorts of things in ways that we could never imagine. Something like the Abrams tanks, I think, must need very sophisticated and specific. What's the word? Well, that the maintenance has to be done correctly. It can't be sort of jury rigged. Anyway, I hope that made sense. Language. I think I need another cup of coffee.
Yeah. So as I understand, the U.S. sent enough spare parts for like field level maintenance, or sort of things you can do in a garage type aspect, or have a mechanic come to you. They have enough parts and equipment until, I want to say, the end of the fiscal year 24. So until about October or so of this year, depending on, I don't remember exactly when the fiscal year ends in the US. However, they didn't include any funds for what they call depot level maintenance, or much larger scale refurbishment and whatnot. That seems to have been something of an oversight, as well as the fact that I think they expected a bill to be passed by now. So they just didn't include it in the last funding bill, and so there is a time limit on that. The concern is that there could be similarities to what we saw with in the end in Afghanistan, where with the lack of these sort of longer or larger scale repair and maintenance capabilities, that Ukraine doesn't have the ability to fix things in a timely fashion, or maintain them in a timely fashion. And so when things do break, then it necessitates a much longer repair.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Anka has a question, I think, now.
Yeah, hey there. Language learner question. I mean, ever since we've gone in the US with a few times where polls have not really, really given us an accurate feeling for how people are feeling and regarding voting and all that kind of good stuff. I was wondering if you knew anything about the methodologies by which the Ukrainians are doing their confidence in the war polls.
I can go and try and pull up the actual poll itself again for the methodologies and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know the exact sample size off the top of my head. It wasn't in the article I read. I'll see if I can grab that real quick.
Well, it's not
though.
just sample size, because I know the theory is that one of the reasons that the US polls have been so far off is that they're calling landlines, right? And the people who tend to answer landlines are no longer representative to the people who end up in the voting booth. So it's more.
So this was a face-to-face survey. Most of these ones in Ukraine tend to be. So it was a face-to-face survey conducted in pretty much every territory in Ukraine that isn't actually subject to active violence. So Donetsk. There's some other concerns about economic stuff that I left out, but it's a pretty extensive survey. They ask a ton of questions. A lot of it's on the economics. I mean, a lot of people feel the economic situation in the country is not great. That's a majority. And then I think it's less than 10% feel that it's good, or less than 5% feel it's good, really. And then, so there's the financial situation has been great. They're saying, hey, we have enough for food and purchasing inexpensive things, but anything that's larger, such as furniture, refrigerators, TVs, are difficult. And then about 11 people say like we're destitute, and only 0.7% say that they're flush with money.
Got it.
So there's that. The bulk of it is from work and pension. That was and then how's the situation in Ukraine? They spent a lot of time focusing on financial aspects, and then their sort of sense of concern is higher than it was.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
But yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
that does sound like it might be fairly accurate then in terms of how people really feel. So, all right, cool. Thanks.
There are some other updates. I mean, I'm just looking through the whole poll itself now. They said, when do you think, when will, among the people who said that, Ukraine's going to be victorious, of which they asked, and something like, just off the top of my head, 85% said yes, 5% said no, or 5% said probably not, and then 3.5% just said no, and then 6.7% we don't know the answer. Of the people who said that they think that Ukraine will be victorious, About 20% said it'll be before the end of this year, which I think is a little hopeful. About 40% said it'll be 1 to 2 years, 14% 3 to 5 years, and then much more diminishing amounts past that point. And then they focused on what do you think would be a victory, what would define it. 38% said, hey, restoration of the borders back to the 91 borders, or really from January of 2014. That would be victory for the most. Another 27% said destroying the Russian army and promoting insurgency or disintegration inside of Russia. And then about 4% said that just ending the war as it is today. And then 13% said that returning to the time before the full-scale invasion.
Gotcha. Appreciate that detail. Thanks.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
Language, I think a lot of these polls, I don't know about this one in particular, but a lot of polls in Ukraine are done by the Kyiv International Institute of Sociology, which has a reputation for being very, quite accurate and having quite high standards. So, that's something to know. Also, I think a lot of the polls are, they do a good job. They're internationally respected, from what I understand. Anyway, Trucking Tyler, you're next.
Thanks. Question is with respect to you'd mentioned that Canada, Bill Blair, I think the defense minister mentioned, has said something now about the those rockets. It's sort of been in the back. Not lost for words here. It's sort of been muffled about here and there, but no one's really come out and said much about it. I read an article a day or two ago, and it mentioned that, I thought it mentioned that Ukrainians had come here to check them out. And they said that they don't think they're so volatile to move, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not sure where that is. I was just wondering if you know any more information on that.
So it's an ongoing discussion. A lot of it is most of these rockets, or specifically it's the rocket engines, as I understand, are well past their expiration date. So it would require a lot of checking to make sure they're still viable. And that's been the main complaint. The Ukrainians have said, look, we'll worry about that. Don't worry, but just give them to us. We'll figure it out, which seems fair. And then the Canadian government has kind of gone back and forth on it. And I think they're still in these deliberation processes, with the idea being, okay, we're not decommissioning these, we're sending it to you. What level of responsibility do we have to make sure that everything we send to you is viable? Because we could just send you everything, but if it only turns out that 10% of these work, well, we just spent a lot of our logistical capability to send you essentially useless metal. But are we going to go through and inspect every single one of these in Canada? Because that would be a fairly considerable cost, especially when the original plan was just to decommission them. And it kind of comes down to politics and budget, I imagine.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And I did. I just remembered now that the politics side of it, they have the company that was going to decommission them has started building a facility to do that. So I'm guessing that's all going to be worked out as well. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate the info.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else have questions? Okay, I'm going to go with my next one then. There was an article again in the New Voice of Ukraine talking about. You probably know, but I'm sure you know about this. But I was amazed that there are apparently 48 Iskander missile launcher systems along the border with Ukraine. What is the status with those, and is this something that Ukraine is going to be able to do something with if they're so close to the border?
I'm sorry, you kind of cut out there for a second. I couldn't really hear what you were saying.
I'm sorry. It's about the Iskander missile system launchers. There are apparently 48 of them along the border with Ukraine at this point. And I'm just wondering what the possibilities are of doing something about that.
So it's going to be difficult to strike across the border to touch those. Russia's Iskander ballistic missiles are actually fairly limited. I want to say the last time I checked, they had less than 200. It's why we see them utilizing S-300s more consistently. I see that there's some people in the audience who disagree with that. You can go read the actual Russian reports, my guy. You don't have to take my word for it. No, they're mostly using other things in ballistic missiles. We've seen that with the KH-22s. We've seen that with a variety of other factors. It's more concerning that they have them because ballistic missiles are vastly more difficult to intercept, and the Patriot missile defense system doesn't really cover much outside of the central part of the country. So they noticed that there had been an increase in them. We've also seen that Russia's been deploying increasingly ballistic missiles from North Korea, although those appear to be very inaccurate, with only 2 out of 24 launched actually hitting their targets. So that's not a great thing. They still cause a lot of damage, and they're very difficult to intercept, but the North Koreans are apparently not known for their fine manufacturing tolerances. There's also been some more recent reports of potential Iranian ballistic missiles being sent to Russia, which would be considerably more concerning because we've seen how those work in action against our own troops after the death of Qasem Soleimani, and those are generally pretty accurate. We also saw that with the strikes in Iraq by IRGC forces, where they seem to have a pretty good accuracy as well as range. That would be a concern if that develops as some reports have suggested.
Okay, great, thank you. That's a good point you're making. It's the launchers. They're not saying that the launchers don't do much good without the missiles. So good to keep in mind. These Iskander missile systems would be able to fire the North Korean missiles or Iranian missiles, or are they not useful for that?
To my knowledge, I think they use different systems. I don't really know beyond that. I have no concept of them being able to be interoperable. I think these are all pretty separate. Even the North Korean ones are a separate launcher, to my knowledge.
Great. Okay, I feel even better. Baltic Goat, over to you.
Hey, language. With the shift in momentum looking to move against Ukraine for the period right now, and as we wait for the U.S. Congress to get their act together, it sounds like regardless of when Congress votes, it'll take 6 months to have any positive impact. In the meantime, what impact could the Taurus missiles from Germany or the ATACMS from the States, what impact could they have in turning the momentum in Ukraine's favor while this funding gets adopted and the positive effects occur in the 6 months thereafter?
The Taurus missiles and other long-range missile systems would be very useful. The Taurus especially would be useful for potentially striking the Kerch Bridge in Crimea, which is probably about as far as they'd be allowed to roam. I don't imagine that Germany would be interested in seeing these slam into Moscow anytime soon. But they could serve a really critical role in cutting off Russian logistics in the south and just continuing to degrade their capabilities, because having all the equipment in the world, and Russia is having some problem with that in and of itself, it means nothing if you can't get it to the guys on the front line. So, 1,000 tanks is useless if you've only got 5 at the front. And finding ways to degrade and slow that down would be useful, though the biggest one would be targeting Russian stockpiles, as well as various levels of both industry and, more importantly, military equipment in Crimea, which could also be done potentially with ATACMS, as we've seen, or just hitting the Kerch Bridge itself, which would also serve as a pretty major political foil for Putin.
And what do you see as the tipping point? The conversation is endless. Biden's constantly leaning, thinking about, considering, pondering. What is the breaking point of the tipping point where U.S. and Germany will actually send this weaponry to Ukraine?
It's difficult to say. My suspicion is that the U.S. will send ATACMS first, and then it'll be similar to what we saw with Britain leading the charge on the tanks, where Germany will then say, well, this has already been done, so now we can participate. Mm-hmm. How long it'll take for that to happen, couldn't tell you. Allegedly, ATACMS missiles are included in the proposed aid package, so it would be sometime after that. I imagine another country will have to take the first step before Scholz and his coalition is willing to sign on to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nancy, you have anything for language?
No, I think the rest of the audience covered most of the questions that I had for today.
Yes, people do that. Well, we're all thinking in the same direction. All right, so last call, everybody. If you don't get up here for questions in the next 30 seconds, I think we're going to let Language go about his evening with our thanks. This has been a very interesting update. We appreciate it. Any last thoughts, Language?
No, that should be about it. It was a bit of a quicker one. This time I'm planning on some travel over the next day or two. I might be down in Austin, so I'm going to take care of some stuff. Yeah, I'll throw up the audio and text, and I will see you guys when I see you.
Terrific. I assume that will be next Monday, correct?
It should be tomorrow, actually.
Tomorrow.
So,
oh, okay. What do I know? Okay, terrific. Great. Thank you so much.
no worries. Yeah. Take
Okay,
care.
take care of my Language. Okay, Nancy. It looks like here we are. Where should we go from here? I have one. Well, whatever. Let's see. Do you have anything that you'd like to bring up now?
So I thought I was bringing up Trucking Tyler. I need just a second to find, I've got about 30 tabs open, so I've got to find what I did want to talk about, if you give me just a minute.
Sure. Well, I can share a quick story in the meantime. Let's see, who was this? There was a Ukrainian journalist wrote a this is sort of, I mean, it's sort of funny. It's sort of sad though. Apparently, there is a company in Russia, Tambov metal service plant, that had announced in social media that, friends, we have great news. Metal Service is expanding its product range and is now proud to present zinc coffins. Zinc coffins are not just a product, but they're a symbol of the care and respect for those who served and sacrificed their lives for our country. In other words, they're having to get a whole bunch more coffins ready, which is, I wouldn't think would be such a positive thing, but who knows? Anyway, over to you, Thomas.
Yeah, I was writing a bit on Twitter and talking on here just before Language Learner came on, and so I'm getting pounded in my inbox, and that's fine with me. Doesn't matter. It's okay. Most are nice people, but I was just thinking maybe we could actually use it for something useful. Maybe maybe somebody's up for a bet, and the loser just instead of uh, sending money to the winner, just donate them to MriyaReport and to the fundraiser that is ongoing. So about this F-16 thing, I'm willing to bet that there will be no reveal of Ukraine already having F-16 on this press briefing tomorrow at 11:15 UTC. So I was just wondering if anybody is up for a quick bet.
Oh, why not? How about $10? I'll say that they're going to announce it. How does that work?
That's perfectly fine. And we can send it on to everybody else as well.
That's one way to also keep us remembering what time they're going to be on the air discussing it too.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
that's right.
I will pop in when it's happening. I can of course follow it live here in Denmark. So I'm planning to pop in. I think I'll find the time for it.
Sounds good. I mean, honestly, I really don't care if they announce it. As I said, I just want to see pictures starting to come out of these planes in Ukrainian colors flying over Ukraine. All the other announcements are I really don't care that much about. But I'll be kicking in that $10 if it turns out I'm wrong tomorrow. Okay, Karen, over to you. Welcome.
Well, hi there. Good afternoon or early evening from Alaska. I just thought I'd throw out a couple of news stories that don't really fit any particular place, but are interesting and worth sharing. I was on the USNI, the United States Navy Institute news section, and they caught another American spy. A sailor assigned to a guided missile destroyer in Japan has been charged with espionage, communicating defense information to a foreign individual. And this is a person called Bryce Pedicini, a petty officer, fire controlman. He was assigned to the Japanese-based USS Higgins. And he is charged with smuggling information from a secured area and then meeting with the employee of an unspecified foreign government between late November 2022 and February 2023 in Hampton Roads, Virginia. So that sounds very well planned out, and I'm glad they caught him. And I hope he wasn't able to share anything really valuable. It's always good to catch these people quickly. The USNI News has some tidbits. This probably isn't new, though. The French ambassador warned the U.S. that real war is possible for NATO countries on the border with Russia. And that is worth, I'll send you that article. It's worth reading, but it's probably not worth taking up your time here on this space over. Now, something that stood out to me, one of the best updates of the day, was the Pentagon is addressing our industry in a blanket message. Build drones cheaper and faster. Cost per unit matters. And he said, Pentagon's chief buyer said that it makes little sense to fire $1 million round to shoot down a target costing a fifth that amount. So he asked American contractors to get a better handle on their own costs before sending new systems over to the Defense Department. And that's just common sense. And I'm glad they're looking out, because it's important to produce quality equipment, but it's also important to watch the bottom line, given Congress the way that it is. There was also a notice last night, and this was not from the USNI, but it was highly, highly disturbing. And a gentleman by the name of Rene Divya shared it. And just a second. Just a second. If I take too long, I'll step down. Anyway, okay, I can't locate it right away. I'll get back with you on this one, but it is a really good story. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. Thank you, Karen. Yeah, it is. It's nice to see that the Pentagon, the whole of the $800 toilet seat, if we remember that from about 40 years ago, that they're actually considering costs. See how long that lasts. But anyway, yeah, I mean, this is an issue I think Ukraine is obviously facing too. They especially with the dearth of especially Patriots and things like that, they have to be so careful about what they use to shoot down what. It is a limitation. Yeah, Karen, go ahead.
Well, I found part of what I was going to share. This very perceptive man. I'm not sure what he's associated with, but he's really good to follow. His name is Rene, Rene, and then Duba. He is a very sharp, well-connected gentleman. Ukraine has signed a contract with the maker of Tauruses in Germany to possibly make these similar missiles in Ukraine. How does that sound? And I will send you the article on that one, because homemade Tauruses would be nice, wouldn't they?
Wow, that is interesting. Yeah, that would be wonderful. That would certainly get around the issue of whether Germany's willing to send them if Ukraine is making their own. This is something that you see Ukraine looking into more and more, producing as much as they can in country, and of course there are limitations just in terms of even raw materials, how much it costs, and how much would need to be shipped into Ukraine to do it. But they have an educated and low cost um, uh, uh, population of workers. The pay is much lower in Ukraine certainly than it is in the United States. Unfortunately for Ukraine, the standard of living is lower, but they do get more bang for their buck producing things in country than we do here or in the rest of Europe. So, and self-sufficiency is a good thing. I think unfortunately what we're all learning, and Ukraine is learning with lives lost, is that as much as possible you shouldn't have to depend on people outside of your own country, which is a real shame. But and I to my embarrassment as an American at this point, but hopefully we'll get that together pretty soon. Um, anyway, I have an interesting article here. Uh, it's funny, Nancy. Whenever I see anything that SBU is involved in, I always think of Tracy at this point. She's my SBU girl.
Exactly.
And I'm sure she will deal with this in more depth on some of her spots. But I just thought this was very interesting to see that apparently SBU, along working with the French and perhaps some other international. It was mostly France. So another was, oh yeah, I think it was mostly France. Anyway, they have broken up an international cyber criminal group called Lockbit, or people working with them anyway. In Chernobyl Oblast, they found these guys. This bunch had carried out more than 3,000 cyber attacks in the U.S. and Europe between 2019 and 2024, and targeted thousands of victim and ransomware attacks. My son works in network security, and he's been involved in bailing people out of these ransomware attacks. He's very good at it, thank God. But boy, there was somebody he was working with a couple of years ago. His entire business would have been lost if they hadn't figured out a way to bail him out. They did find a way, but these people cause incredible amounts of damage. So the SBU in conjunction with, let's see, the National Police and I'm sorry, I've lost it now. It was a French agency anyway. They caught these people, and they were arrested with cyber specialists from the SSU. And anyway, this, again, this is another, the U.S. also unsealed indictments against two further individuals, Russian nationals who were conspiring. So it looks as though this was where the NCA has worked closely with the FBI and international partners from 9 other countries. So this looks like it's an international sting. And I see.
Right. This looks like
Okay,
it's,
Tracy
I
just sent
assume you're
me
talking
something.
about Operation Kronos.
It's possible. I don't see that in the article, but let's see. Tracy just sent me the Tracy is like Meta, isn't she?
All
Just
you
say
have to
yes.
do is say SBU, and there you go. Information magically appears in a back channel.
It's amazing. Yeah, carried out jointly by the National Police, Europol, and the Prosecutor General's office. And be here. Is it Sunday night? I guess if you want to get all the poop on this, but it looks as though they've done they really have. This is going to be a major hit on this Lockbit, this criminal organization.
Yeah,
So.
I only had a little bit of time to look at that late yesterday and a tiny bit early today, but it looks like it's an international coalition of law enforcement agencies in 11 countries. And because they were able to take control of the computers and software at the heart of the ransomware group, that also means that they'll be able to help people regain access to their information. That is also going to be material. Like you said, it may be too late for some small businesses, but there may be definite benefits of that. in for other businesses. And I think that the challenge with an operation like this is the level of concerted organization across the agencies is critical, so that they basically all leap at close to the same time, if not simultaneously, so that information doesn't leak out to let the bad guys change encryption methods and change their modus operandi and destroy evidence and things like that. So it looks like, of course, and to your point, we'll have more detail in the following days, but just at a skim of the few articles that I read, it looks like a very well managed takedown. So that's pretty exciting in and of itself.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it really it yet again, as if, I mean, we here don't need to have this proved to us, but if anybody is questioning whether Ukraine is a full equal member of the European project, Ukrainian law enforcement did a slam bag job here along with everybody else. So yeah, it's great. It's great news. And Nancy, as you say, if they're able to get some of that data back for people, that would be an amazing thing. And that really speaks to incredible coordination, because these guys, they on a dime they can turn and change passwords, re-encrypt stuff or whatever, make stuff disappear, and they weren't able to do that this time. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I think that this also really is a firm reminder that we here in the United States and in Europe and in other countries, it's not just Ukraine that is in the midst of a war. It's just that their front line has gone kinetic, in addition to all of the Russian trolls and the Russian bots and the Russians stealing information and the Russian hackers. All that had ramped up on them very strongly after 2014 in an attempt to dissolve their operational capabilities, honestly. And with their abilities and suggestions and feedback from other nations, they're now some of the strongest in cybersecurity. And the ability for these nations to work together is so important. But this is a part of cyber warfare, and we've all been facing it. All of our nations have been facing it. It's really just that to this day, we still consider war, quote unquote, as strictly the kinetic aspects. And there's so much more to it, I mean, we can think, oh, these are just, individual attacks, but it's not. It's a concerted effort. And I'm very glad to see them taking down some of these organizations. And I know that there are others, because you basically chop off one head of a hydra and you still have others to deal with. But it's definitely an exciting step in a big direction.
Indeed. And as you're saying, it still is a tendency to assume that war is troops and missiles and that kind of thing. Timothy Snyder makes an interesting point in The Road to Unfreedom. He's uncomfortable with the expression hybrid warfare, because he says it makes it almost sound like it's something less than actual warfare. And in point of fact, it's the exact opposite. A hybrid war is all of the old stuff we're used to, the tanks and the battles and the missiles and the fighter jets and everything. But on top of that, it's an insidious, very powerful and very dangerous attack on computer systems, attacks on news, attacks on even the way we think as a nation. The disinformation that and Russia unfortunately has gotten to be pretty good at planting disinformation often they get caught, but there's a lot of things, and we've seen it certainly in our country in the last few years, talking points that get started in a way that those who are not very aware aren't able to see that they've come from the Kremlin. They plant them at lower levels in American think tanks and other groups that at one time had decent reputations and somehow now are towing the Kremlin's party line. And it gets, by the time things get bumped up to where it's made the news, it's no longer coming from Russia. It's coming from this American think tank or this American thinker, and it's it's very insidious. I every time I see an article about this or something, I feel a little bit better. It's very, very important that we, in Europe, Ukraine doesn't get taken by this so easily because they know what they're dealing with. They've been dealing with Russians for a long time. Eastern Europe also. Get to the western part of Europe, I think they're a little bit more gullible. And Lord knows, the United States, and me personally too. I mean, 3 or 4 years ago, I thought this was a bunch of conspiracy nonsense, but it's, my eyes have been opened in the last couple of years to how serious and insidious Russian interference with our elections and our news media is. And it's a frightening thing. And I hope that people begin to understand how serious this is. This is the face of the future of warfare. It's not the missiles and the bombs and everything are going to be less of an issue in some ways, probably. Over to you, Nancy.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, Robin. It's definitely a reminder. It is, we here in the United States in particular, while most of us, hopefully, knock on wood, are taught critical thinking skills and things like that, we still do tend to rely on sources and singular sources versus connecting the dots and verifying information across multiple channels. I mean, it used to be years ago that I would, and this of course is before a lot of the large media sources started consolidating. That doesn't help. But years ago, I could find my source of truth or reasonableness by looking at the news of something happening in a very liberal media source and then looking at that same incident in a very conservative media source, and then hopefully a more moderate one. And what I found consistent between them, I at least could place some reliance on. But that was also before, now you've got so much consolidation that sometimes you've got one media company that's in charge of all of those three media providers, media outlets that I used to use as sources. So now I find myself tracing upward to look at, all right, do they have a common ownership? Because if so, then why am I getting the same data point spun two different ways? Let me see if I can find a separate ownership path. And that's gotten harder and harder with the industry consolidation there. So I think as world citizens, we've got a long way to go in really making sure that our hinky radar, this reads hinky to me, this just sounds hinky. We need to really sharpen that radar skill. Back to you.
That certainly is the truth. One of the things that I think people need to be more sensitive to is if the same wording shows up. If you go onto the web, I'm seeing all over the internet. I hear this from people. I saw that in 10 different places on the internet. It must be true. But if you question it more closely, you find out what they've seen was the same thing posted 10 times, which is a little bit different than 10 separate sources. So that's I'm not sure that we're teaching critical thinking very well anymore. If we ever did, and I mean, well, whatever. We need to go back to teaching Latin and ancient Greek. Somehow people learned. Well, if you learned Latin, I guess you learned all the Roman authors and learned a little bit of logic and whatever. But anyway, we're not going to be doing that. Nancy, it's something I wonder whether you have run into. My son actually referred me to a news aggregator called Ground News, which I like. I don't think it's perfect at all, but they have a tab in there. You go in and you say what you're interested in, And then they have a tab that basically, I don't remember what it's called exactly, but it's something along the order of, here's something that's going to challenge your worldview. Look at this stuff next. And it's, like I'm pretty conservative, so they'll have the liberal stuff over there. It's very, very interesting. It does a really, if you look at the stuff that they serve up that doesn't mesh with what you were looking at most, it does give you, I mean, some of it's nonsense, but some of it gives you a little bit more of access to things you might not look at so readily. And it's an international coverage, so it pulls in things from France and Italy, other places, not just American news. Anyway, just wondering if you'd run into that.
I've used sources like that periodically. I tend to prefer to work a little bit more old school and just go to the sources directly. But to your point, sometimes that can also risk creating a confirmation bias, although I do at times utilize sources that I can't stand reading what they put out because of the tone behind it, but I'll still read it because, again, just that fundamental point of, is it something that at least has consistency of information between the center as well as the left and the right of whatever policy discussions they're having.
So, well, if you read Donald Trump's Truth Social account, you're going to get annoyed, Nancy. Sorry.
Yeah, probably just a tiny bit. Number one, I really don't like all caps typing for extended periods. It just really annoys me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, among other things, first of all, it's shouting, but also it's very hard to read. It's sort of silly. People do that thinking they're going to get attention. And I, most of the time, don't even try to read it because it's very hard to read all caps, to me at least.
Yep, I agree with you there. I did have one update that I've been hunting down, and it's driving me crazy because I've gone back to the original source, and they are supposed to have the documents updated on their website that they're talking about, but they haven't yet. So I'm going to give you guys a partial story, and when I get the rest of the information, I'll come back with more. But President Zelensky and also his Minister of Foreign Affairs had both sent out thank you notes earlier today, or posted thank yous to the 25 OAS, that's Organization of American States, members for a strong declaration marking 2 years of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Now, this is primarily in the Americas, in the Latin America, Central South American nations, as well as the island nations, and primarily in the Atlantic. So there's about 35 member nations who are in OAS, and they have condemned Russian aggression and urged the Kremlin to cease it immediately. And President Zelensky noted that it also focuses on the Ukrainian children kidnapped by Russia. So of course, that got my attention. And President Zelensky says, we know approximately 20,000 names of the forcefully deported Ukrainian kids, but this might only be part of the overall number. They must all be returned home. Russian war criminals responsible for this crime must face justice. I am grateful to Antigua and Barbuda for their leadership in promoting the declaration, as well as the Argentinian OAS Permanent Council chairmanship for its unwavering support. Ukraine and the American states are geographically distant. And remember, that's the other nations in the Americas, not the United States of America. So they're geographically distant, but we share common values such as democracy, freedom, human rights, and adherence to international laws. Supporting Ukraine means investing in the peaceful future of the generations to come. And I've gone to the OAS announcement for this, and it looks like they've got several media clips that I haven't had a chance to listen to because I've been listening to the space all since work finished. And they have a link to the full text of the declaration in English. And I've tried this on their Spanish link too. They haven't yet published it. So they have the link, but the link doesn't take me anywhere. So I think it's very noteworthy because a lot of times those nations have been under such influence from Russia and China to an extent, but we hear a lot about Russian influence really trying to continue infiltrating in those nations. So to hear that strong a declaration coming out is very noteworthy. And as soon as I can get my hands on either the English or the Spanish text of the declaration, I will be back in the space and give you guys that update and more information about it. Back to you, Robin.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy. That's a wonderful story. You know, it's interesting. I have the feeling some of this has to do with, you know, it's being influenced by Russia also means being pushed around by Russia. And I have the feeling that some of the leaders in Middle America or that's not not Middle America's in the United States. You know what I mean? Central America. That's
Central
what we call
America,
it.
yeah.
You know, I had a big cup of coffee before I came on tonight. I think I needed 2 of them. Anyway, that, you know, some of this is, first of all, seeing that Ukraine may end up being a good partner in the future, that maybe it'll be less necessary to be in connection with Russia, and also an understanding of, you know, of what they have had to sacrifice in this very unequal relationship. So that may be part of it. It's just very, very heartening to see, though, and it certainly says it gives to give a lot of credit to both President Zelensky and Dmytro Kuleba, the foreign minister, who particularly Kuleba, has made a big point of outreach to Central American countries, to African countries, to countries that wouldn't necessarily have been considered in the front rung of allies of Ukraine, and he's made them allies, made them friends. Kuleba I have tremendous respect for. He really has done a bang up job, and he speaks truth to power. You know, he comes out with things that, and in such a way that people don't seem to get angry with him because he has a nice way about him, but he doesn't pull any punches. Anyway, Oyvind, welcome. Over to you next.
Thank you. Another topic. Just I read something and then I got a flashback from my childhood on fairy tales. And one of the scary fairy tales I remember from my childhood was what you in English call Little Red Riding Hood. And this is about the LA ballerina Xenia Kavana. She was actually visiting her grandmother in Russia when she was detained, and she risked 20 years in prison because she had donated money to Ukraine when she was in USA. Actually, this is a parallel to that fairy tale, when the bad wolf came. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Oyvind. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I had heard fragments of that story. I didn't really know who it was or what. Yeah, she'd given something like a massive amount of $54 to Razum for Ukraine, which is another wonderful. It's really the parent Ukrainian charity in the U.S. I work with them sometimes also, but yeah, you give $50 and go visit your grandma and you get thrown in jail. I think it was also quite a while ago. It's yeah, as if we need any more proof about what kind of regime is running Russia. Thank you.
Yeah, I was reading that an article on that earlier today, and one of the things that was challenging was that she hadn't been able to have any outbound contact to her family here in the United States. So it was when she wasn't responding to messages that they started pushing for more information. So she had actually been arrested. Let me see if I can find the date in this article. I don't have the date here when she was arrested, but it hadn't been like just yesterday or just when the news hit. It had been a while, and she has an appeal that's scheduled for February 29th, and TASS, the Russian state news agency, says that she will be detained until at least April 6th. But again, that possible sentence is up to life in prison for that action, which is just absolutely astounding. She was initially, according to the appeals court website in Russia, it said she was initially detained for what they called hooliganism on January 27th. Okay, that was her original arrest date, allegedly for swearing and disobeying law enforcement officers outside a cinema in Yekaterinburg, Russia. And her appeal on January 31st against her detention was unsuccessful. And so since then, obviously, the scope of the charges has increased, and it's just absolutely amazing, just absolutely astounding.
That's that typical, I mean, Stalin was good at this, which is first you arrest the person, then you find something to hang on them. It certainly sounds like she was targeted, and then they went to find, boy, life in prison for $54 donation. That's really amazing. Back to you, Evan.
Yeah, and back to that fairy tale about Little Red Riding Hood. It didn't go well for the wolf at the end.
Thank you. Excellent point. Yes. And it will not go well for this wolf in the end. Boy, I hope they can get her out soon. And that who is the Wall Street Journal reporter?
I just closed that tab as well. I know his first name is Evan.
Evan, it's not Gurowitz, it's Gershkovitz, maybe something like that. Anyway, yeah. I mean, these people just get thrown in jail for. It's something Timothy Snyder talks about too, and you see it all over the place once you're aware of it. That part of what Russia does, part of this sick ideology that they subscribe to, it actually involves doing things that are obviously overtly illogical and not substantiated for what they're doing, like the elections they have that are clearly bogus. Because part of what this is about, it's not about trying to pretend they're having fair elections. It's about forcing people to openly debase themselves, to openly agree to go along with with the fact that they're being lied to and they're being manipulated. That somehow it's doing it openly. It requires greater. It causes greater subjugation of the people that they're doing this against. So some of this stuff, like when Lavrov gets up and says things that are obviously nonsense, we think, what's the matter with him? Doesn't he realize people see what he's doing? Well, actually, he does. The whole point is to make us see that they can do whatever they want, and we can't do anything about it. They're saying the president of, or is the prime minister of Georgia, whoever the good one is, I guess it's the prime minister, was saying that Navalny's death, her theory is that it was actually timed to hit the news during that Munich security, whatever the name of the meeting was there, to make the point that Russia will do whatever it wants whenever it wants, and there's nothing we can do about it. So that's an important thing to understand, that they're not interested in being logical. They're interested in sticking our right in our face that they think they can do whatever they want.
Yep, exactly. It's the bully attitude and trying to appease it versus just punch the bully back is never the right move, no matter how much of a pacifist you want to be.
Yeah, that certainly is the case. Yeah, and we've seen that time and time again with Russia too. don't draw a red line with Russia unless you're going to stand on it, unless it's the hill you want to die on. Because every time we pull our punches after we've threatened something, it gives them that much more, like the schoolyard bully. It shows that they can push it that much farther. On a more positive note, there is apparently going to be on February 24th, which, as you know, is the second anniversary of the full-scale invasion. There is going to be an international meeting in Kyiv with this was announced by Sergei Nikiforov, who's a presidential spokesman. They're not saying exactly who, but foreign leaders are great friends and reliable partners. For obvious reasons, I can't say who exactly will be there, but we expect that these will not just be symbolic support visits, but also these visits will have practical results. There is going to be an online meeting of the G7 group with participation of Ukraine, and then on the 25th, they are preparing. They say we are preparing something special. There will be a conference, an honest conference about our path further, our path in 2024. There will be all the top speakers from the authorities, Ukraine's military and political leadership, Prime Minister, Verkhovna Rada Chairman, Ukrainian Security Service, Intelligence Directorate, and the Ministry of Strategic Industry. That's all the top folks. First Lady, Ministry of Infrastructure, the President's Office, and the President himself going to be giving a full briefing on the way forward. And also there will be a press conference after that. So that's on the 25th of February, the day after the anniversary of the second anniversary of the full-scale invasion. So this sounds like this is going to really be something substantive. So we need to be looking for that. Anyway, back to you, Nancy.
Yeah, just a second, Robin.
Okay, let's see. We have,
Sorry about that.
no, it's my mic is on. Good. Sorry.
You caught me just in the middle of trying to type something. I need just a minute.
Okay. Well, Alan caught me the other night. I figured he's talking away, and I said, okay, I had a pot of succotash on the stove, which I don't know if everybody. Succotash was the comfort food of my childhood. It's corn and lima beans cooked together. So I figured I'm safe to run into the kitchen for a minute to fill up my bowl with succotash to bring it back to my desk. And of course, don't you know, as soon as I'm 10 feet away with the phone, Alan throws it to me. So, it never fails.
Robin, do you mind if I jump in quickly? Yeah. I'm a first timer on your site. If you go to my profile, this is Game of Thrones here. I have no way to add it to my nest. I live in Southern California, and the Google search engine, if you type in Los Angeles ballerina arrested for giving $51 in aid to Ukraine, arrested in her family's home, which is Moscow. Go to my profile, scroll down, you'll see about 5 links, and this makes no sense. I live in Southern California. This woman's from Beverly Hills. She's a ballerina, okay? Everyone is shocked. Nobody can figure out anything. Does anyone on this platform have a clue of what I'm talking about? Yes or no?
Well, we were just talking about it a minute ago, and I think Oyvind had raised it initially.
Yeah, I think it's this. This is typical. This is typical how Russia operates. They obviously are trying to make some kind of a point, and this poor woman got stuck in the middle of it. She's a dancer. She comes from LA. You're saying?
Yeah, and if you click anywhere, Robin or Nancy, I'm not sure which one responded to me. I was absolutely shocked. My wife and I were sitting here this afternoon just watching KTLA, which is the LA news feed, and it was over a half hour. The people were like stunned, like, what the hell? You get $51.80 in aid and go over and visit mama and grandma in Moscow, and you're arrested. And notice it's nowhere on X. You literally have to type in the woman's name. All right, when you see it, put it in the search engine, then you'll see tons. It's not trending. It's not anything. Why? That's my question.
Well, yes, it's a good question. I think we all have questions about how pro-Ukraine and anti-Russian sites don't seem to get the traffic, don't get the prominence that the pro-Russian ones do. But yeah,
And
Nancy,
if you'd like, I can read a little bit more from the Wall Street Journal article that came out this afternoon. And Game of Thrones, I think that articles like that in the national press will start to gain more traction and visibility for
I
the
can't hear you,
situation.
Nancy.
Oh, you can't hear me? We might need to recycle you. Can you hear me still, Robin?
yeah, I can hear you, Nancy. If you can't hear her, Game of Thrones, I suggest that you go down, you drop down to listener and restart the the app because that happens sometimes. Sorry.
I hope she didn't hear that.
Yep. Yeah, if we can just have him re-request after he recycles, then we can bring him up.
So fucking
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah. If you Game of Thrones, just drop down and restart the app and request. We'll try to pull you right back up again. This happens sometimes. Okay, Nancy, let's go to, I think Dryfly was next in the meantime. Hopefully Game of Thrones will manage to come back up. Go ahead, Dryfly, and then Flickerfella.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. I just wanted to give you a recommendation with your succotash. I'm a huge succotash eater, and it also is from my childhood, and it was from my mother's childhood, and it was from her mother's childhood, they were New England Yankees who moved to the Midwest after the Civil War. And it actually is a Northeastern dish. I found almost nobody here in the Midwest who even knew
Dead
what it
link
was.
again. I'm going to drop and restart. Sorry.
Anyway, the story is that it's believed to have come from the early interactions with Native Americans, and it's what they call Three Sisters. And the Native Americans would grow corn, beans, and squash in a mound. And then all three of them would come and be ripe about the same time, and they would eat them together. And the name succotash was actually from some New England Native American tribe for Three Sisters. So try it sometime with a little bit of squash. I use zucchini or yellow summer squash. Yellow summer squash is what my family likes the best to go with really good sweet corn. And we almost only eat it in the summer when the sweet corn is coming in. So I'll have sweet corn one night, and then the next night I'll have the leftover, because being corn snobs in the Midwest, after the stuff is sat for 12 hours, we get it literally from people right off the truck that harvested it the morning. So if it's set for more than 24 hours, we consider it old corn, and we use it for soups and stuff like that, or omelets. But succotash is one of the best, and use it with a yellow squash or a zucchini squash, and it is to die for. It is a meal. It is by itself a meal. And I will listen. Thank you.
I love it. Yeah, I absolutely agree. And we're corn snobs too. Where I grew up in mid New York State, they grew corn all around, and then we go to the farmers market and get the corn that was harvested that morning, and there is nothing like it. And I suffer trying to get corn on the cob down here in Brooklyn, because this stuff is days old and it's just not the same. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, and I had remembered something about it's some kind of Native American language. Anyway, guys, if you've never tried succotash, try it. It's heavenly. But be careful that Alan doesn't.
And dry fly, you seem to be very grew up in Northeast Iowa. Am I close?
Very close. In fact, my wife went to Decorah.
Oh man! Oh
yeah,
yeah, Fayette County, man. That's the place. I mean, I could spit over there for my summer spent on the farm. Awesome. Find me and follow me, man.
Yeah, you bet.
Great to meet you, by the way. Thank
and
you.
I live north of there, up in Minnesota, but that was only because I grew up on the Minnesota. I shouldn't say I grew up. I moved all over. I lived in upstate New York, and I lived in the South. But I was born in Minnesota, and my family got us back. So we lived in southern Minnesota, just north of Mason City. And then when I was self-employed and I was looking for a place to settle down, my wife and I narrowed it down on that corner, the southeast corner of Minnesota. So I live between the Twin Cities and the Iowa border, a little closer to the Twin Cities, and I live on the Mississippi River. So you can walk out the door of our house, and within 5 minutes, I'm literally on the banks of the Mississippi. So yeah, that's the world I live in.
Nancy, this is very odd to me. This is somewhere to the
Small
west
world, huh?
of the west of New York State, I guess. I guess there's something out there, huh?
Yeah, there's something a little bit further west than New York City, Robin.
It's like, you know, that map from the New Yorker cover that must have been 30 years or so now. It shows New York very big, and then it gets progressively smaller and smaller. It goes to the west. Somewhere out there in that in the microprint is where Dry Fly and Game of Thrones are, apparently.
Yeah, and Game of Thrones, I do want to check if you can hear me now.
Yes, I can. Thank you, Nancy.
Okay, much better. I'll go ahead then, and if you DM me directly, I think I'll be able to share this article with you as well. But the Wall Street Journal article that came out this afternoon is titled "Loved Ones Urge Russia to Release Dual U.S.-Russian Citizen."
That's the one. Yeah, do me a favor, please, and follow me back, and then I'd be able to PM you.
Yeah, my DMs are open, so it should work that way as well. But yeah, I will get this over to you as well. But the article does say that her friends identified her as being from LA, and she's in her early 30s and is detained on suspicion of treason for allegedly raising funds for the Ukrainian military. And as we talked about earlier, that's what, $51 and change to Razom for Ukraine. And her former mother-in-law says she is not a criminal by any chance, and is she wants her to return home, where currently she works as the esthetician at a Beverly Hills spa. So,
you know, and additionally, Nancy, Razom for Ukraine does not give lethal aid to the Ukrainian military. It's a 501c3
exactly.
also. I mean, it's tourniquets, which I guess is they could be upset with, but it's, yeah, the whole thing is ridiculous.
Exactly. And Game of Thrones, I don't know if you caught what I was saying earlier, but in reading through this article, it looked like she was initially detained for what Russia was saying was hooliganism on January 27th, allegedly for swearing and disobeying law enforcement officers outside a cinema in Yekaterinburg, which is the town that her family there is from. And her appeal on
Think they were looking for a reason? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You think they were looking for a reason?
Absolutely. You know, again, just like there are journalists who have been detained in Russia right now, Russia, of course, has been on the unsafe to travel to, particularly for Americans. It's been on that unsafe list for quite some time. But I also understand her desire, since she still has family who lives there, even though she's been in the United States, it looks like, for quite some time. So I understand the motivation to go home and visit family, but it's not safe to do right now. It's just not safe to do. So I'll send you a link to this article, and there's not a huge amount more information, but I do think that over the next few days, you'll probably see more detail coming out on it. But yeah, it's right now. This is Russia's modus operandi, and I feel for her situation. But if you know anyone else in the United States who's thinking of traveling to visit family in Russia, tell them not to. Just tell them not to.
Will do.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, thanks for coming up, Game of Thrones. Do come back. We're here 24/7. So thank you for coming up. Okay, we have a couple of hands on that. So let's go to Flicker Fella and then Ink.
Hi, Nancy. Hi, Robin. Can you hear me okay?
Yep,
sure
loud
can.
and clear.
Awesome. Hey, thank you for hosting this wonderful space. Thank you for the opportunity to come up to the speaker panel. I wasn't closely following the story about lady getting arrested in Russia, right? But I did hear about it, and it is frustrating that it's not being you know a lot more widely discussed, I guess, in social media, because yeah, it's I have a sneaky suspicion that Russia is going to pick up these types of arrests, right? It was a phony arrest. They just needed, they don't even have to observe anything like the disorderly contact or whatever. They just, they want to arrest somebody, they're going to arrest and find an excuse. But I think they're going to increase that because I think the the political landscape in Europe, United States, is continuing to drastically change, not in favor in Russia. And I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of Western, like three-letter agencies and other security services are detaining a lot of Russian spies. So I just, looking historical kind of examples. What Russia's been doing is arresting, U.S. citizens or citizens from other Western countries, or dual citizens, like in this particular situation, and then basically using them as a bargaining chip to trade them for some for what they're basically spies, right? For one of their peeps, and there's probably a pretty good possibility that the uptick of the rest of the Russian agents. There's probably an uptick in the arrest of the Russian agents in Western countries, and I think maybe that's kind of like retaliation. It's definitely not something that's going to be publicly discussed or publicly available. A lot of those things, I would imagine, happen under the cover of darkness and in very discreetly. But I think there's going to be. I mean, we already see a big shift, right? In the response even to Russia from some of the countries that maybe used to be neutral or hesitant about helping Ukraine, and I think there's a major shift right now, which typically is preceded by cracking down on a lot of these agents, right? Because a lot of these Russian agents, they do operate with a certain degree of ambiguity, whether or not they diplomats or have some other credentials, even though for a lot of security services, they are known to be spies, for example, right? But they may not be detained for many different reasons. Maybe just politically too risky, or it just doesn't make sense to, for the counter intelligence officers to detain somebody, because sometimes it's better just to follow than detain and learn more about those individuals. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she's going to be used as one of those bargaining chips to. Who was it recently that the United States ended up trading? Starts with letter B. It was Russian weapons trader, smuggler. He was in U.S. prisons for a long time. I think his name is like Victor Buda or something. I don't know. I can't remember his name, to be honest with you. But it was a very similar story, I think, too. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I don't remember the name either, but yeah, that's part of what's going on here too. And then, as I said, part of it is just it in your face to the United States that we're not able to do anything about this. It's a heartbreaking thing. I mean, a girl should be able to go visit her grandmother, and I'm sure she didn't think that she had done anything wrong. But that's the thing. You spend too much time in a Western country, in the EU or in the United States, you begin to think that law enforcement runs logically, and that's a very dangerous assumption if you're going to be in Russia. Back to you, Flickerfellow.
Yeah, thanks. No, I just wanted to do another quick follow-up. I meant to mention, but just kind of lost track of thoughts. This morning I was listening to, who was it, Tim, and I can't remember who was hosting it. I apologize. But we were talking about a similar situation about citizenship, right? For the Russian people who go to live in other countries, right? They obtain citizenship in other places and stuff. But it was slightly different context than what we're discussing today. But there's an important distinction to remember that in Russian law, in their interpretation of citizenship and all that stuff, even if a person that was born in Russia with Russian citizenship gets a citizenship from another country, it doesn't mean that they lose Russian citizenship unless they explicitly asked for it in the embassy, right? To say like, I want to renounce my Russian citizenship, and then there's a whole procedure that is typically takes place. A lot of people don't do that. They don't even know this procedure exists or something that they should follow. But it is in fact very important step, I think, because that it's an extra rail, I guess, of protection. If they do go back to Russia for some reason, I don't know why, but I think you're right. A lot of times, these Russians, they probably just lived in the West for too long, and assume that it's a very similar situation in Russia when in fact it's not. It's extremely dangerous. I don't know. Nobody should really go visit that country ever. But, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. I think also some people keep dual citizenship in wherever they've come from because it makes it a lot easier to travel back. You don't have to worry about visas and things. But in the case of Russia, yeah, it's a major issue. Let's go to Ink and then Dryfly. Oh, Dryfly, do you have something? Did you need to come in next? Okay, Ink. If Dryfly, if you can wait for a minute, let's go to Ink and then we'll go to Dryfly. Ink, go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna follow up on this, Nancy or Robin. I don't know whether in your reading about the woman that's been detained in Russia, did they say, I mean, how in the world did Russia know that she donated $51.80? I mean, are they tracking bank accounts or Visa cards or what's going on here? And then I guess today has been sort of tough in reading about Schultz pulling back and waffling on arms to Ukraine. And finally, I wasn't real happy, and I'm seeing some backlash to it. Biden, when he's going to back tomorrow morning the Dutch Prime Minister for Secretary General of NATO. And I'd like to hear what other people think about that, because I think it's just not a very powerful choice, in my opinion. But I'd like to hear from others. So those are my three things.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Mark Rutte he's certainly been a very strong advocate for Ukraine. He was the first one to break that F-16 logjam. I'm not sure. Who else? Nancy, do you remember there was somebody else in the running for that position too? Head of NATO. This is for weddings when Stoltenberg steps down, right?
Right. I'd have to look the list up again. Besides Kallis, who is the current Prime Minister of Estonia, if I'm remembering right, besides her, I don't know who the other two individuals were.
Good. Well, let's go to Dryfly. If anyone else has thoughts on that, do come up and raise your hand. It'd be good to discuss. Go ahead, Dryfly.
Yeah, the Dutch have been strong. There's no doubt about it. I don't think there's anything promising, but Callis would have been good too. They had to pick somebody, and that's probably about as good as you're going to get. One of the advantages of having a Western European person in the chair is that the arm twisting that they're going to have to do is going to be mostly in the West. It's going to be Macron and it's going to be Schultz. And having someone in the East who is closer to the action has a lot of advantages. But if you're turning around and you're trying to twist arms with Macron and Schultz, it's probably better to have one of their local politicians from that part of the continent who also isn't a threat to them. In other words, it isn't, if you picked a Frenchman or a German, it would be a problem. If you pick someone who's one of the Low Countries, but knows them both, you have a chance of dragging them along because it's important to drag them along. So I'm thinking that was probably part of the politics.
Okay. And I think that's a good point. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be my thought. Is that you got? I think the Baltics and Poland are the perfect choice. And once peace is established, that's absolutely where I would go because they're going to be the bulldogs. But right now, we need to pull those Western allies who have most of the money and most of the manufacturing capability along. Okay, we need to bring them along somehow. So that was my first thought when I heard it. As far as the dancer who got picked up, my first thought was Smirnov. I wonder if it's tied into Smirnov because it happened almost at the exact same time. Smirnov was picked up about a week ago in LA and we didn't hear anything of it, but the Russians would know. If that Smirnov guy actually got much, much deeper ties to Russian intelligence than we're reading, they're going to want to get him out of there. They're going to get him out of there or kill him, one of the two. Now, maybe that's not the case, but I'm guessing that was just my knee-jerk reaction when I heard about it. I said, "Oh my, that's the bait or the counter to getting Smirnov back in country." And I will listen. Thank you.
Yeah, dry fly. I think that's a good point. That very well could be a situation of something like that. I did just find a little more information because, Ink, to your question, I don't see detail on how it was identified that she had allegedly donated that money. There was a statement made to that effect by her Beverly Hills employer, the spa she worked for there. My guess would be social media or that type of thing. But this Baltimore TV article, because she had some ties to Baltimore as well, said they had been able to reach the State Department on Tuesday, and that the State Department representative had said it was aware of her detention and that the U.S. has not been granted consular access to her. And what State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said at a press briefing was Russia does not recognize dual citizenship, considers them to be Russian citizens first and foremost, and so oftentimes we have a difficult time getting consular assistance, but we will pursue it in all matters where a U.S. citizen is detained. So it sounds like that's one of the definite risks of considering yourself a dual citizen is if your country of origin is still considering you their citizen with their rigid laws. Even a post on social media could get you put in the slammer right now.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, over to Karen.
Well, the person who I was going to direct this question to has just hopped down. So, but that's the way it goes. And if he's listening, I hope he hops back up because I'd love to hear his explanation. The other day, Colby Badwar, who is a munitions expert, reported that there was a rather strange development down in Dallas, Texas. The Pentagon and U.S. Army acquisition have consistently said that the new GD-OTS plant outside Dallas, Texas, is already fully funded and will come online this year. Now it's being reported that it's depending on funding from the new supplemental request. And then he goes on to say that there is some clarification needed here because first of all, it was reported to have funding and now that funding is in question. And if anybody knows anything about this, I certainly would like to hear more and I'm sure all of us would.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. I don't know about this specifically, but you just you mentioned something that I had not made the connection with this new bill that is being blocked for so long, and that is the fact that I think it's somewhere around 80% of this money is designated to be spent in the United States. So not only are they starving Ukraine of badly needed weapons at this point, but they're also going it's also going to have economic impact on workers in the United States who can't be working on these projects if there's no money to finance it. That's a very interesting, and there is something that we really should be banging on about with some of these representatives who are opposing the aid, because some of them, oddly enough, come from states that have a lot to lose if that bill doesn't go through, because the weaponry is being produced in those states and funding a lot of jobs. So back to you, Karen.
Is there any chance that I DM'd you the link of that post? Is there any chance we could somehow contact this guy and get him back up here? Because I would really love to hear an update. This is a very curious matter because it had been announced that it was fully funded, quote, fully funded.
Yeah, that is an oddity. If he's still listening, he could probably come up. I don't. Other than that, don't have a particular way of getting a hold of someone who has gone off of the space, unfortunately. But this will. I have the feeling. I mean, hopefully this will be resolved soon. But this is going to end up being, I think, a continuing conversation about loss of jobs in the United States. If this keeps on going much longer. There's one other thing I wanted to mention on a little change of topic here, but President Zelensky apparently gave an interview to Fox News in the last couple of days with Brett Baer, who is, I think, one of the most level-headed of hosts over there on Fox News, from what I remember. And it is set to broadcast on Thursday, the 22nd of February. That's tomorrow. If this is an important interview, because Fox News is the I think the news channel of choice for a lot of conservative Americans. So if this is a good positive interview, it could have, and that's presumably that's why Zelensky did it. Understands his politics. This may have some positive effect on things. I hope so, anyway. But that's going to be tomorrow, so we need to keep an eye out for what happens if the interview is posted on YouTube afterwards, and see what kind of a result it brings. Over to you, Nancy.
Yeah, I've got one other article. I was trying to see if I could find something quickly on the information Karen sent, and I couldn't find anything as quickly as I had hoped for. I do have something from. Oh, don't tell me I closed this tab. Yeah, I've got something I need to find.
That's my trick.
I know exactly. I've got to find something again because one of the attendees at the Munich Security Conference, yes, we talked about an article or a thread from him yesterday, and he posted another very excellent one today that I'm desperately trying to relocate again. It looks like I closed the wrong tab. So if I could toss it back to you for a minute, I'm sure I can find it again.
Okay, boy, do I know that feeling. Okay, let's see. I'm just looking at this article that Karen sent me. See if I can do. I used to be better at speed reading than I am now, but it's been a while since law school.
And I found it. I didn't close the tab.
Oh,
It was
good.
just buried.
Mazel tov. Okay, back to you, Nancy.
Yeah, we had talked the other day about a really good post from Gabrielis Landsby, Landsbe. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that right. He's the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Member of Parliament of Lithuania. And he had a very good thread like yesterday, and then another excellent one that he posted, let's see, less than 12 hours ago today. And I wanted to read it to the group, and then I'll put it in the, actually, let me go ahead and post it first. And that way, if you guys want to read along, you can. So give me just a second to do that. I'm so slow at this. I do apologize.
And I'm talking to a closed mic, so that helps too. Yeah, Gabrielis Landsbergis, right? He's that one. He's that one who gave that very strong speech in,
Yes.
what is it? That's yes, basically, telling the Russians to go do what they told the what they told the Russian warship to do.
Yep,
Very
effectively, and he
yeah.
is definitely at the point where he is, as a Lithuanian, them being so close, he definitely has a right to raise all of the alarms. But this one was a very, very good statement. So I'll read it. Europe had a security architecture with Russia, which was supposed to guarantee inviolability of borders, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. The UN Charter, Helsinki Accords, Budapest Memorandum, Istanbul Commitments, to name but a few of the agreements. When Eastern flank countries were on their way to NATO, there were those who felt the need to reassure Russia by concluding the NATO-Russia Founding Act of 1997. But Russia rendered this obsolete with its attacks against Georgia and Ukraine. We tried again with the Minsk agreements, attempting to convince ourselves that this time agreements would work. We know how this ended. So I am baffled as to why anyone would suggest that this trail of failed agreements with Russia would end if we tried one more agreement. This strategy is becoming dangerous and irresponsible, especially because it invites future attacks, maybe even against NATO. Russia's calculation will be to attack as fast as possible, gain more territory, and then demand another renegotiation of the security architecture. Russia has chosen to become a disruptor of the security architecture, so post-1948 arrangements, which were designed to contain Soviet expansion, provide a much more relevant point of reference than the attempted agreements that came after the collapse of the Berlin Wall. A viable European security architecture must include Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, guaranteeing protection for the whole continent from Russia, not with Russia. A day might come when we will be able to trust Russian government, but it is not this day and not this government. And I could almost feel the mic drop when the thread ended. It's very, very strong and very clear statement that I'd love to see the politician that wants to try and argue it with him, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very. I mean, there's nothing to argue with there. That's exactly what the situation is, and it says not with this government, not with the way Russia is constituted now. Yeah, I mean, this is it's, as we all know, it's the people who are closest to the Russian border who have the clearest picture of what they're dealing with, and it behooves us to listen to them.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I see we have Adam and Slavi coming up, so I don't think I want to get into a really long and broad Institute for the Study of War document just yet. But that is an area, I will say this, the ISW has had several very excellent assessments and reports that have come out this month. And if you've overlooked them, I strongly encourage you to check them out. The ISW campaign assessment for Russia and their offensive from yesterday had very strong, very clear wording and making no bones about the fact that Ukraine has been defending itself against this illegal Russian military invasion for 10 years, and goes into a great deal of detail about that. They summarized key points also from a report from, I think it was mid-February, that discusses how Russia has handled occupied territories and their motives since the beginning of the 2014 invasions, and making it clear that their actions since the full-scale invasion are a repeat of the brutality and genocidal behaviors. Not, they didn't just create those in 2022. And that's an article we will probably dive a little bit deeper into on our Friday night Understanding Genocide segment. We won't go in depth in the whole report, but I think it's an important one for people to be aware of some of those key salient facts, because I know several of the reports we've been working from have been focused on evidence collection since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, but ISW's information takes it back to 2014, and the war crimes and the word they use, I think, is ethnic cleansing, but the behaviors that we are seeing and focused on, because we see them and recognize them as genocide, have been ongoing since 2014. And that's an important fact that we need to make sure that we start educating other people on as well. And with that warning of what's to come in some of my future sessions, I'm going to turn it over to some of our kinder and gentler co-hosts. So I'm going to swap out of the chair, and Slavi or Adam, let us know who is ready first, and then we'll swap out the next. Thank you guys for all the time tonight. I've really enjoyed it, and I look forward to it again.
Thank you, Nancy. Yep, good that we had a good session here. This is something that I think a lot of us Americans, particularly, are coming late to the party to understand that this whole genocide project against Ukraine and Ukrainians, this is nothing new. And I'd even say it wasn't new in 2014. They've been at this for hundreds of years in different ways. The Holodomor obviously springs to mind, and even before then, forced deportations, the suppression of Ukrainian language and culture in the eastern part of Ukraine when anything was under Russian rule. So it's nothing. It's nothing new, and we need to understand that they're not going to change anytime soon. Adam, dobry večer.
Dobry večer, pani Robin. And I really think that after this war, we're going to have to also, for the digital age, to use a tired phrase, we're going to have to update the idea of genocide in terms of social media and spreading disinformation about people. Because one thing that I've been feeling as a Ukrainian on the internet in the last 2 years especially is you're attacked, and there's a lot of people, selling different or purporting disinformation, of course, and in real life as well. I hear lots of it just from bad headlines that people have read, and I think it's a whole other aspect, just the way that social media and the internet adds an aspect to every part of our lives. I think genocide. I just had that idea when you were saying. I don't even know. What do you think, Robin?
No, I agree. It's well, the disinformation it is spread so fast and so easily. It definitely has the ability it has the ability to do a tremendous amount of damage, and that damage can be lives. So I absolutely agree with you. We certainly need to be much more sophisticated about what what we're consuming in terms of news. But with that, I'm sitting on Slavi's seat at this point, so I think I better get out of here. Um, just wanted to mention Adam. Adam was involved in letting me know yesterday about a wonderful new. It's the Ukrainian version of Netflix called Takflix, which I have been really enjoying. I watched this wonderful thing, Adam, about all of those balconies that people have built on their little Soviet-style apartments to give themselves a little bit extra room. It was really fascinating, quite charming, showing Ukrainian ingenuity dealing with less than optimal situations. Anyway, I've been enjoying it a lot, and it cost me, I think it was 55 hryvnia, which turned out to be like $1.45, which is not not a bad price for a movie. And as we said, it went into the Ukrainian economy. So I'm hoping to do a little more subsidization and enjoy some more movies. Anyway, with that, I'm out of here. Thanks everybody. Have a good evening. And Slavi will be up in a minute. Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava, Robin. That is so rad. Talkflix is a great site. And I'm glad it didn't break the bank. Oh, poor Flickr fella was just waiting through the whole co-host swap so patiently. Thank you. But it's your turn now.
Добрий вечір, пан
Добрий
Адам.
вечір, пан Flickr fella.
Добрий вечір, пані Славі. Thank you guys for hosting this space. Thank you for the opportunity to come up and speak. No, I did I did raise my hand because I wanted to comment on previous co-host article. I think it was Nancy reading the basically they need to create a new security framework in Europe, not with Russia but against Russia, right? And it's just so important for us. It's definitely a step in the right direction, but I think it's important for everybody, especially in the West, to remember that Russia only understands any form of conversation when you speak to them from the position of power or force, right? That's the only way they're going to respond and really do anything as far as their obligations. Um, and I mean, they're just the nature of their society, basically, right? The nature of their political system, and that's how we suppose this is the type of dialogue, if any, we should have from the position of power, from the position of strength. I guess that's the one. What I'm looking forward to is this year, and it has direct implications to national security in the United States. But this year, the one of the last treaties I think that exists between the United States and Russia, and it's new strategic arms reduction treaty, is going to expire officially. I believe. I think it was extended for a certain period of time. None of this side is currently exercising its right. But I am kind of curious to see what's going to happen, right? And just so many different factors that are at play. Obviously, presidential elections. The amount of orcs the Ukrainians going to be able to destroy between now and then, and all that stuff. But I really hope that our government here in the United States is going to be very smart about any types of conversations as far as committing to because in good faith, I think a lot of countries in the West, right, the free democracies, the liberal democracy, we really want to show a commitment to reducing the proliferation of nuclear weapons and other things. Russia obviously is not, right? But it feels like we're always the ones who are shortchanged on these deals for some reason. So I really hope we're going to have a much stricter position on this, a much tougher approach and stance on Russia, because we just cannot allow them to continue, have this upper hand just because, we have to be the adults in the room and all that. We're like, no, screw this. Enough compromising. we have to, we are stronger, and we have to demonstrate this to Russia once and for all, because I think it's going to hurt Russia a lot more not to have this treaty, because if you remember historically, this is something that I think started when when the Soviet Union existed, essentially, right? And those treaties, they kind of changed changed throughout different years to accommodate the changing political landscape. But the idea was, to limit the production of nuclear weapons after the Cold War, and then create transparency and all that stuff, right? But I don't think Russia's capable of doing any types of weapons race with the West, considering the poor state economy that they have right now, basically non-existent military, and so many other different factors that have such a negative impact on their ability to really sustain any type of modernization. I'm not even talking about, increase in nuclear weapons. The United States, on the other hand, we can, I'm pretty sure we can easily um, outperform Russia in that sense, with technology, the delivery system, the precision, right, all that stuff. So yeah. Anyway, I just really hope that this year we'll be able to see a much um, you know fundamentally different approach to how we really treat Russia on this international global stage, in terms of security, right? Where they're not really partners anymore, but they are the perpetrator, and we have to build the security measures, the framework that guards us against Russia, not to where Russia is actually part of this framework, but essentially outside. But more importantly, create enough pressure on Russia to change, right? Because we cannot be just dormant. We cannot just build walls and just assume Russia is going to change. No, we have to be a lot more proactive in putting pressure economically, politically, socially, whatever it is. But that's the only way that Russia is going to change, if ever. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to kind of share some of my thoughts on that. Thanks, appreciate it.
Jack, will you do as your flicker, fella? Yeah, I 100% agree. I wish there was. I think there will be, hopefully soon. Democracy moves so slow, frustratingly slow, I've noticed since the start of this full-scale invasion. But there will hopefully be some sort of, overarching, like, what do we do about these guys? Uh, a full NATO, or a full West plus friends strategy to deal with the last colonial fascist empire on the earth. It's silly. How are you, Slavi, this evening?
Hello and dobry wieczór. I'm doing okay, not too bad. What about you, Adam?
Yeah, pretty good. Excited for our diaspora dialogue. I changed the title right after you finished changing it, so it was the old one when I started, but you were faster than me. And then it just before it updated to mine, I saw that you had already changed it. So, wybaczcie, sestryczka.
Well, great minds think alike. So we both did it at the same time, and this one works as well. Should I say Ukrainian great minds think alike?
Oh no, I'm sure great minds everywhere think alike. Like, look at all these folks here. Not everyone's Ukrainian. We've got all kinds of lovely folks listening, and I think maybe compassionate and strongly morally centered minds think alike. How about that?
That was
So,
a fantastic point, Adam. Yes, morally and strong-minded. Absolutely makes sense.
well, I loved our history, the Kubzad history thread that you read us last week, and I was we never got a chance, but I had done a little bit of research on Yaroslav Mudry, your namesake. So maybe a little later we'll get into a talk about him, since he was so mistreated in Huila's nonsense history lesson there with Tucker, sorry, the other week. And yeah, so we'll get into that. Do you have anything to start off with, or do you got any news?
I definitely caught that, what you did there. Well done.
I was just slip of the tongue.
Yeah, it happens. So I was wondering if maybe you could start us off with Yaroslav Mudry. That would be cool. I also kind of got a request to do it, to talk about Princess Olta of Kiev. Or should I say Saint? I did some research on her, and I was blown away. She is the one badass woman. Holy moly. I'm
Yeah, and
excited
she
to
started
talk
it all,
about
and she
her.
predated them all. And Volodymyr gets a lot of the her shine. I feel like I thought like felt like that since the first time I heard of her when she was 10. That's really cool.
Yeah, so I'm excited to talk about her. The big kind of story that's unfolding is obviously, unfortunately, on the Poland border with Ukraine. I mean, if you want to talk about escalation, I mean, those Polish farmers, that's called escalation. What they're doing to Ukrainian trucks and the trains, and now buses full of civilian buildings with Ukrainians. I mean, if we really want to discuss escalation, that's it. That's what's happening. So I kind of brought a breakdown as well as to what they are demanding and kind of where they're coming from. Um, Obviously, we know this, that Russia has a very heavy hand in this, and a lot of them do happen to be right. So it's up to you what we want to get into first, Adam. What do you think? Oh, we got Flickr with a hand. So
Yeah, well, let's see what Flickr has to say, and we'll take our guidance from the panel.
Hey, thanks. So I'm gonna be quick. It's probably more of a question because did you guys see? Because I am trying to follow the as the situation unfolds in Poland with the protests, but somebody posted a picture of one of those tractors, sporting a Soviet flag actually on it. USSR, like, the red banner with the hammer and sickle and stuff. And I was like trying to figure out, is this maybe it was like photoshopped or something, but I think it was legit, right? So, Slavi, like you said, there's some really, a radical right, but if that picture was right, there's some really radical left as well, right? Being the communists, I guess, collectivists on tractors, trying to relive some kind of messed up past or something. I don't know.
And honestly, why are they there with those other guys? How does that further the world revolution, right? To help this border blockade. I'm sure they can twist their minds to figure it out. Yeah. It's about both ends of the horseshoe. Doesn't matter which end. And they're both there, which proves that they're not that different from each other. And I love with my nasty bonking account that I don't always use with this account. Uh, I'm a lot meaner, and I just always love to bring that to them. If it is a far right, MAGA person, I sometimes even pretend to mistake them for a tanky, and vice versa. And oh boy, that triggers them real good. But if you mistake them and then you tell them, well, this is, if you're talking to a tanky and you're like, well, oh, well, I thought you were just saying the same thing Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying about it because that's exactly what she was saying about it. And oh, they don't like that. They don't like that at all, Slavi.
there's a profile on just an example of one of the just ordinary Polish farmers, and I haven't had the chance to check out because he does have an account here on X, but United 24 kind of profiled him, and they said, and this is the ordinary Polish farmer his name is Piotr Panasiuk, registered as if by chance is the Russian kind of Facebook, and listed in the MriyaReport database as an agent of the Russian Special Services. Previously, he called for an end to support Kiev in the war against the Russian Federation, and in his account on here on X, writes everything in a spirit of Rus propaganda about the alleged mass mobilization of women in Ukraine and the fact that NATO mercenaries are fighting against the Russian Federation. So, and that's just one of the profiles.
Yeah, you see, Slavi, that's where I have such a big problem with this kind of crap is that, okay, it's one thing, they're trying to peddle Russian propaganda. And I mean, they is kind of people like the one that you just described, right? The fifth column. Okay, got it. Informational space, free chicken. Sure, let's go. Gloves off, I actually made a guy block me today. Got it. But like once they physically, start crossing these lines and physically do, damage to equipment, do damage to, supplies, this kind of stuff, that should have zero tolerance. And this is what I'm really confused about, right? Is it at least appears, right, a very slow response, if any, from Polish people. I'm like, come on, I know there's all of you don't feel the same way. Overwhelming majority of you support Ukraine. Do something about this, because if you're gonna try to be tolerant with these types of people, if you're trying to reason with these types of people, you're gonna lose. They're just typical vatniks, and they need to be dealt with just like with any vatnik, with zero tolerance. I mean, it's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Yeah, Flicker fella, I completely agree with you. I mean, we'll get into it later for demand and what they want. But what they're doing is, I mean, definitely escalatory with their very offensive signs, though in Polish, but I think we all know what kurwa means. Robin, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Lavi. Yeah, I agree with Flickerfella. I just don't understand why the Polish authorities are letting this kind of lawlessness go unopposed. It weakens their authority. It's not just what they're doing to these Ukrainian truckers. And apparently, that person who was dragged off the bus today was an Israeli citizen, wasn't even Ukrainian or Polish or anything else. I mean, it's really out of control. The only thing I just wanted to mention is, talking about the guy with the Soviet flag, and then along with a bunch of extreme right wings. It just goes to show you that, in terms of Russia, it was never really about communism or fascism. It's all about Russian imperialism. That's why a good old KGB agent like Putin could now turn into be a model Russian fascist. Because the ideology is really secondary to the central project of that has always been the Russian project, which is imperialism and taking over their neighbors and subjugating people around them. So anyway, for whatever that's worth. Thanks, Slava Ukraini.
Would say I think that it's important that we use the right names too, or truckers. It does two things. It in the eyes of the general public, it puts them with a group of people that are generally looked well upon and thought of as hard workers and strong people, and because they're the farmers. And it's the same thing in Canada with our blockade bullcrap, is they're the truckers. And so it lended them with the general public this sort of automatic, oh, well, those poor truckers. And it does another thing is when they get attacked on social media and with strong language about truckers or farmers in media, then regular truckers and farmers who aren't involved will feel attacked and will move towards that stupid movement. So let's just try. Oh, I'm out of breath with all this ranting, Slavi. Let's just try to remember that they're not there. I want to call them economic terrorists or Kremlin agitators or just radical populists, but let's not give them this name of a group of people that work hard to feed us and get our stuff where it's going, because they're not. They're just a small, crazy group of them, if they're even that, Slavi, because the first profile you mentioned was FSB agent. Does he even have a class 1 license to drive with air brakes? Like, I don't know. Anyways, Untal, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. Actually, I am a truck driver in Canada, and I'm a little bit of a weird mix because I was born in Colombia, I grew up in the States, and now I live in Canada. I made Canada my home. I'm a truck driver, and I've seen these agitators that usually go along the lines of your average Alex Jones listener, like hardcore vitamin chewing listener, right? These evolution has been going on for a while of making Putin and Russia seem like it's a great idea to join this imperialistic project, and they're all aligned with some pretty bad actors as far as being friendly neighbors goes. All their allies in Latin America are Venezuela and Cuba, two pretty much totalitarian governments, like absolute disregard for human life or human rights or any type of dissent that goes against the regime for a very long time. These are Russia's allies in the region. They're closer than the average American needs to know that they're closer than you think. The Russians and the Iranians are helping each other. They're aligning their interest, and it's obvious. It's been obvious for 2 years on how they're fighting this war. I honestly, when full-scale invasion broke, I was extremely surprised that Russia was allowed and was given a tap on the wrist for daring to openly use and attack Ukraine with Iranian weapons, with Iranian technology, because Russia's so far behind and is such a backwards state that they know they can't produce their own drones. They rely on Iranian cheap labor and stolen technology and shady companies buying moped motors out of nowhere in mass and circumventing sanctions and doing all this weird, shady business to do something so blatantly, like you're shattering every single rule that we have as far as nations or countries, how we get along with our neighbors, how we respect borders, how we respect diversity. And Russia's been pretty successful in fending off any old school American teeth. Think of the Cold War. They know how to get around it now with informational warfare, with having their inside guys. I cannot believe, still, to me, it seems inconceivable that these people call themselves Republicans. Ronald Reagan, not the best president of the United States or human being for that matter. But one thing he had clear was that doesn't matter if you're Republican or you're Democrat, country came first. And the Russians knew that eventually that was their biggest foe. They managed to infiltrate it. They managed to corrupt it. They managed to put all this giant amount of shady money through shady businessmen into the Trump campaign in 2016. I mean, everybody knew. It's not that Obama asked, "Hey, we got to tap his campaign." No, it's that intelligence guys were following basically Russian assets inside the United States, and they're all meeting with Trump. Trump Tower, everybody knows. I don't know, like people, I don't understand still. To me, it's a mystery how this guy just basically reused the fascist book and applied it to modern America and convinced people that he's a leader and he's selling shoes. Like this is the leadership that we have now.
They're the best
The
shoes, though. They're the best shoes in the world. That's what he said, right?
He talks in hyperbole, like everything's the best, everything's the most, the opus, the most open and the biggest. Like I know Trump from my childhood, from Home Alone. This is how old I am, and from being an adult in New York and knowing that going behind Trump Tower, you can go buy Coke there. Everybody knows the security guard from Trump, from the basement, from the garage. That's the guy. Everybody knew that in New York. That's like a thing. All these Russian assets, all the people who buy hotels, apartments in Trump Tower, all these Russian businessmen, all this Israeli dual citizen with massive amounts of money that no one knows where it came from. They're following all these shady people coming to America and they're all meeting with Trump since 2016. And I'm just some guy with pants. And I knew this, like everybody saw it. They started, I don't understand how this guy's like still free.
Well, it may not be the case for very much longer. I'm right there with you with the orange guy. When the space started, until it was like kind of verboten to mention him, but I think that ship has sailed because I think anyone supporting Ukraine has to just look at some of these connections or whatever, and you don't have to be conspiratorial about it. Let's take away all the sort of Kremlin connections that we don't really know what we can't prove. What we see with our eyes is, like you said, a man using all the themes in the fascist playbook and a group of people that are dedicated to him in a cult-like fashion, and it's dangerous for democracy. But go ahead for follow-up, Untal. Sorry, interrupted.
My nightmare is that the leadership will get tired of or weary of a war, and that's what Putin is counting on. And the idea that this guy might pull out of NATO, like, oh Lord, like people don't understand in their head how big of a ripple this would be. Up to now, I think it's been successful. Just to cut, like my final point, they have been successful in mobilizing them. At least is now in the plate in Europe. Europe is, okay, let's get to that 2% of defense spending, but that's not going to be anywhere near enough right? So, like, it is a scary scenario. That's all. Thank you.
I'm just gonna jump in here, Untel, since you brought up Iran and how Iran has been supplying Russia with the Shahed drones. But a story came out today, and we'll get back to the Polish border as well. But I just wanted to, since we got into this topic, so this is according to a report from Reuters. Iran has reportedly dispatched 400 surface ballistic missiles to Russia, as stated by 6 sources, including 3 from within Iran itself. The provision includes nearly 400 missiles from Fateh 110 series. Among them, the hypersonic Zalfagar variant. The first Fateh 110 boasts a warhead weighing up to 650 kilograms and can travel distances of up to 300 kilometers, while the second variant features a warhead of up to 580 kilograms with a range extending up to 700 kilometers. These details are sourced from publicly available information. The shipments commenced in early January with at least 4 transfers already completed and more expected in the coming weeks. I mean, if this isn't escalatory, I don't know what is. And while Ukraine waits for America to approve this damn funding, I mean, come on. Like, and still scared, some of these politicians in the so-called free West are still scared of escalation. I mean, this is just outright insane. Insane to me.
I
All right, let's go ahead, Adam.
I just was going to agree with you. You know, as far as we make fun of Moscow's red lines all the time, but where are our red lines? Like Iran is an enemy. It is there's the revolutionary republics, air quotes, idea to destroy America. It's one of their founding principles, and here they are. There's the Ruskies using rockets, and then Americans still don't allow ATACMS and HIMARS to be used on recognized Russian territories. Sorry, Muscovite territories. Slip of the tongue. Sorry, you guys have been waiting for a while. Thanks for waiting. Flicker fella, proszę дуже.
Щиро дякую. No, it was not a slip of the tongue. Those are synonyms, Adam. It's the same thing.
I just don't really like to say the Stalin name because it's not theirs.
It's
So I
not
just
gonna,
use
yeah.
the ones they don't like.
No, I really appreciate Slavi for sharing that information, right? I mean, de facto, Ukraine is defending itself against 3 countries: North Korea, Russia, and Iran. And I'm sure China is not playing the last violin in this whole thing either. We just, probably haven't caught up to all the intelligence on China as well. And yet Ukraine is by itself. Everybody's, got thumbs up, their places where the sun doesn't shine. Like, what are we waiting for? And the thing is, Ukraine wants to fight. They're like, give us the tools and we will get this shit done. And it's so frustrating, right? But I don't want to drift too far away from another point that I wanted to make when we were talking about the protests and all that stuff. I really appreciate, Adam, what you said, because it's important to have that, in clear focus. It's not all the farmers, it's not all the truckers. It's a very narrow segment, very marginal group of people. They're just very loud, right? The loud minority, essentially, that's trying to hijack different groups. They're trying to portray themselves to be extremely, to pose themselves something that they're not, right? Like, uh, uh, all the truckers recently in the United States were supposed to like not go to New York or something crazy like that. No, it's like maybe probably like 1 or 2 dudes who just very vocal and very loud, and they get financed, and they also get boosted, with their social media posts on X and other places, just creating all this noise and fuss about nothing. But on the on the grand scheme of things, it looks like there's a lot of people there, right? No, it's not. Those are not, yeah. I mean, economic terrorists. I really like that term. I really do, because that's what they are, and we don't need to be afraid of them. We just need to be, we just need to continue to be resolute about, opposition. And like Antal was saying that, his greatest fear was that the leadership is going to get tired. The leadership is not going to get tired, Antal, because we are the leadership. We live in democracies. We have the leadership. We just need to be a little bit louder, and we need to make sure that we follow up on these actions when these new elections cycles come around. We make sure we fire whoever we need to fire. And when I call my representatives, I live in Virginia, but my representatives are actually from different state because I work out of state. But when I call my representatives and even other representatives, right, I tell them, like, look, this is not just like, yeah, you have to do this. Your job's on the line, dude. I'm telling you right now, your job is on the line because I am very motivated. To not only have this conversation with you, but I'm going to have conversation with everybody that I know who could possibly vote for me. And I will make sure they understand and know this, with the actions you're taking or not taking in support of Ukraine, and how that affects in turn our national security and all that stuff. But yeah, we just have to keep pushing. But thanks, appreciate it.
Thanks, Flicker fella. Luca also waited quite a while. Go ahead, my friend. How are you?
Hey, Adam. Yeah, hi. Yeah, so many topics here. Yeah, these Iran missiles are concerning. I think one good thing that I noticed is that there is a counteroffensive in the information space that just has started in the last couple of days. Because, obviously, when you find that Russian intelligence, Putin, was effectively spoon feeding the congressional hearings through, one of his assets to effectively favor, or let's say to interfere with the U.S. elections, and then that person that was paraded for months as a star witness actually goes to jail. I mean, he's suddenly being tried for lying and then getting information. Like, this guy was testifying to Congress and it was getting information from Russian intelligence. I mean, okay, forget the Iranian missiles. Those are bad. But what about effectively putting spoon feeding information through a congressional public hearing to interfere with I mean, what's worse? I mean, he directly nominates himself as the president of the United States and people kiss his feet. I mean, I don't. So obviously, suddenly, the information space is all turning against Russia. What a good timing, especially after the Tucker debacle interview. So okay. So I think what I'm trying to say is that I have no illusion about Speaker Johnson or the extreme MAGA Republicans doing the right thing, but we're so close to straight out treason at this point that I think they are playing for some delays here and with the timely vacation, but I mean, this is not gonna hold. They're gonna have to pass aid, and they're gonna do it begrudgingly and looking like traitors all the while doing it. So I think the battle is over multiple fronts, and also again, I would like to tell you guys, be careful to say, America, not providing. No, it's not that. It's it's the same thing about the truckers or the farmers. It's a minority, allowed, and in this case, treacherous minority. That unfortunately, they don't just have a truck; they have a seat in parliament. And you're right; we could not name them in this space, though I did. I got reprimanded a few times when I said, wait that, the GOP takes control of the House, all the aid. No, Luca, don't say that. You'll see things will be fine. Now we are recognizing it. but now they are being recognized in the media. This is way too much. So I really hope that things will turn. Again, we're in the middle of an election campaign. I call it the 2024 shit show. So, but I think probably the flood. I really imagine that the floodgates will open, and unfortunately, in the meantime, Ukraine just needs to dig in and resist. It's tough. I know it sucks. Sorry about that. Thank you, guys.
No, don't be sorry about anything. And I just said the same thing. I always felt that the Orange Man and his friends were enemies of Ukraine. And earlier in the space times, it was a more controversial subject than it is now, but it's just not anymore. And I'm glad of that change, and glad to not be able to hold my tongue. The thing about that, Luca, is Smirnoff. Okay, a little vignette for you guys, an Adam skit. Ladies and gentlemen of the House of Representatives of the United States of America, I represent to you our first and only witness against the president's son, the Democrat, evil president's son, Hunter Biden. His name is literally effing Yakov Vladimirovich Smirnov. He's named after the worst Russian but most popular Moscow vodka in the world that's better used to clean your nail polish or remove paint from paint cans or whatever. Nothing useful. And it's just mind-blowing, you guys. I can't, the House hears Mr. Yakov Smirnov. What do you have to say about the president's son? Give me a break. Go ahead and talk.
Oh, sorry about that little technical glitch here. Yes.
Oh, Until, can you come closer to the mic?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Sorry, I got an echo.
You're good. We'll tell you if it's not working in top.
Okay, perfect. The prospect of Ukraine aid being compromised, this point I think should be the one at the forefront of the presidential campaign. It should be either we give them the hardware or we're gonna give them more blood, because this war is not gonna stop. Putin's not gonna stop. There are no plans to stop. We shouldn't have any plans to stop either. And you were right. Somebody said we needed a united front, that the war is in different fronts. Definitely is creating conflict, and we're starting to see who is aligned with who is friends with who. All these transfers of military material from North Korea, all these actions across different spaces, areas, at the same time, and in a coordinated fashion. They're making business. They're trying to circumvent sanctions. I think every time I hear that somebody got sanctions, I laugh. Because it's a joke. It literally does absolutely nothing as stopping anybody or curbing behavior. No, you just create a new law that you can circumvent very easily. And there's places that you can do that, and everybody knows this. Everybody knows how Russia circumvents. It's not like a big mystery, right? That being said, I hope that the American public realizes how paramount for their survival, for their own survival, it is to aid and assist in any way, shape, or form the Ukrainian struggle for self-determination, and independence. Um, just on those facts, just on that. Whether you like Zelensky or not, or whether you're entitled to your own opinion within a modern Ukraine. I see two struggles very similar when I look at Israel and when I see Ukraine and how Ukraine behaves. And it's a matter of self-preservation, self-existence. I want to keep my language. I want to keep my culture. I want to keep my ancestral territories. And they trusted us. I always explain this every time my friends. I always rant about Ukraine, by the way, because I have it in my mind 24/7. I tell them it's a matter of principle. No other nation in history, except one other, gave up its nuclear arsenal for a promise of peace and protection. They trusted us. We owe it to them. Is the least that we could do. Is the minimum, bare minimum that we could do for them, to aid them and assist them in any shape or form. All steel production in the city of Hamilton and in London can be geared very easily and very quickly to produce military material to aid Ukraine. This is not a secret. This is, everybody knows this, but it's all shut down. It's all powered down. It's all mothballed. We need to start reactivating these things around the world in different countries and aid the long-term production of material for Ukraine. And I don't trust, I remember I have a Saint Javelin in my car. And I remember everybody with their fingers crossed, hopefully the Javelins make it in time. And after so much pushing and calling and asking about it, calling local MPs, this is important, Ukraine needs this. Now I see it as like, that should be a guiding principle to gear a lot of sectors in the economy to start helping. Do your part. Start collecting your fat grease from your steak. So we can, this is a World War II reference that I found fascinating. Everybody used to collect their bacon fat, basically. And once a week or every now and often, somebody would pass by and pick it up. And it would be to create basically explosives, glycerine, and all sorts of things. We need to start thinking like that. We need to start, all the mothball things that grandpa and grandma, try to teach us about and try to like warn us about, they're coming back. And this is not like a new thing. I understand the generational change and but this is not a new thing that we can rediscover. We have the memes, we have the books, we have the people that know this. We have history, and we have so much information in the palm of our hands, but porn's more important, I guess. If you look at, but I mean, Ukraine needs to be top list on everybody's calls and everybody's minds and everybody's effort all throughout NATO. If the alliance is to survive, the only way to assure the survival of everybody is to join the defense. There's no question about what countries are actually our friends or not. For example, I question Turkey as a NATO ally. I'm entitled to those opinions. Doesn't mean anything bad against my Turkish brothers. It's just their leadership, how it has behaved in the international stage. When you look at it, you pick it apart, it's kind of shady. But other than that, everybody, there's a set of laws that we can all abide that we can all coordinate and operate under that benefits us all, because the big bear is hungry and we are nice, juicy, and fat, and the bear wants what we have. I love how I run into Russian friends, Russian schoolmates, and they love Putin. So they end up getting along with the right-wing Alex Jones friend. And all of a sudden you're having these conversations of what have I done? I brought together two of the worst ideas and now they know each other. but only in the West you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to dissent here. In Canada, I'm allowed to have a different opinion than you. But you have all these truckers quoting like Second Amendments. It's like, buddy, you have no amendments. This is Canada. What are you talking about? Right? Low information, misguided. And I think radicalized online, basically, Alex Jones, that guy is a danger to society at large. And yeah, speaking of dangers, I'm going to mute myself now because I think I'm ranting. But yeah, let's go on to the next person that would like to talk.
Thanks, Vintal. Yeah, and it really grinds my gears, as they say, that we find that the same border blockade, economic terrorism has been using against Ukraine now, that was used against both, European countries and Canada in the past. But Untal, I wanted to ask you, since you're from, I think, Ontario, maybe I shouldn't say, but you mentioned the steel plants in London. Have you ever heard of a singer named Corin Raymond? I'll take that as a no. Anyway, he's got a song about truckers in Canada, and it's really lovely. And I like to think about it when people, because not all truckers, as we like to say on this space lately. Anyways, not needed. Slavi, tell us about the Polish-Ukrainian border.
Well, I was gonna just ask you the same thing. You know how they've been dumping Ukrainian grain from trucks, then trains. I was gonna ask you, how important is grain from Ukraine for Ukrainians?
Yeah, very important. The visceral reaction I saw from Ukrainian Twitter when that started happening was palpable. Gave me goosebumps. But and I never really thought of it that way, and it made me feel really like a privileged Western Canadian because for all that I knew about Holodomor and was raised Ukrainian and taught about all these things very young, it never affected me the way it seemed to affect Ukrainci that I've met on Twitter and otherwise. And very, very harsh. And like to say, real farmers who respect the food that they grow and the respect that it's a sacred duty to all of humanity that they do just wouldn't do that. And it's gross. Another reason not to deign them with that honorly name. Go ahead, Slavi.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say it's sacred to Ukrainians, and really, like they don't need to dump that. Just if you're gonna protest, then protest. I mean, that was huge escalatory move on their part. Um, so I just wanted to kind of break down what is happening. Um, so the Polish farmers have been. Oh, just one before I get into this. Um, They've been planning some of this, and then they actually say where they're gonna protest like days, if not weeks before. How come Polish government can't get ahead of this and stop it? Like they literally say where they're going to be. Like it's kind of silly to me.
It's
Um,
really silly. And Slavi, it's the exact same thing with our quote unquote trucker protest here a few years ago in Canada. They announced everything that they were going to do, and the government seemed paralyzed to just put a stop to the silliness. And it just got bigger and bigger and out of control. And I don't know. There's got to be some sort of way to make it stop it earlier. Just like this thing that you're planning, this economic terrorism that you've announced, will not stand, and just pull them over at some point when there's only 10 of them on the way there on the separate highways, before they even meet. Like, we know what you're gonna do. You plan this thing. You put it on your stupid Facebook page. Anyway, Slavi, go ahead.
All right. So, so this is kind of like a earlier post that I had found, kind of the breakdown of it, and so the protests have escalated to a complete blockade of all traffic at the Tarhusk border crossing with Ukraine. So, what are the farmers' demands? Low prices and high costs. Farmers face challenges selling products at fair prices due to cheap imports from Ukraine and other countries. Now, unfair competition and dumping. The farmers accused Ukraine of unfair trade practices, including dumping agricultural products to Poland below production costs. They claim Ukraine violates EU standards on quality, safety, and animal welfare, giving them an unfair advantage over Polish farmers. Green transition and climate change. Farmers oppose EU's green transition and climate change policies as they view them as unrealistic, impractical, and detrimental to their livelihoods and traditions. So, how have the authorities responded? This is Ukraine's stance. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky said, this was about a week ago, the situation at the border demonstrated the erosion of solidarity on a daily basis. Only 5% of Ukraine's agricultural exports go through the Poland border, indicating the issue is more political than grain related. This was Zelensky. Now, this is the Polish stance. Poland's deputy agricultural minister rejected such criticism on Tuesday and suggested that Zelensky should come and see the problem of the Polish farmers for himself. So, this has been affecting Ukraine's military capabilities as well. Ukraine has expressed concerns that the blockades are impacting its defense capabilities and furthering Russia's objectives. Polish farmers have blocked the transportation of military equipment for the Ukrainian army by obstructing truck drivers at the Polish-Ukrainian border. Now, this is where we're at, the solution. That's what we need. We need a swift solution. So the Ukrainian agriculture minister Mykola Solsky said on Monday, this was a week ago, that not this Monday, past Monday, that was ready for all options and sought a constructive solution. Polish agriculture minister said that he is negotiating with Ukraine and that a deal limiting imports could be reached by the end of March. Now, I hope that this happens a lot faster than March, and since what we've seen today with the huge escalation, I mean, they took a woman. I posted it to the nest and handcuffed her. And Adam, you're right to call them terrorists because I don't want to call them
Well,
farmers.
today they crossed the line and they
Yeah.
physically touched a human being and invoked terror in that person illegally, and what a terrorist, the definition of a terrorist. I'm sorry, I'm so interrupty tonight, geez, Slavi, is someone who takes away the government's monopoly on violence in order to make whatever order, and that's not the definition, but it's something I think that's part of the thing. And so they crossed the line today, is all I wanted to say. So it's easier today to call them terrorists. Sorry for interrupting you for the 47th time this evening.
I like interrupting, Adam. There's a lot of passion in there and anger because that's what it is. It's very very aggravating to be watching this unfold. It's just, I mean, and they're not, most likely, if this is not stopped, this is not stopping. It's just going to keep escalating. So I know Flicker fella, you had your hand up for a while. Please go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, Slavi. No, I just wanted to do a quick comment about the grain, visual trigger kind of thing, right? You mentioned how important it is for Ukrainians. It is, yeah. And you guys already said it, but I wanted to reflect real quick on it too, because when I saw it for the first time, and I'm originally from Ukraine, to me it was it shocked me. It really did, because I remember listening to a lot of stories and about the Holodomor and how people, were dying just to get a handful of those um, grain seeds, right? Um, but the more I was dwelling on this and thinking about this, the conclusion that I'm coming to is that this was done intentionally to create that type of picture. It was intentionally done this way to create this type of response in individual people like myself and so many others. It's specifically probably Ukrainians more so than maybe Westerners, because Russia wants to create this image and pit Ukrainian people against Polish people. Um, so I am 100% certain, and I could be wrong, right? But this is kind of my opinion on this. Those people who operate, those economic terrorists, right? I mean, just bandits. Um, they have they get direct orders from Kremlin, and they have explicit orders. I'm sure, very detailed. This is what you will do on this day. This is how things are going to unfold this day, right? And they just operate unchallenged. That's like Anam was saying. I mean, when the government loses the monopoly on violence, it stops being the government. That's when basically anarchy sets in, and I don't know what Polish people are waiting for. Yeah, thanks.
I wonder, have you ever had a grandma, or no, I know you had a grandma, but if you had grandma or
I had
grandfather
two.
tell you, oh my gosh, no way. No, but it was like instilled with me as a child to never, never, ever play with the bread. Obviously, finish all your food, but to never play with the bread. Like that
Oh no,
was sacred.
100%. Yeah, you do not do that. Yeah, that's bread. Out of all the other things, bread was and is very sacred. That's not something you drop, and if you drop, you pick it up, and you clean it, and then you still eat it,
Five
right?
second rule.
Even if you dropped it. Well, I mean, there was really no second. It's food, right? Like especially bread. So it was, yeah, no, same here.
I think Canadian Babas who lived through the hard times in the old country tended to also push a bunch of food in their direction of their grandchildren because they remembered the hunger that they experienced when they were younger. And that's how I, in my sheltered Western way experience what you guys are talking about. Um, and of course, yeah, she always picked up bread off the floor. And I remember thinking it was strange because mom never did it, but Baba sure did.
It was my grandma used to cry when I couldn't finish my food, or she would see me. I'd go visit her back in Kharkiv, and she would start crying because she saw me looking like thin, and she would feed me like right away with a table already made food. But it just shows that kind of um trauma, like emote trauma from Holodomor, and like knowing all that and seeing somebody, I guess, thin to her. She had to fatten me up right away. But yeah, it was kind of an instinct, that's scary.
Yeah, and not just Holodomor, because there was lots of times of lesser um, want for food in the Soviet bloc, and especially in the 90s too, after the collapse and during the economic crisis. There were, I heard stories from friends that I met volunteering over there and saying, yeah, there was 2-3 weeks in the 90s where we had a loaf of bread and 2 cans of soup for the family, and there was just nothing else because we didn't have, we weren't related to the guy who used to run the store, who now sort of just owns the store, but he doesn't have anything to sell because everything's upside down. Ay,
Yeah.
ay, ay.
Actually, well, that's how my parents kind of survived. They had me, and in the Soviet times, in the 90s, to kind of, I don't want to expose my age completely, but yeah, in the 90s, you'd get these like tokens. Like if you had a child, you get tokens so you can go to the store, and it was meant to be for the kid. But I mean, I was just a baby. I couldn't eat like a kalbasa, so my parents would use it to feed themselves. And I guess in a way, the stories from what they told me kind of saved people from having a child. Because I mean, like, look, I would, my mom was breastfeeding me. I didn't have teeth to eat a kalbasa or like eggs or whatever. But so you would use like these tokens that I guess the Soviet regime would give.
Unreal. And people want to go back to that business. Silliness. Slavi, is it Yaroslav Mudry time? Or actually, we've been in a sort of military vein. Maybe we'll stay with that. I saw a story about Canada getting in on the drone program, and 800 drones worth, I think, $95 million Canadian, so roughly $5 American. Do you want to hear about that? Or are we done? Or you still got more border stuff?
No more border stuff. I do have some stuff on the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. Um, and then Budanov, I'll do that. Budanov said, and we love our Budanov, but he said that Russia does not have the strength to achieve its main strategic goal, the capture of Donetsk and Luhansk regions by the end of this year, according to the head of main directorate and intelligence of Ministry of Defense, Budanov. Hopefully those Iranian missiles won't contribute that much, even though they're probably meant for civilians. But at the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, one of the power lines sustained damage due to shelling. The representatives of Ukrenergo confirmed the incident, noting that it occurred during a period of calm and with military authorization. Despite the ongoing conflict in the high security area, efforts are being made to address the situation. It's crucial to highlight that the connection between the Western European Union and the energy system relies solely on one power transmission line. So here we go again on the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. I just can't believe. I think Russia is still kind of running that power plant, even though they're completely incapable of doing so.
Yeah, and it just really fell off the radar. I'm so disappointed. There's another one. How many things that we all thought would be a red line for A, the general public, and B, our government and leaders is, you know, the nuclear terrorism. Iran, getting weapons from Iran, eternal enemy. Getting weapons from South Korea, eternal enemy. Holding back um, aid to Israel along with Ukraine. Like that one is even crazier to me, Slavi. The GOP has been, you know, Israel's biggest supporter for forever. And here we are in this topsy-turvy world where they can't even pass. I was happy when it got lumped together with the Israel stuff because I thought it would automatically pass. I kind of wandered there, but just speaking to the red lines that should have that should have been crossed. And there's another one, again, with the nuclear terrorism.
Yeah, I agree. I was just looking up as what's happening on the resolution, hopefully soon on the Ukraine and Poland border. And I guess they, from what I can find, they have initiated discussions regarding a potential meeting at the governmental and heads of state level along the border. Um, I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, Adam, should we go ahead and do? Did you say you have Yaroslav Mudry story?
I'm going to go to these Canadian drones first because I have a
Oh
point to make
yes,
about
yes,
it.
yes.
I've got a bunch of.
Okay, yeah.
So this is from the CBC, which is Canada's public broadcaster. Canada donating hundreds of drones to help war effort in Ukraine. The federal government is donating more than 800 drones to help the war effort in Ukraine, Defense Minister Bill Blair announced Monday. Sky Ranger R70 drones are made in Waterloo, Ontario, and can carry cargo weighing up to 3.5 kilograms. The drones can be coupled with surveillance cameras to carry out reconnaissance missions, Blair said Monday. These drones are going to help Ukraine's frontline troops assess targets and threats quickly with accuracy and effectiveness. The cost of the drones, roughly $95 million, comes from the $500 million military aid package announced by the government in June. Blair said the drones are expected to be delivered by Ukraine to Ukraine by the spring. There's a few things I want to say about that. I used to depend on these guys a lot for my news source, and I know why I don't now. This is just a tiny, short, useless article that doesn't really tell us much, and it doesn't really tell us much context. And so I'll get into it. The 800 drones are a Canadian developed and Canadian made drone, Sky Ranger R70, and it's made in Waterloo, Ontario. So one thing this government broadcaster article fails to mention is that is $95 million staying right in Southern Ontario's beleaguered manufacturing industry. So, hello, CBC. Tell us about that, you guys. This is just lazy reporting. So that's relates to another thing that I was going to read about, and I could only find two sources on it. And so I don't know if it's for real. I found it in Ukrainska Pravda and then Ukrinform. And the wording in the Ukrinform article is hilarious because apparently their reporter cornered Bill Blair maybe after this announcement and asked them about our CR7 surface-to-surface missiles that Canada has a ridiculous number of. Are you guys ready for a ridiculous number of surface-to-surface missiles? 83,303 of them. So apparently this defense minister, our defense minister in Canada, made hinted to this one Ukrinform reporter that they were still considering delivering these missiles, and they're working with the Ukrainian government on the platform that they'll use them on. And but I could only find two sources about this, so it's a little bit sketchy. But I just wanted to use this for all our Canadian listeners here on Wednesday night. Is a good time, and even if the article is fake, it's a good time to remind the Canadian government, federal government, that we have 83,303 surface-to-surface missiles that would destroy a lot of Vatniks on the battlefield that need to be sent to Ukraine. So send a nice letter to this Bill Blair fella and ask him if the Ukrinform article is true and whether they're still considering it, and urge him to continue for all the reasons we've listed in a lot tonight, Slavi. So what do you think about that? 83,000 missiles.
I think they should be in Ukraine like yesterday.
So yeah, I was pretty excited when I saw it, but when I tried to dig down, as Prince Heather taught me, it was I could only find the single source for this. But it reminded me, I just wanted to say tonight, let's write those letters to the federal government, Canadian friends.
Yeah.
Um,
Since we're talking about drones, did you know that in Kiev now they have kitchen drones? They have drones to
Stotza? Stotza?
yeah,
Send it to me.
drone kitchens in Kiev. I'm just looking it up. Ukrainian civilians are building FPV drones to attack the Russian invaders, but the creativity of Ukrainian people has no limits. From making DIY trench candles for the military to the assembling combat FPV drones in the kitchen. Um, every drone and every initiative holds a significance for the army. The ingenuity and resourcefulness of the Ukrainian people are boundless, beginning with the productions of canned food and the trench candles for the military. Well, that was in early 2022. We have progressed to assembling FPV drones right in our kitchens, the DIY drones. So, in real time, the essence of our nation is evolving. Drones in the kitchen represent a cultural phenomenon that we aspire to expand and share with the world. Yeah, this was written by United 24, I think, to kind of glorify what the drones or the significance are the drones are doing for the Ukrainian people. And I guess the people of Ukraine are literally assembling drones, DIY drones in their kitchens. How cool is that?
That is so cool, and I feel like after the war, there's going to be so many drones, and people are going to be so good at it that they're going to be like getting each other stuff from the houses. It's just like funny, like, oh, can you reach on the high shelf with the drone, Slavi, and get that jar down, because they're going to be all be so good at piloting and making drones. I have a personal anecdote about that particular thing. A good friend and a volunteer who I worked with in Lviv, um, construction projects that he was working on with me finished, and he changed gears, and now his volunteer life is building drones, and he's a technically minded guy, but he's definitely never built any sort of unmanned aerial vehicle before, and so that's his volunteer thing now. So it's spreading everywhere, and lots more people are doing it. And I wouldn't be surprised if they find even more creative ways to use them for everything, because
No,
for the great accelerator, Slavi.
yeah, now I'm thinking to kind of dust off my drone. Well, it's not my drone, but I got it for my father on for Father's Day when they first kind of hit the market for the people. And we got it out, kind of played with it, and then flew it into the house. And that was it for it. It didn't break or anything, but it's quite hard to control those things, at least like in the beginning. Unless you're like a PlayStation, or like you can control the thing well, but it was it does take a lot of
I can
skill. It
say
does take a lot of skill.
video game experience does not help with piloting drones from my own personal experience. But yeah, same story. That's so hilarious, Slavi. We got one from my brother-in-law for Christmas many years ago, and they were cool. And we flew it around a few times, but I don't think it's the kind of one that would help in a war. What I remember about it is that we made it down about a block from the house, and then it sort of petered out because we had the camera going too, and it's got a tiny battery. I don't think it's going to deliver anyone food or bombs at all, but maybe some surveillance
You
for a
gotta
few
start
seconds.
somewhere, like as a practice drone.
Go ahead, Flicker fella.
No, I was gonna say that Ukrainian SBU Alpha units, they actually have those like super tiny drones that they use. Because those are specialized units, and they kind of considered to be special operations. They use tiny, I mean, like a mosquito drone, basically, right? It allows them to fly with relatively high precision inside confined space, right? And it kind of allows them to do, to check rooms in advance in the building or houses and things like that. I thought it was really cool. So yeah, every size matters, I guess.
Those tiny ones, and they're about the size of like a big dragonfly. Are you talking about those ones, the surveillance ones?
Yeah, yeah. You always, yeah. It reminds me of the dragonfly or the hummingbird. Yeah, but they're pretty tiny.
Yeah, that is some space age business. Well, we're out of hands, Slavi. Is it time to read about Yaroslav Mudry?
I think so. I'm pretty excited.
So I found this on the Internet Encyclopedia of Ukraine, and I did a lot of searching for him. And because of that Ruski Mir contamination, Wikipedia is not a source you want to use. So I found this one, and it's a very Ukrainian-centric source, so I went with it. So, Yaroslav the Wise, Yaroslav Volodymyrovich Mudry, and his patronymic refers to his father, who baptized Kiev and Rus in 988. So he was born in 978 on the 20th of February, 1054. Whoa, just passed his birthday in Kyiv. Timely. Grand Prince of Kyiv from 1019, son of Grand Prince Volodymyr the Great and Princess Rohinda of Polotsk, half-brother of Sviatopolk I, Mstislav Volodymyrovich, and Saints Boris and Gleb, two saints, as his brothers, father of 7 princes, including Izyaslav, Yaroslavich, Sviatoslav, II Yaroslavich, and Vsevolod Yaroslavich. During his father's reign, Yaroslav governed the lands of Rostov and Novgorod the Great from 1010. While ruling Novgorod, which became his main power base, he rebelled against his father by refusing to pay the yearly tribute of 2,000 silver hryvnia to Kyiv. His father died in 1015 while preparing an expedition to subdue Novgorod, and after his death, Yaroslav waged war against his brother Sviatopolk from the Kievan throne. He defeated Sviatopolk and his Pecheng allies at the Battle of Lubech in 1015 and assumed the title of Grand Prince. In 1018, however, Sviatopolk and his father-in-law, Boleslav I, the Brave of Poland, defeated Yaroslav's army at the Bu River and drove Yaroslav from Kyiv. In 1019, Yaroslav and his Novgorodian army routed Sviatopolk at the Alta River and regained the Kievan throne. That is a long way to go, Slavi. And I remember we talked about this a couple weeks ago, and that really messed up method of transfer of power that the Rus had did them no favors. So because it wasn't a straight line to the throne, he had to go through several half brothers and brother-in-laws for that matter. To retain his authority in northern Rus in 1021, Yaroslav fought and defeated his cousin Bratisław Iaslavich of Polotsk, thereby gaining his loyalty. Yaroslav's half-brother, Mstislav Volodymyrovich of Tmutorkan and Chernihiv, who was vying for control of southern Rus, proved to be a more stubborn opponent. After being defeated by him in Letsven near Chernihiv in 1024, Yaroslav was forced to cede to Mstislav all of left bank Ukraine except the Pereyaslav Principality. An accord between them was reached in Horodok in 1026, and Yaroslav assisted Mstislav in 1029 campaigns against the Yazians and the Kazogians. thereby extending his realm to the Caucasus Mountains. Mstislav in turn helped Yaroslav consolidate his power west of the Dnieper River. In 1030, Yaroslav conquered lands between Lake Pipus and the Baltic Sea and founded there the city of Yurev, named after Yaroslav's Christian name Yuri Hrihori. Now Tartu in Estonia. That's crazy. In 1030 and 31, with Mstislav's help, he regained the Chervin towns from Borislav I the Brave and annexed the Polish-ruled lands between the Sian River and the Bu River, where he founded Yaroslav, now the city of Yaroslav in Poland. After Mstislav Volodymyrovic's death in 1036, Yaroslav annexed his lands and became the unchallenged ruler of Kievan Rus, except for the Polotsk Principality, which remained under Beryaslav. In 1038 to 1042, he waged successful campaigns against Lithuanian Yatvigians, Mazovia, the ally of his brother-in-law, Casimir I of Poland, and the Baltic Yamians and Chudians. In 1043, however, his military expedition against Constantinople, led by his son Volodymyr of Novgorod, and the Chiriach Vishata, ended in a disastrous defeat. To defend his state from nomadic tribes, Yaroslav fortified the southern frontier by building along the Ros River and the Tribuz River and the Sula River, the towns of Korsun, Kanyev, Peryaslav, and Lubny, and Lukomi, and lines of ramparts, castles, and outposts. In 1037, he routed an army of Pechengs that had attacked Kyiv and initiated construction of the St. Sophia Cathedral to commemorate his victory. During Yaroslav's reign, the cities of Kyiv, Novgorod, Chernihiv, Peryaslav, Volodymyr Volensky, and Turiv were considerably transformed. Over 400 churches were built in Kyiv alone, which was turned thereby into an architectural rival of Constantinople. Yaroslav's walled inner city in Kyiv covered an area of nearly 60 hectares. It was entered through the Golden Gate, Polish Gate, and Jewish Gate, and the St. Sophia Cathedral stood at the center, encircled by large palaces. To strengthen his power and provide order in social and legal relations in his realm, Yaroslav arranged for the compilation of a book of laws called Pravda Yaroslava, Yaroslav's Justice. Oh, it just reloaded on me and sent me far away.
Oh no, hate it when that happens. But it happens all the
That's what
time.
it did. Yeah. Sorry, guys. There we are. So Yaroslav's Justice, the oldest part of the Ruskaya Pravda. During his rule, so this is what Hoyle was saying, part of what his argument was that Yaroslav was a Russian king because he attacked his father and brothers and all of those guys from the city of Novgorod, which is a Russian city, which is just really silly histrionics because Moscow literally didn't exist at the time. The concept of the Russian Empire didn't exist at the time. And in fact, if you look at the history of Novgorod, it was taken over and supplanted by the Muscovites much later, and they had their own thriving culture and trade and everything that was supplanted and taken over at that time. So just some silliness. Part of the reason why we wanted to do this was to combat some of that ridiculous stuff that we heard in the Tucker interview. So during his rule, Christianity spread and grew stronger in Rus. He actively suppressed paganism, and the organizational and hierarchical structure of the Rus Church was established. In 1039, the existence of the Kyiv metropoly was confirmed in writing as being under the jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Constantinople. Yaroslav instituted a statute defining the rights of the church and clergy. Apart from Constantinople's right to conform the appointment of the metropolitan, the Rus church was autonomous. And in 1051, Yaroslav initiated the Sobor of Bishops that chose Ilyaron as the first metropolitan of Kyiv. The first monasteries in Rus were formally established during Yaroslav's reign. He founded a primary school and library at the St. Sophia Cathedral and sponsored the translation of Greek and other texts to Church Slavonic, the copying of many books, and the compilation of a chronicle. Yaroslav strengthened the international role of Kievan Rus through dynastic unions. He married Ingigrid, the daughter of King Olaf Skotkonung of Sweden, and arranged marriages for his daughters Yelizaveta Yaroslavna, Anna Yaroslavna, and Anastasia with Kings Harold III of Norway, Henry I of France, and Andrew I of Hungary, respectively. That's why, you guys, he's called the father of European nobility, because he married his kids around like crazy. His son, Izyaslav Yaroslavich, married Gertrude, the daughter of Mizyko II of Poland. Vsevolod Yaroslavich, the Byzantine princess Maria of the Monomachus line, Sviatoslav II Yaroslavich, the granddaughter of Emperor Henry II, and Volodymyr Oda, the daughter of Count Leopold von Stade. The monarchs Olaf II Haraldson and Harold III of Norway, and Edmund III Ironsides of England sought asylum at Yaroslav's court, and he concluded alliances with emperors Henry II, Conrad II, and Henry III. Busy guy. During Yaroslav's reign, the influence of the Varangians was limited exclusively to the military. Administrative and governing functions were assumed largely by indigenous viceroys. As European power, Kievan Rus reached its zenith under his rule. To ensure the unity of his state, Yaroslav introduced primogeniture, according to which his eldest living son, Izyaslav Yaroslavich of Turiv, was to succeed him as Grand Prince and ruler of Kyiv and the Novgorod lands. Sviatoslav II Yaroslavich would rule the Chernihiv land of Murom and Tmutakan, Vsevolod Yaroslavich, the Pereyaslav and Rostov lands, Ihor, the Volodymyr and Volinsky lands, and Vyacheslav, the Smolensk lands. As a result, the Kievan Rus would never again be united. So his biggest mistake after all of it, Slavy, was, not instituting a more Western form of transfer of power, of all of it to his eldest son or something of that sort. But their style just caused wars amongst themselves, and it ended up being their downfall. And that's your namesake, Slavy.
I know, and I'm pretty proud of it. I think I said this before, but I was let's put it this way. I was born on one of his daughter's birthdays, but it's also marks the day he died as well. But when my mom named me, had no idea of this. She found this like years later in a newspaper, when those newspapers could print the true Ukrainian history. So yeah, that's kind of, he truly is kind of like my saint.
That's really amazing. So birthday and name day and death day all tied into one. I think he he didn't. I just wish he'd done better with. He did so much, but just couldn't keep the Rus together. But the entire world would be entirely different if he had. So yeah, interesting history. The thing that I learned, I knew most of that stuff from different Ukrainian history readings, but I want to look into his two brothers that are sainted and why they're sainted. That's pretty interesting. Hello, Ink. What do you have
Hi.
to
Yeah,
say
no,
about
I
that?
was really interested in where did you draw that material from? And I missed the first part. Were you talking about Prince Vlad, that's the statue in Kiev?
So this is he was the ruler after the ruler of Kiev and Rus after Volodymyr the Great, and
Okay.
then Volodymyr was his dad.
Okay, so Prince Vlad was his father, the fellow that Slavi is named after. Do I have this genealogy correct?
No, Yaroslava is the feminine version of Yaroslav. So she's actually our co-host here is Yaroslavna Mudra,
Okay.
and that's what I think.
Okay. All right. So where did you get that from? Because I've sort of taken notes, like when I listened to Timothy Snyder with his Yale, classroom on the history of Ukraine, and I've taken notes and stuff, and I've always been sort of I teased my friend Irina when I was there about are you sure that because the only Vlad that Americans know are like Vlad the Impaler, right? And so I would tease my Ukrainian translator about the big statue, but no, it was a really big deal when I was there. I mean, we went up. There's a hill, and you could probably refresh my memory because this is like back in 2008. But there's a hill with a bunch of government buildings, and then you take a walk down the river, and I mean, it's just this beautiful walk. And then at the very end of that, you get to where the statue of Prince Vlad is, and it's just the most beautiful view coming down that hill, and then that area where the statue is, just the most beautiful view of the Dnieper. It was lovely. Anyway, so I want to know what your source material was, Adam, for this stuff because I'm interested in it. That's it.
So I'm about to I'll post it in a
Oh,
tweet,
cool. Okay.
and it's encyclopediaofukraine.com.
Oh, okay. So it's
So
available on.
I looked for a lot of stuff, and I said right before you missed the beginning, but I was saying it's his story's pretty contaminated by Ruski Mir and lots of those ideas. So I first stop was Wikipedia, glancing through that, and I didn't like it too much,
Right.
and a bunch of the articles and stuff. So I found a more Ukrainian source for
Well,
it,
cool. Oh,
and
yeah. I'm
that's
looking
it. And
forward.
I'll put it in the nest
Yeah. Thank you so much because that
as
was
soon as
really
I get the tweet
interesting.
going. And it has a lot of links within it, like it's because it's the Encyclopedia of Ukraine. So as I was reading it, when I lost my place there, is because my fat fingers slipped, and I clicked on one of the links to Saint Sophia Cathedral, for
Right.
example. So
Right.
it's a pretty cool article because it just goes, it
Oh, I'm
spiders
gonna love
everywhere
this.
to all of the
Yeah,
different things.
it'll
So
be
I'll put
great.
it in
It'll
the
take
nest.
me hours to climb through the various levels. It'll be fun. So, okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, put it in the nest and I'll grab it. Thank you.
No problem. Go ahead, Flicker fella.
Hey, yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate this, lecture, lesson on Yaroslav Mudry. Um, I had a question. Are you, or maybe Slavi, have you guys heard of this YouTube channel? It's called Vox Veritatis, I think. The host name is Vitaly. He's a Ukrainian professional historian, and basically, what he does, he trolls Russians on Chat Ruletka, and he makes videos of discussing basically history, everything that has to do with history, and he packages a certain way to where it really destroys all the Russian narratives about any form of inheritance that Russia could possibly have to Ukraine or Kiev and Rus specifically. And that dude's on point. I always thought it would be so awesome to get him, to this space, once in a while, and maybe do like Q&As, because again, he's a professional historian. He studied history, like he knows everything as far as all the material, what's fictional, what is not, all the different basically theories as well, right? In addition to things that are factual, but also the theories on it. I don't know if you guys heard of him, but it's a really good channel. The only downside is that I don't think he speaks English, so we need to get some kind of translation there or interpretation.
Not a problem. I know a really good Ukrainian speaker, multilingualist, and she's very smart, Yaroslava Mudra. But what's this guy's name again?
So his name is Vitaly, but his channel is Vox Veritatis. I think it's like Latin or something. I can't remember what it stands for. Something voice of truth or something like that.
That's a very good idea, Flickr. And this is a horizontal civic society action here at MriyaReport. And if you can get into contact with this guy, that I feel like that a history discussion would be great, and we'd love to have him up. So
Yes,
DM me his channel, but and Slavi can translate for us too, unless I'm overstepping, Slavi.
Oh, no, I could definitely. That was a great suggestion, though. Flickr, can you send us as well the links to his stuff as well?
Yeah, I will. I'm driving right now, so once probably maybe in
Pull
30
over and
minutes.
do it now.
First
Yeah,
thing
that's
tomorrow.
that's not acceptable.
Yeah, let me just park right in the middle of the highway real quick and get the stuff out to
Now
you. I
you're
mean, priorities, right? It's about priorities.
Yeah.
That's it.
Think of Ukraine, Flickr. No, finish your drive, sir. I'm totally kidding, man. But yeah, whenever you can, and then contact them yourself, and maybe we'll all throw them a word, and it'd be great to have them on. More Ukrainian voices. I love it, Slavi.
I like it when Ukrainians do kind of crafty stuff like that. I mean, that you gotta admit it. That's pretty interesting kind of way to doing it. Like,
So, Ink, sorry, Slavi. Ink, I put it up in the nest. It's the second tweet after, or it should be the first tweet. The second tweet. It's the first tweet. It's going to be the second tweet because I'm going to put our truck fundraiser in the spot in the first tweet where it belongs.
I got it already. Thank you, Adam.
Awesome. And so maybe it's because I'm trying to put it in and it's already in the nest. No, there it is. So our truck fundraiser, we are raising $14,000 for trucks for the 18th Brigade of the National Guard of Ukraine and the Separate Assault Special Forces Group Omega of the NGU. The trucks will go directly to the front lines. No amount is small. Folks, we don't want your lunch money, but we do want your maybe afternoon coffee money. So please help us out and get us to the goal for our next fundraiser if you can. And public announcement complete, Slavi. Sorry for interrupting.
that was a very important interruption. And guys, don't forget, if you can't donate, it's okay. Unless what Adam said. But if you could please get the word out there by sharing it, by tweeting it out, you can quote it. Just please help us get the word out there. That would be great help. And so should we get into Princess Olga? What do you think, Adam?
Is it history night? Let's do it. I want to hear about Olha because she was, I think, Yaroslav's grandmother or great grandmother, and she's the most amazing character of them all. She was very, yeah. Do it. Let's do it.
All right, sorry, I messed up the board, but if you want to put up the MriyaReport fundraiser in the first slide, and then yeah, that would be good. But so she was married to one of the Rurik kinsmen, right? And he was the one that conquered. What did he do? Oleg was a kinsman of Rurik, conquered Kiev from Askold and Dir. He made Kiev the capital of the Rus principality in declaring it the mother city of Rus, which, once I get into it, we're gonna Princess Olha murdered him, but we'll get into it right now. She was, I guess, like in the beginning of this thread that Kabsar did. Uh, he kind of compared Princess Olga. If anybody watches Games of Thrones, um, he compared her to kind of the Cersei of Game of Thrones. So that's kind of cool. I think it's badass.
Damn.
Yes, and I guess he also said that what's her name? Roxolana was kind of the Daenerys of Ukraine. But all right, so let's talk and by the way, it's Olha, not Olga, because Olga is the Russian way of saying it, and well, the correct way in Ukrainian is Olha. So
They are so, they can't even say, yeah. It always blows my mind that they have no H. It's just good. Говорит Slavi. Go ahead, говорит.
yeah, and then they make fun of Ukrainians calling us like whatever peasants because we have the huh. But whatever. That's how they know, right? When we like speak Russian, they're like, "Oh, you're Ukrainian." Ha 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 ha. But as we know,
Ga ga ga.
ga ga ga. Sorry, can you guys hear my dog in the background? Okay, now it's fine. He just likes to make.
I don't think so.
Okay, good, good. He likes to make noises when I can't pay attention to him. But by the way, your dog Adam is so cute.
Oh yeah, he's kind of a goofball. He's had some troubles this week, but maybe we'll
Oh,
get into it later when you have time.
oh, hope he feels better. But all right, let's get into this. Scholars believe that she was born sometime around 900 AD and is of the Varangian Viking heritage. Little is known about Olga prior to her marriage to the Prince Ihor at the age of 15. However, it is from such marriage that Olga's story begins. In the 10th century, Rus had complicated relationship with a neighboring tribe known as the Drevlians. In 945 AD, according to Byzantine chroniclers, this relationship would prove deadly as the Drevlians would murder Olga's husband Ihor in the most gruesome manner. After Igor's death, Olga would become the first female ruler of Kievan Rus. Olga would adopt a bident as her coat of arms. Below, if you guys are following, below is her son Sviatoslav's bident as the example. The primary chronicle provides the details of her rule, but in particular her revenge. Olga's story is one of a warning. Do not anger Ukrainian women. After killing Olga's husband Ihor and arrogant with success, the Drevlians sent a messenger to Olga's proposing a marriage to their prince, Mal. Olga responded, stating the proposal is pleasing to me and that she shall send for you on the morrow, requesting that and the Drevlians say on arrival, "We will not ride on horses nor go on foot, carry us in our boat," and that they shall be carried by a boat to her. The next day, the Drevlians arrived by boat, thinking being carried by boat was an honor. The Drevlians learned the wrath of a Ukrainian. The Drevlians were taken to a trench and buried alive. While burying them, Olga asked whether they found the honor to their state. But Olga's revenge did not stop there. Olga sent a message to the Drevlians asking for her of their most distinguished men to Kiev so she may honor them. Olga brought these men to a bathhouse where she locked them inside and burnt them all to death.
Are you sure she's not Daenerys? That's nuts.
No, she's definitely like Cersei. What do you mean? But yeah,
Oh, I
she's
remember Daenerys
It gets better
burning
too.
some
yeah,
people. Yeah, it does. Sorry. Yeah. Just the burning
yeah.
people alive thing.
Okay, so Olga's revenge would continue at the grave of her husband, where, according to the primary chronicle, thousands of drunk Drevlians were killed by Olga's followers. However, her final act of revenge involved using pigeons with sulfur to burn an entire city, killing her Drevlian foes. A lesson that the Muscovites did not learn and are still reckoning with today. In addition to her revenge against Drevlians, Olga had numerous achievements for Rus. She reformed the system to tribute in Kievan Rus, being one of the first legal reforms in Eastern Europe, and successfully passed the throne to her son without war, a rarity in Rus. Well, back then it was a rarity, but yeah. Olga would establish several trading posts and hunting lodges across Kievan Rus, and in particular trading posts on the Masta and the Luga rivers. Olga would also establish Pogosti, integral trading administrative centers. You may have noticed that in the first post, that if you look at this post, that Olga is identified as a saint. This is because in 1955 AD, Olga traveled to Constantinople and converted to Christianity. She would become the first ruler of Rus to convert to Christianity. Olga would also attempt to convert Kievan Rus to Christianity and build numerous churches in Rus. However, in the 10th century, most were still hostile towards this religion, and even Olga's son, Sviatoslav, would laugh in the face of Christianity, remaining staunchly pagan. Intelligent, cunning, and resourceful, Olga is a monumental figure in Ukrainian history, a very strong leader, and a saint. She's a figure worthy of our praise and reverence, much like Ukrainian women of today. She was a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, I'd say so. And of course, Slava Ukraini. What do you guys think of her story?
Heroyam Slava. I thought it was
Yeah.
Heroyam
great.
Slava.
I love those Kobzat threads, Slavi. They're such a good
Oh, yeah.
summary.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. And when I started like doing some research to kind of bring to like what we do here, and using Google, and like I did some research on Yaroslav device, but I swear to God, like it's the Russian kind of poison on the internet is working so great. Like, I mean, they're effective with it because I mean, I read through multiple websites and I'm like, wait, this isn't right. This isn't right. So, yeah, I got to be very careful, especially when it comes to history today, um, what these pesky Muscovites do on the internet. Um, let's go to Flickr fella.
Hey, Slavi, thank you so much. Olga is my favorite historical character, yes. And I was wondering, with your permission, can I add just a little bit more resolution to that
Oh
story
yeah,
because
please
there was a
do.
couple of details there. So the thing is, in the beginning, right, you mentioned that Ihor, her husband, was killed by those Drevlans. The reason that happened because the tribe refused to pay taxes. So her husband got his patrol or whatever, right, the military folks, and he went down there to force Drevlans to pay tax, but he failed, so they killed him. And the last act of this story, when she ended up burning everything, every house of Drevlans with using pigeons, the way it worked is that at the end she sent a messenger saying, "Look, I know you know my husband wanted to collect taxes from you, and he was asking too much. I will not do such thing. Instead, all I ask is one pigeon from each household in the form of a tax to be paid to me just once, and you will not have to do it ever again." The thing is, Drevlans, they had these huts where pigeons lived on the rooftops, and pigeons always fly back home when when after traveling. So she used that intentionally, right? When those pigeons were collected, each pigeon from each house and brought to her, she ended up tying those incendiary devices. And when she released pigeons back, she released them, period, right? Each pigeon ended up flying to its own home, essentially, to its own house with flaming incendiary, device, I guess. Thus, burning the hut and burning the whole village down.
Wow.
Wow. I'm speechless.
So yeah, don't mess with Ukrainian women.
This I already knew, my friend. This I already knew. And not because Slavi. Previously.
I mean, there's some very crafty Ukrainian women, even like, well, of course, today. I mean, there was a story that came out that there was a couple of women that would use some kind of dating app to to talk to the orcs, and then they would get information out of them. I can't recall which dating app it was, but and of course we know of the poisoning of the, what was it, pirashki that they poisoned and then gave it to the Russians, to the orcs.
Was this in Krem, the 40 some soldiers who were poisoned at the banquet?
Yeah.
Sorry for our listeners. Crimea, also known as Krem, po ukrainskому.
Yeah. Oh no, that was another story. And then you have there was the two ladies that kind of escaped, but they were screwing around. But it seemed like they had like military training and intelligence from what they did. Because
That was
I don't think they've been found.
that's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, don't mess with Ukrainian women. And you know how like this Russian narrative, like, oh, they're mobilizing Ukrainian women. Yeah, I'd be worried if that would be happening. I'm sorry, did I say Russian women in the beginning? Sorry, I meant obviously Ukrainian women.
No, you said there was no mix up there. You did not.
Okay.
Yeah, what a silly narrative. They flip back and forth. We're the strongest, but we're the most victimized. We're the most advanced, but we're also the most traditional.
Yeah, I mean they're always contradicting themselves. That's for sure. In everything, everything.
Well, Slavi, what do we have next? We have no hands. Folks, come up
No,
and
I was, you
oh,
know
go
what I
ahead.
was just thinking. Maybe we should send some pigeons over to Moscow.
I'm so glad the Flickr fella, yeah, because when in the Kobzov thread, I was kind of wondering about that part. How do you burn entire city down with pigeons? And that's how you do it. But what was the nature of the incendiary devices? Like, was it? Can we discuss this a little bit? Was it something that would have like light up eventually, like just from friction with them stepping on the stuff? Like, do you know anything more about that, Flickr?
No, I don't. I don't think there's any technical documents that were left over since
Oh, whatever, man. Let's get
about the
creative.
incident.
I think they'd
I
act
was
like a
using.
match, like, but with the head would be the entire half of it, you know. So eventually they
Interesting.
would just step on it in a way that it would light up and light up the roof. I mean, what else could you do? They didn't have it. It's not like they sent a little time bomb with a clock, you know, with the
I
swastika.
mean, it
You
could
know?
be. It could be. No, no, it could be. It could be, right? So the timing could be different. In fact, there might be actually some things, right? You can get pretty creative with delaying a burning, right? Like, so you tie let's say, a rag that's light enough, and you kind of figure out what the minimum, weight of the rag's supposed to be. Maybe you use wax or something like that to where it slows down the burning. So it's kind of like a reverse candle thing, right? And then basically you figure out how long it would take the bird to fly. So you pace back enough, and then you get close enough to the village, you light every single one of those things up, and then let those birds loose. And then as they fly and that thing is slowly burning, maybe that's how I don't know. I honestly, there may be some kind of description of this thing now that I'm thinking about this, because this story I read very long time ago, so I wouldn't be surprised there might be something like that. I don't know. I like the idea with friction too.
I think I like your idea too. Yeah, just start it burning, but make sure it's slow, and then the fuse hits something that burns hot all of a sudden later on. That's neat, and I really like the parallel of Ukraine and how we were previously discussing, Slavi, that everyone's building drones, and there's just like a historical parallel there. That instead of pigeons, now we use the drones to drop stuff on their stupid Moscow heads. Amos's hand sure shot up. What do you have to say about it?
Yeah, thank you. I think I read something about this a while back, and I believe I might be wrong on this, but I think possibly they use sulfur. Sulfur will burn for quite a long time. And it's kind of a smoldering, long burn. Um, and again, I'm not totally sure, but I think I read that.
No, you're right.
Yeah, that sounds right,
In
actually.
the Kabzar post, I said sulfur, or he wrote sulfur.
Ah, okay.
And that makes a lot of sense because they're going to thatched roofs, right? Which is going to burn fast and hot, so they don't need very much accelerant there. That's awesome. Thanks for putting it together for us, Amos.
Crafty, that's for sure.
Also good at building things like 400 churches during Yadoslav's reign. And I always thought that was interesting little how Volodymyr gets all of the shining light for baptizing Rus, but she was the first one, and she was could have been the one to pull that off, but her dastardly pagan son. Go ahead, Flicker fella.
There's so many other stories that come to mind besides this one that we just discussed with the ancient drone, aka pigeon. Have you guys heard about the early Cossack submarine things? Submarines, I guess.
A
No, tell
little
us
bit,
about it.
but yeah, tell us.
Oh, just real quick, maybe because I want to distract from other conversations, but so I think it was at some point Tatars were doing raids in Ukrainian territories, right, during the Cossack times, and they would be stealing, kidnapping essentially Ukrainian people, right, and bring them back to want to say Turkey, maybe. I don't know. I can't remember. Sorry, but across a body of water, essentially, right? To trade them as slaves or use them as slaves. And so what Cossacks ended up doing, they would build a barrel-looking boat. The thing is, they didn't have a navy, right? To counter the um, uh, yeah, I want to say it
Another
was
historical parallel.
yeah, I think it was Ottoman Empire, to be honest with you. But again, I could be wrong.
So it was
Anyway, they would build.
Constantinople, and yeah, was the big power at the
It
time.
was.
So Byzantine Empire
Yep,
back then,
that's
and
what it was. That's what it
they
was,
were
right? So
Eastern, right Christian early schism stuff.
yeah, and they had very powerful navy. Cossacks didn't. So what they did, the way they organized these raids, they would build these kind of barrel-looking boats, right? And they would use tar to make sure those vessels were um waterproofed, obviously, right? And then they would figure out the weight ratio that they needed in order once the boat gets to certain weight, I guess, right? It sinks in to where it's very low to the ground, right? And that actually reminded me what reminded me of the story was the drones the Ukrainians are using right now to destroy Russian sea fleet because of its low profile, how low it sits to the water. And that's what those vessels would do. They would sit very low to the water, which would allow them to sneak past uh, um, Byzantine patrol boats, essentially, right? Because they would be very low profile. They would pass by, sneak, do the raid to rescue the Ukrainians, bring them back to the boat, and remove the head. Like they had rocks or whatever that would basically um, used to maintain that flotation level, right? But they would remove that weight, and then the additional people that they would be bringing back would counterbalance that, and then they would sneak back at night, typically those with those rates, and that was by many Ukrainians this regarded as the first. It's not really true submarine because they didn't really go under the water, but they managed basically to keep it very low, as close to water level as possible to sneak around. So there's that.
Another historical parallel. No navy. Get them with the unmanned or single manned subs, as it were.
Adam, you're on a roll today, drawing all these parallels. I love it. I love it.
100%. Hey, Adam, Slavia, I really appreciate you hosting this space. It was really interesting discussion. I have to go, unfortunately. Looking forward to future ones. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. And how dare you go?
Slava Nazi.
Смерть ворогам.
That's correct. Що буде, хай буде, Slavi.
Did you know that Slava Ukraini was actually created in my hometown of Kharkiv?
Was
I
it?
just,
Was it?
yeah.
Who's? Refresh my memory. That's an awesome fact.
So here's a little thing that I was going to post, but yeah, Glory to Ukraine has a century-long history, and it was used by independence fighters during occupation and after gaining freedom. The slogan "Glory to Ukraine" originated in Kharkiv. Uh, Glory throughout the land. Kharkiv students, members of the Revolutionary Ukrainian Party, greeted each other with this slogan. For the first time in independent Ukraine, the expression "Glory to Ukraine" was used at the official level by the US President Bill Clinton during his visit to Kiev in 1995. He said it along with the American motto, "God bless America." Then, as we know, it became a symbol of resistance, and now the phrase proudly thundered across the world. So yeah, that was like a little history thing I was gonna do on Slava Ukraini.
Yes, I heard about that, and that's a often forgotten period of Ukrainian history. They call it sometimes the first two republics. Those short periods of independence, um, shortly after World War One, and then during World War Two. Actually, there's also the Western Ukrainian Republic for a while too, in the craziness, I think, of World War Two as well. But yeah, 100 years, Slava Ukraini. And I didn't know that Bill Clinton said it. That's really cool. And I bet it made the Moscows really mad when old Bill said Slava Ukraini. The Kremlin was spinning, guarantee it.
Oh, did you know though? I think this is maybe like 2 months ago. They've actually made it illegal to say that, or not to say it, but and put it in the Nazi insignia. They added that.
Not surprising, not surprising. Do they have any laws against displaying the trezub? I know that I went.
Yeah, that as well. Yep, that as well.
So let's talk about the history of the trezub, since we're in such a history mode. The trezub was actually the crest and seal of Volodymyr the Great, Olha's grandson, who baptized Rus in 988. So for claiming him as their first king, they outlawed his crest in their own country, which is kind of ridiculous if this whole thing is based on history. Slavi.
I know. They even have I saw your photos, by the way. Absolutely amazing. Where is that from? Which museum is that from?
So it was beside the museum or I think it's the National War Museum. So, and it's really cool spot. And it's adjacent to. It's not the museum that's under the Motherland statue, but it's close to it. And there's just um, displays and displays of destroyed Russian military equipment from the Battle of Hostomel, along with a lot of World War II stuff. So the museum was built in in the 80s or something, or in the 70s, I can't remember, but by the Soviet Union or the Ukrainian SSR, as a tribute to the quote unquote Great Patriotic War, which is how they think of um, World War II. And even at the time in the Soviet Union, it was illegal to mention the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and for them, the war started not in 1939, but in 1941. But so this museum it was like off to the side of that museum, and it was a special exhibit on the history of the Trezub itself. And I got a lot more photos from there, and a lot of different crests over the years. And UPA used it. The Zaporizhian Cossacks used it in a lot of ways. So it's been a symbol of the lands of Ukraine for over 1,000 years. And here are these guys claiming our history as their own, but they outlaw the main symbol of it, which is just, par for the course for those dongies.
Um, I didn't know this, and I guess the Trizub can also be kind of interpreted as a diving falcon. That's something I had no idea about. But I guess the kind of the symbolics of the Trizub, it's how you interpreted it for yourself as a Ukrainian. So it's a symbol of great many things, but it all comes down to resilience and strength of Ukrainian people.
Absolutely. And it's neat that you mentioned that, because that was part of the display, part of the exhibit was the different interpretations of it and the different things that it came to mean over the years, and it's so neat. So um, we mentioned, what was his name? Was it Sviatopolk or Sviatoslav? Was Olha's son, who didn't want to take on Christianity. What's his name again?
That was oh man, I need to check
He was
because I
a
don't want to say it wrong.
Slav or Polk.
That was the son.
Anyway,
So that was the
he
son.
was
Yeah, yeah.
between Olha and Volodymyr, and his crest was a trident, so it was a two-pronged fork. And so his son Volodymyr added the third prong as his heraldic symbol. And yeah, there's a lot of thought and study that could go into that to this. Wonder if there's an online component to this museum. I should look it up, but it was a great exhibit, and it even went to the modern day, where people who were in those independent, like the 100 years ago, the post World War I independent Ukrainian state, who were using the trezub as part of symbols in their vishivanya at the time, because all of a sudden the folk art got very patriotic when they gained their independence there for a short time after World War I. Slavi.
I'm wondering, that sickle, is it actually in that museum's janitor closet?
Oh yeah, 100%. So it's this big display, and you kind of walk around in a big circle, and it's all these different. And it starts out with that very oldest one, the picture that I posted of the 1,000-year-old coin from Rus, the Hrevnya, and it goes around, and you sort of make your way around the whole exhibit. And as you walk out by the exit, it's like they sort of renovated the area so that it would just be this like skinny little closet, and it has a nice big plaque out front, but you can't see into it because it's this narrow. It's like the room is only 2 feet wide by like 8 feet deep, and they just sort of like, in a very trolly way, shoved the hamsick from the motherland statue into this janitor's closet at the end of the Trezub exhibit, and it was just the most Ukrainian bit of fu to the Soviets and the Russians in general. It was my favorite little detail of that particular museum.
Well done for sure. I posted in the nest the photo that you're talking about.
Yeah, and it's actually right by the motherland statue, and the thing's so huge. I had no idea. You can't really get it from pictures. It's such a hard thing to see in the city of Kyiv, because when you're right under it, you really get a sense of how large it is, but you really can't see what it actually looks like. You have to get at least 100 feet away, which is where this museum is. And you can sort of see the side of the shield. And this is just one little corner of the hammer and sickle. I don't know, maybe they spread it around to put in broom closets in museums throughout Ukraine. I hope they did. I would like to go on that tour to look at the different disrespected chunks of the hammer and sickle throughout the broom closets of Ukrainian museums. Let's go on that tour after the Crimea beach party.
That's right. Can't wait for it. Um, yeah. So I guess you could say that Poseidon stole the trident from Ukrainians. Just saying.
I don't know if he was in the same, because it was sort of Viking things, but we can go with that. Maybe he stole it from Thor or Odin, because that was their pagan gods before they took the Byzantine Christian faith.
Doesn't Thor have the hammer or something like that?
Yeah, and Odin has not a trident either. One of them's got a trident. I have to go back and watch some Thor 1 through 7 movies, but probably not going to do that.
Well, I'm just wondering, when did it become? Well, I guess from Poseidon, kind of a symbol of water, the trident.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I've often thought about that, and I could never make the connection between, you know, the Ukrainian trezub and the water trident, which is actually the really confusing flag of, oh, please guys don't DM me if I'm wrong. I think it's Barbados, but it's a Caribbean, it's an island country, and they've got a blue and yellow flag with a stylized trident on it that looks nothing like the trezub. But it confused me one time because I was just like driving behind a car and I was like, "Is that a Ukrainian flag?" And it obviously wasn't.
Do we have any Greek mythology buffs in here? Maybe anyone?
Someone tell us what the Greeks think the tri. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's a good fishing tool.
Oh,
Maybe it's just that
yeah, like
practical.
a spear fishing kind of thing. Yeah, I definitely see that.
Back in the day, in the seas of the Greek islands, the fish were so plentiful, you just had to add forks to your spear and you could get three at once.
Of course, the Ukrainians created that. You're welcome.
Apparently, not prehistory. Some experts think that the horse was domesticated on the territory of Ukraine, and that is also one of the reasons why all of our languages across Eurasia only differ from each other linguistically very little compared to the rest of the world, and even like indigenous tribes around the world who lived way closer to each other in their languages. So this ancient Eurasian language spread across the steppe from in both directions from the territory of Ukraine in prehistory, and also brought the basis for most of our languages. So you're welcome.
Yep. Well, wasn't it the Cossacks? They were legendary on horses, right? Like that's what they were known for, and swordsmen and horsemen.
Yeah, and kind of sort of berserker, and um, a good antidote to the sort of stiff Western Christian knight at the time in all his armor. So, and it was also the beginnings of gunpowder in warfare too, which was an interesting time. I think no one ever shot. Everything was arrows before that.
Next time we should do like a little history of the Cossacks, because the Muscovites, they also like to steal the Cossacks, the history, and I guess there's some that say that Cossacks were Russian.
Well, I mean, if everything back to Volodymyr Veliki or Yaroslav Mudry, wherever Huila decided to start his history lesson there, was Russian, then that would automatically make everything after that that was on Ukrainian lands, Ruski Mir, but that's all just silliness.
Got a question. And this is about the Napoleon times, but I don't know that history well. But did it was the Cossacks that helped kind of defeat Napoleon, I guess, after he burned down Moscow to the ground?
I remember hearing about that. I don't know exactly. It was after years and years after decades after the hetmanate was absorbed into, because there's that history of Bogdan Khmelnytsky signing the pact and him thinking it was, a sort of sovereignty for the hetmanate pact, and slowly their power got eroded by the crown. So, but I don't know the Napoleon era as well. I haven't been thinking about it much lately, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were part of it. But yeah, they would have been. They would have been heavily the Cossacks, who were also blamed. Um, sorry, were partook in a lot of Russian warfare adventurism later when they were sadly part of the Muscovite Empire.
Yeah, and if the Russians ever like defeated anything, it was because of Ukrainians. I'm just that's what my father always kind of said to me.
Yeah, my mom said some very Russo-Maisic things to me, and mostly it was about that they don't want you to exist. You are they just will fight our very existence. And I often thought it was like a crazy thing that past generations would say until they started doing it again and realized mama была pravilna, Slavi.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, it's, I need to check this, but is Ukrainian Institute on X? Because I know they did a fantastic post on the timeline of suppression of Ukrainian language. And it's well done. I'll definitely make a post unless they have an account here on X. So I'm just like checking for it.
Yeah, check it out. I've got an Ilya Ponomarenko thread that just one tweet, but he has incredibly long tweets that I wanted to read that really hit me today. While you look for that,
Perfect. Yep. I actually interviewed him. It was on a different platform. Yes. Yep. He's
oh my God, I've been following him since Feb 22. He's been quite a news source, but here it is. It's a great tweet from him just today. In service of the forces of evil, standing in a line at the local military recruitment center in Bucha this morning, I, just like everyone else in line, saw this quite piece of news. Widely known Russian bulletin blogger Andriy Moroz had shot himself to death. If you know this war of ours, you of course know Moors. Born and raised in Moscow, he was a fierce Stalinist and a longtime activist and advocate of Russian imperialism and a militant fighting against Ukraine since 2014. Unlike many of his fellow comrades, he wasn't a complete idiot. Moores failed to find a place for himself and his talents in the peaceful life at home, but he found his niche in his zealous hatred for Ukraine, which was morbidly guilty of being an independent nation having its own language, culture, and way of life, as well as war. Moores was known for his frantic and highly effective advocacy of innovations in the Russian military, top-notch communications, drones, etc., and his endless criticism of the Russian military system as incompetent and archaic. The Russian military, in his view, was deeply ineffective in eliminating Ukraine. Hand on heart, he was known for saying and doing many things that were fixing that problem, quote unquote, making him an even more dangerous enemy. The guy was living in a sort of world of Warhammer 40K, in which he was among the last true soldiers of the Empire, dedicating every heartbeat of his to the great purpose, which was never anything at least a bit more complex than we'll conquer them all and exterminate them all, and thus the kingdom shall come. At the end of the day, among numerous posts on Telegram, came the one in which Moores said out loud that Russia had at least 16,000 fatalities in capturing the ruins of Avdiivka. As you know, the shitstorm that followed was brutal, even by Russian standards. The Kremlin's propagandists from inside their warm studios in downtown Moscow immediately launched an all-out smear campaign, yelling "traitor" and demanding that Moores be kicked in his fat face and executed as a saboteur, in keeping with the best of tradition of Stalinism that Moores himself wanted and loved so much. Even, pardon me, Vladimir Solovyov, the supreme priest of the Kremlin cult of hatred, was unleashed. Moore's colonel, upon order, made Moores delete the Avdiivka post, and that was the final straw. What came was a long death note on Telegram, in Moore's usual graphomaniac style, and a fatal shot in the head. The evil devours its slaves without a second thought, especially when it comes to the most faithful and blind zealots who think too highly of themselves. The evil despises them even stronger than it hates us. There goes Moore's former buddy, Igor Gherkin Strelkov, upon a mission from Russia's FSB, invaded Ukraine with a bunch of cutthroats, captured the city of Sloviansk, and incited a bloodletting regional war. He committed countless crimes and atrocities, including the ill-fated downing of MH17, only to be dumped as an unemployed, bloodthirsty, anti-Semitic freak from Moscow, and eventually end up in a prison as an extremist. There goes Moore's late buddy, Igor Bereg Mangushev, that sick bleep who once did a stand-up performance in a Russian club holding the skull of a dead Ukrainian Azov soldier in his hands. I was so glad when they got that guy. Someone got him. Well, Mangushev also had a dream of seeing Kyiv die in flames, but he eventually ended up getting shown his own skull splintered with a bullet fired by Wagner mercenaries. Mers was never really sad and tried to seek justice. Oh, he was really sad and tried to seek justice. I'm sure he did. We seem to be forgetting that guy Yevgeny Prigozhin, who became almost literally the Oscar Derlewanger of the 21st century in the Kremlin service. He and his unofficial mercenary army, known as for its sledgehammer executions, exterminated tens of thousands in insane meat grinder assaults at Bakhmut for money and power, despite being clearly aware of what kind of unbelievable horsepucky and dirty slaughter against Ukraine was about, and being quite vocal about that. And as you know, along with Wagner, a big fan of Nazi tattoos, he only ended up lying ripped to pieces in his private jet crash when Putin gave an order. I'm not even talking about countless legendary warlords and militia leaders assassinated in their cars, blown up in elevators, or burnt alive after their masters had decided to get rid of them. We've seen dozens of them over this decade of this dirty war. The result of what they all did is hundreds of thousands of dead, entire Ukrainian cities and regions razed to ashes that will likely never see life again. Bloodlust and savagery not seen in Europe for decades, mass graves, and the abominable lies not heard since the days of Joseph Goebbels. Their souls are pitch black and smell like a cadaver stench. And what's that for? For the megalomaniac ambitions of an aging dictator who got so mad after decades in absolute power as to declare himself chosen by history to decide who deserves to be the nation and who doesn't. In his Death Note, Mers somehow found a way to refer to the Samurai Code as well to the Terminator movie he admired. Yep, big-time hater of sick American culture. To explain his reasons for dying. In his final moments, he was still persuading himself that despite the ugly death machine turning fully against him, it was still all about a grand, high-minded, and noble war on Ukrainian Nazis, in which Kyiv and Paris must be seized and destroyed. And that is supposed to be the great victory that needs to be achieved, even though swindlers thinking about nothing but their wealth quite expectedly failed with their risky gambit against Ukraine, thus giving us the start to a big war. The result of Mers's 10 years in the service of evil is the shot in the head, which was immediately ridiculed by the very journalists building their careers on lies from TV screens, in Mers's words, who had helped create this world, in which Russia ditches 16,000 men to erase a provincial town in Ukraine's Donbass and needs to erase Paris too because Ukrainians are Nazis. That fella has a way with words. Sorry if I didn't get all the swear words out of there, guys.
I like it that you did, you did with some of them, but yeah, I'd have to agree. He does have a way with words. He fantastic journalist for sure. I did, yeah. I mean, I enjoy as much reading his posts as much, but as vile as these Russians are. But that's what I'm saying. He definitely has a way with words to convey the the feelings there.
Yeah, one of his earlier tweets that I bookmarked, it's way down in the pile, but just sort of, I think it was in midsummer, so it was sort of after the Wagner rebellion, um, and he just listed all of the screw ups in Hoyla's war so far, and I'd never seen them all from start to finish listed in one thread like that, and it was just devastating all in one spot. And how is this still happening? But hanging on by a thread, Slavi. Did you find that the suppression of the language tweet you were looking for yet?
I did find that they do have an account here on Twitter, but they didn't do that tweet about that just yet. Um, I have it on Instagram where I guess I mean it's a timeline, so it's a visual thing. So maybe they'll do it, maybe not. But I definitely have that ready to go. It's up to you. I kind of wanted to also talk about a post, and it's about this film that's called Intercepted, and it basically, I guess, it's a film about intercepted phone calls of how the orcs, how they talk to each other and when they call their families back home. And there's this post that Tatiana Fella did that kind of did a couple of those calls, and to be honest, they were truly haunting. It's definitely a thread that's gonna make you feel a lot of things and kind of puts you in a mood.
Well, I think we should hear it.
All right. I was just putting it in the nest. Um, So she saw it. I'll just read it to you guys. At the Berlin Film Festival, director Oksana Karpovich presented her film Intercepted. The film features intercepted telephone conversations between Russian soldiers in Ukraine and their families. While not all quotes are exact, she conveyed the essence as accurately as possible. So these are some of the conversations. Mom, I enjoyed torturing so much. I can tell you what tortures I learned about and participated in. And tells, I apologize, I can't repeat. Son, it's normal. Me too. If I ended up there, I would have felt pleasure. How else? Uncommentable, no comment can be adequate to what has been heard. In the hall, shock, silence for a full minute after the movie ends. Then the people in the room stand up and give an ovation. Rarely can you see the picture of the world like this, of the Russian world. No, I didn't become hostile there. I just kill Nazis. Yesterday we were walking. A woman with 2 children came towards us and we killed them. Well, they're our enemies. Yes, I don't feel sorry for them. Right, don't pity them, kill them. Have you seen NATO bases there? No. Don't lie to me. They're bases at every step. They tell us so on TV. Don't watch TV, mother. They tell lies. How can this be a lie? Of course, it's the truth. That's why they sent you there, to protect us from NATO. You are heroes. Let your friends know. Hardly any friends left, all killed. I'm proud of you and your friends. You know, these damn Ukrainians live so well, better than us, really. Well, it's obvious. West pays them. They're afraid of losing this, and that's why they fight. But for what? I'll bring so many clothes for you and children. We're here in the house. They left everything, fled. A sports family, only 10 pairs of sneakers, all branded. I collected everything, put it in the backpack. The guys grab everything away. My sweet, you think about home, take everything. By the way, Sophia goes to school this year, maybe even get a computer from somewhere. In these conversations, the voices from Russians are much more interesting than those of the occupiers. With them, everything is clear. They came to take, kill, torture. But precisely, female voices show a degree of dehumanization that seems possible only in a dystopian fantasy. These loving voices ask to kill more so their loved ones return home more quickly. These voices wish for the death of Ukrainians. These voices ask them not to pity children. Mom, why did we come here? People were living their lives, and now we have covered half of the country with corpses. Why? Don't you dare say that. They're not people at all. Keep fighting. And I'm just going to add the thread there. Told you it's going to make you feel some things, this thread, but I thought it was.
That's rough. I really want to see that movie. Took me a couple days to recover after 20 days in Mariupol, but you can't avert your eyes, Slavi. That's disgusting, and that's when people speak too much about Huila and Huila's war and one man dictator, blah blah blah. I appreciate that we want to talk about how bad the one guy is, but we have to remember, like Ilya's tweet that I just recently read, they're in the service of evil, and I think it was Hannah Arendt. I haven't read any of her books, but she said some kind of quote that I'm going to mangle right now. She said that in the future of human conflict is going to be good versus evil, whether we see it or not. And I think this is where the alarm bells are ringing for all of us and the kind of people we are that listen to MriyaReport and support Ukraine, is because the alarm bells are ringing in our heads of this primal thing of like, this is bad for humanity, this is bad for the world, this is bad for all of our survival, this is evil what's happening. And they're still playing this shadowy gray zone game that they think it's well, we're a little bit bad and they're a little bit bad, and there's a difference because we try to be good and we're not always the best at it, and we screw up royally sometimes, Abu Ghraib and residential schools and all of these other things that our Western countries have done over the years. But the thing is we're not looking backwards, we're looking forwards. We're trying, as our societies are trying to make things better for more people, not trying to preserve some sort of imperialistic idea of what the world was. Ranting again, Slavi.
I learned a word that they say here. It's waffling. I kind of like it better than ranting. But
It's the best. That's Tracy's one she always
yes,
uses.
I
I
love that.
stole it too.
But yeah, I mean, I couldn't even imagine like uttering those kind of words and meaning them. So, I mean, if that's not evil, I don't know what is.
That's when I'm speaking about it to people in my real life, and I've been working on not getting too riled up because it doesn't lend to your thing, but I do very calmly try and state that it's not a political issue, like it's a moral one. I mean, what Antal was saying before from the very beginning, like if you believe in the nation you live in should live up to its word, then we all have to help Ukraine because they gave up their nukes under pressure from the West and Russia in guarantee of their sovereignty. And so I don't care about the legal minutia of whether it's a treaty or an agreement or a memorandum. The spirit of the agreement was you give up this thing that guarantees your sovereignty but might threaten the rest of us, and because we're going to guarantee your sovereignty. And that's what we all told them in 1994. So it's not political, it's a moral issue. If you believe in keeping your word, and I had this big debate with, I'm pretty sure he was a MAGA chud guy, just saying, well, I didn't pass that law. And I just pinned him down. I just said, do you like do you believe in contracts and binding agreements as a concept, my friend? And I got him to say, sort of, well, of course I do. I hold up my end of the bargain. And I was like, well, your nation that you're a part of agreed to this. I'm sorry that you didn't personally sign the treaty, Greg 772577 from uh, Austin, Texas. But it doesn't matter if you believe that word is bond, then you have to stand by that in all things. So throw all the politics aside, throw all the misinformation or disinformation about who has which Nazi tattoos and how many people have Nazi tattoos, blah, blah, blah. It's all noise. We guaranteed their sovereignty. They gave up their nuclear weapons. It's a moral thing. See, and I can't even stay calm with you guys talking about it, let alone someone who, a hockey fan who hasn't heard anything about the war since, February 23 or something like that. But personal battles, Slavi.
I wrote it down, like you said, it's not a political issue. It's a moral one. I've and I'd have to agree with it, of course. I'm just always wondering, I mean, like, where do they get this anger? Like, yes, you're brainwashed, but this anger with the evil, like it has to come out from somewhere. I mean, I get if I had to live in Russia, I'd be angry too. But towards Ukrainians that didn't do anything to you, not personally, not physically, but to hate a group of people, nation of people, that much, that's not in your way in anything, in any way. Where does this anger and hatred come from? It's crazy.
It's a sense of victimhood and superiority, and it's such a weird two sides of the same coin where we're the best, but also everyone's against us and screws us over all the time. And it's this like nation of innocence idea. And I don't know if the Muscali invented it, but the Nazis sure ran with it in World War II. And so there have been other nations that have subscribed to this, and the worst thing about it for Ukrainians is if we've been right there, at the center of their history the whole time, older than them, and they just hate us for it, and especially now, and it goes back. Let's talk more historical parallels, like the Kozake Bogdan Khmelnytsky signed a deal under his idea of what a treaty was with um whatever the heck Tsar it was. I don't even care his stupid name. And as a free people, the Cossacks, who were trying to gain like representation, and they had a semi-democratic society, and they just assumed that it meant like some sovereignty for themselves, but the Moscali were the last to abolish slavery, and in the form of serfdom, and they were just there was their form of monarchy was absolute. There was no that, whereas the Kozakie came from the Polish Lithuanian school, where the nobility had a vote and a lot of power. So they've just been slaves and slave masters the whole time, and I don't know if they'll ever learn. Slavi, should we let Ink say a few things?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Ink.
Sure. Thank you. First of all, I need to go here pretty soon, but I wanted to compliment you both, because I really think that going down the historical route is so important. I'm part Native American. I'm Osage, Chickasaw, and Scottish, and I have delved into a lot of what's happened here in the United States. And there is no such thing as Pan Indian. So, I can go into that at some point, someday, maybe. But I did want to share with you guys what Paula Gunn Allen stated. She said that the root of oppression is the loss of memory. And this is such a vital concept to wrap our heads around, that this root of oppression and the loss of memory is such a huge thing, whether it's with languages, whether it's with a sense of place, whether it's genealogical histories, um, technological histories. Um, you could go down so many different material routes. Okay, the materiality of your existence in your life, and taking that back in through history. So this was from she's a Laguna Pueblo poet, and her name is Paula Gunn Allen. That is from the book Who Is Your Mother, page 589. Even have the citation there for you. Um, it's pretty amazing. You guys are laughing, but I am too. It's pretty amazing because when that oppression takes place, you're not always aware of it. It comes in little tiny bites, right? But it produces these monstrous results, and it forecloses agency. Like you have, by the time you recognize it, that's when you realize you can't really move any longer. You're not free to speak to one another anymore. Should I say this? Should I say that? Is somebody going to lambast me? Because the history has been taken from people, and their memory has been taken from them, and that is the root of oppression. So I just wanted to share that with you. I think that going down the historical route is so important, and it's been such a lively conversation. Thank you so much. It helps me to get rid of the toxic trespass that happens discursively when I go on Twitter. so, so thank you very much. And I just wanted to share that with you and say good night.
Ink, that's lovely, and it really reminds me of I think it's in Road to Unfreedom. Professor Snyder says something about history versus myth, and when real history is replaced with this idea, which is just what I was talking about earlier, of like the Moscal's idea of imperial greatness, but also constant innocence and victimhood,
Yes.
and this sort of like imperial virginality, together and they get
Oh,
and they
right,
can't.
where they have had to clean up the history for you because you.
Yeah,
It's
even Huilo's
it's so
version of it
insulting.
was
It's so
so just
patriarchal.
cherry picked, right?
Yeah, it's
So
so
it's not
patriarchal.
a history, it's a myth. There's no nuance to it. It leads
Exactly.
them to their conclusion, and it leads people to the idea that they should, for whatever stupid reasons that some old guy told them, do terrible things to others.
Well, you've really enriched my evening, and I really want to thank you because I hope you keep it up because it the monstrous results, we have to do something about that. We have to confront the monsters. I mean, it's not okay to have memories erased, and these are material memories. So, thank you so much for what you do, and I'll say good night.
Thanks so
Good
much,
night,
and
Ink.
good night. By the way, thank you for that quote. I definitely wrote that down as well. The root of oppression is the loss of memory. Just fantastic. So thanks so much for being here. And good morning, mockers.
Morning. I've got some numbers. Yes, I have. And I'll be honest. Well, yeah, actually, I was going to say they're not quite as impressive as yesterday, and then I took another look at them and I went, "Oh, actually, no, they are." So, folks, get retweeting because, indeed. And oh, Adam, you may hand over to me. I haven't got coffee in my hand just yet, but I will very soon. Once I've retrieved the cat from off my back, basically. So yeah, I'll indeed, I'll be right there with you.
Mockers is just wrestling cats, brewing coffee, getting ready to hit you guys with an impressive list of numbers for the Boom Report with Mockers and Slavi. You guys, this was such a neat conversation all evening with this with everything to do with the history of Rus and Slavi's namesake, Yaroslava Mudra, my lovely co-host. Thank you so much. This was a really good one, and I had a great time. And retweet the space like I'm going to do as soon as I drop down from the magical co-host chair. Slava Ukraini.
Героям Slava. And thank you so much, Adam. It's always a pleasure co-hosting with you. And yeah, we covered a lot today, a lot. And well, we have a lot more to go. I think next week I'll cover the suppression of the Ukrainian language. And yeah, if you guys want us to cover anything, talk about anything, let Adam and I know. It was a really good suggestion that I got for this time to talk about Saint Princess Olha. And that was a fantastic suggestion. So if you guys have anything interesting, please, please, please let us know, and you, sh- we shall do it. Basically, ask and you shall receive.
Well,
And
you know how cheeky I am. Well, let's just say I won't ask just now, but I might send you some messages later. Sorry, I'm very cheeky in the morning, you know. Good morning, folks. Anyway, I am hearing that there were 8 out of 10 drones destroyed in the areas of Poltava, Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhia, and Kharkiv regions. But no, what do you call it? No cruise missiles shot down or anything, any of that information today. So, sorry, I'm just catching up with a few things, because last night I was a bit distracted. and I didn't quite do anything. So, have there been any explosions or fires or anything like that that I should be keeping myself abreast of? Oh, I'm going to say no then. Right. Okay. Well, that's well, that's me sorted. Right. Why have I got 300 things here? Oh, there we go. Right. Sorry. Apparently, not very what's it called? Prepared this morning. Now then, folks, there's something happening today, and we don't know what it is, but there was a bit of a sneaky what do you call it? Hint. There was a bit of a sneaky hint yesterday. Did you see a little video being released? And this was like, let me see, that 5 guys, right? And they just woke up and like, you know, it shows who they come from. Like one's United 24. We've got like, you know, I can't read the writing anyway, but they're like 5 guys from 5 different organizations. And all it says is something about a naval battle. And I thought, sounds very interesting. They also, United 24, released information saying maybe you guys should come up with some names. And I thought, oh. So we've had the sea baby, haven't we?
Boomy McBoomface.
You know what? I just absolutely knew you were going to come up with something like that. I like it. But and we've had the Magura, so we need a new one. And I'm kind of going right, baby, sort of mummy. So this next one, I'm assuming is going to be the big daddy. You never know. Or maybe it's the bear that ate the porridge, eh? But either way, it's interesting. And they said something about today. They said not just once, twice. So let's see what they're after today. Oh, there was a test site yesterday where Russians were hitting the Kherson area. I remember that because there's video of, well, one explosion and some, shall we say, you probably don't want to be squeamish kind of results. And yeah, so, you know, effective, that particular explosion. There we go. That was me putting it in a very pleasant way. Oh, now then. Folks, we've got a blocked border still, haven't we? And it's getting a bit silly. Polish strikers blocked 6 directions. 2,500 trucks virtually waiting in queues. Particularly critical at Yagodin and Shagina checkpoints. Only 60 and 70 trucks passed the border at each checkpoint yesterday, and not a single truck was allowed to enter into Poland. So that sounds like fun times for everyone. I have heard that on the 24th, it's very possible that the government of Ukraine will go to the border themselves if it's still going on. And the Polish government has been asked to also turn up. That's the one. Oh my God. So yeah, they're oh God. Sorry, there are things going on. So, anywho, I don't know if this Polish border thing's going to actually explode, but well, we see the influence, don't we, Slavy? We know who's influencing it.
Oh yeah, we definitely discussed this a little bit earlier, but this definitely smells of heavy-handed Muscovite doing for sure.
Yeah, I mean, well, look at what they're going through in America as well now. They're suddenly going, oh no, everything we've been complaining about actually turns out to be Russian disinformation. Well, yeah, we've only been telling you for what, the last 2 years, but never mind, eh? It's nice that they've discovered this and figured it out for themselves now. A little bit like, oh, excuse me, a little bit like a human growing up, that sometimes some people, okay, me, right? If somebody tells me not to do something, I'll be honest, I might do it anyway, just because. If somebody tells me that something will lead to a particular consequence, I'll find that stuff out for myself. Because for some reason I'm really bloody minded and I have to make my own mistakes. I'm that kind of person. And I kind of see this, as the country of America, shall we say? That, they're let me be all British and imperial. Compared to the UK, with all our history, they are but a fledgling country, and beautiful one at that. But still getting there, And democracy is a fragile thing, folks. So you've got to be careful of people attacking it. We don't realise how much freedom we have until some bugger starts to try and take it away. So that's just how it is. And it's unfortunate that that we've got to live through these times, unfortunately.
Earlier, United 24, they did just one like profile on one of these, I'm gonna call them terrorists on the border, and yeah, he was found with Vkontakte, which is like Russian Facebook, and he was listed in the database as an agent of the Russian special force services. I mean, these guys are, for sure are in this disinformation, and were hired to act on the Rus propaganda. But this becoming physical. Earlier, they handcuffed a woman from a bus on the border. Like this is why I'm gonna call them terrorists from now on, because I mean that's what it is. And I mean they
Um,
escalate this by the hour.
yeah, who did? So I remember they took a woman off a bus, but they handcuffed her. I take it they brought their own handcuffs.
I guess so. Yeah, they handcuffed her,
That's actually
and they weren't the
kidnapping.
pink fuzzy handcuffs, that's for sure.
No, those are a bit naff. But that's actually kidnapping, isn't it? If they're not a member of the police force arresting that woman, taking her and holding her in any way is technically kidnapping and hostage taking. That's disgusting. I tell you
Which is
what, I hope she
terrorism.
sues the absolute arse off them. Yeah, I tell you what, it's a good job that I wasn't on that bus, because that guy would have had a black eye if he'd have tried to do that to me.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
and then it said on the truck, "We don't want you here," and then kurva, which is what that means in Polish.
yeah, I heard that, but like, we don't want you here, but I'm going to handcuff you right here so that you can't move, so that you're stuck here with us, but we don't want you here. It's all very, A load of bollocks, unfortunately. Now, I don't know if yesterday you noticed I was a teensy bit spicy. Yeah, and let's just say that I made my point, and that's why I deleted that message. It made my point, and it achieved what it needed to. And thank you very much for all the support, folks. Because you know me, you all came just to find out why I was super spicy yesterday, weren't you? Didn't you? And let's just say these things are being resolved, so it's all good. And yeah, I don't know. People love gossip, but I'm not one for that. So let's just say it's all good. Would you like to hear a strange but wonderful tale? Of course you would. Would you believe a Russian man managed to live in a sewer for the last 10 years? He was found popping out of a well in an area of Togliatti. He doesn't remember how long he's been in there or how he got there in the first place, but he did remember his first name. Now, Alexander's wife left him back in 2000s. Then he just disappeared. His relatives thought that he'd taken his own life and didn't bother to look for him. And I don't know, living in a sewer versus living in Russia in general, I'm not sure there's a great deal of difference. Sorry, just had to cough that one out.
I'm just seeing the post on a beautiful Russia, and they're saying a Bolshevik was found because of how he looks. He looks like I mean, like Rasputin with the long beard and the hollowed eyes.
Yes, indeed. And well, I was going to say, to be fair, living in a sewer is pretty much what they're doing anyway. But it does say that he's now ready to go back. Start work, live a new life. No, sorry, not that. No, he's probably going to get mobilized, isn't he? Never mind. So, I'm still quite what's it called? Intrigued as to what's going on with these sea drones today. I'd like to see something blow up. Oh, right. I'll come back to that. That's frustrating. Now then, the Rostov region was a little bit noisy last night with, well, they say they shot down a drone over Bryansk and a Ukrainian modified S-200 missile. Now, I don't know about you, but those S-200 missiles, as far as I'm aware, are used for exactly one thing. And that is to absolutely distract from other things coming in. So, if an S-200 missile was up in the air, there were lots of other things also flying, because they are used as a decoy rather than something itself. So, I think you'll all be glad to know that our friend, the reasonably priced car, or Liam Neeson, as you know him, is back online. Ooh. Now then, Let's have a look at this. Sorry, I'm just catching up with things that people keep sending me. So, oh right, yes. So we kind of knew about this, but it's finally reached the press that 3 of China's largest banks have stopped accepting payments from Russian financial institutions impacted by sanctions. So, a Russian newspaper reported on Wednesday that this is a large blow to relations between the two nations. Good. So, the decision was made by the Industrial and Commercial Banks of China, China Construction Bank, and Bank of China Direct, due to the risks of secondary sanctions. Lovely, lovely. More of that. So, transactions with non-sanctioned banks will still be available. But, well, it restricts them an awful lot, doesn't it? Oh, be glad I didn't just swipe out then, because I very nearly did. So, yeah, little bit of a bummer. Now then. Did you hear, Savvy, about Lithuania putting their foot down?
I have been watching their foreign minister, and gotta say, he's making some noise on the on the geopolitical scale. I really, really like that he's standing up and saying all the right things and doing all the right things.
Yes, for a small place, they pack a big punch, don't they? And they've also now stated that they will ban Russians from leaving trains travelling through the country to Königsberg or Kaliningrad, that one. These will affect all Lithuanian stations on the route. From the 1st of March, they will no longer be allowed to even get on and off the train.
Oh, wait, to get into Lithuania or out of Lithuania? Or both?
Both.
Wow, so they can't travel at all by train?
No, not from or to Lithuania to Kaliningrad, basically. So yeah, they're basically closing down that access point to Kaliningrad. You know how the trains that go through in certain parts of the route, they just literally travel through the station and they don't stop or anything. If they do stop, they literally stop for checking of the cargo and that's it. They carry on. Nobody gets on or off. And it looks as though Lithuania have decided to do that same sort of thing, really. That nobody gets on or off at this point because, infiltration is something that we're all finding we've got a problem with, haven't we? We're just lousy with dirty Russians, unfortunately. And yeah, I'm not being racist when I say that. There is a great deal of, shall we say, Ruskies who are acting against us all. So let's not be naive about these things, hey folks. Now then, what have we got? Should we do some numbers? Would you like some numbers, Fluffy?
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Okie dokie. So, folks, I hope you're comfortable because 1,160 liquidated personnel. Actually, more than yesterday. So 7 tanks. It's a nice number, to be fair. 35 that was, with a yawn. And no, I haven't actually had some coffee yet. I will in a second, I promise. So 35 armoured personnel vehicles, Not quite as exciting as yesterday, but you know what? Still up there. 41 artillery systems. Can't really complain about that, can we? But 5 more MLRS systems, which is just beautiful. And sorry, and 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. My God, I'm going to need to give myself a shake in a minute. Is it Thursday? It's Thursday, isn't it?
It
1
is, yep.
aircraft. Oh, go on.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, it's Thursday. It's still Wednesday for me, but Thursday.
Oh, yes, so it is. We're on different continents, aren't we? 36 UAVs over the past 24 hours. 63 vehicles and fuel tanks. I love seeing logistics get taken out. And 8 special equipment. And again, you know, it's not a small amount that I'd be happy with 1 special equipment, but no, 8 of them. So brilliant. Wow. So let's have a look at what Rishi Sunak is doing. The UK have put some really harsh restrictions on the Russians. No, we haven't. This annoys me. So, what did Rishi Sunak say? Oh, this morning we sanctioned the people running the prison where Navalny died. Well, I'm sure Mr. Flippin, you know, head of the gulag, gives a damn about what, travelling to London for his Christmas shopping. You know, these guys that live and work in Siberia, I'm sure that was top thing on the list. So there's Mr. Sunak with a strong and terrifying sanction there against what? Nobody's, basically. Together with allies, we are considering all options to holding Russia accountable. And this morning, we've sanctioned those running the prison. Good for you. It is kind of ironic and a bit of a joke that you know, the harshest sanctions so far in the war, we're not talking to you, honestly. So rather than pathetic sanctions, let's talk about aid. So New Zealand has announced a new aid support package for Ukraine. $25.9 million. It will increase the total amount pledged by New Zealand over the past 2 years to more than 100 million. So that's good news. And I did notice that, remember those shells that the Czech Republic found, Slavi?
Yes, yep, of course.
Oh, I was supposed to mute myself while I sniffed then, never mind. Well, all these shells that they found, they were looking for funding to grab them, and so yeah. Where was I?
They were looking for funding for the shells.
Oh yes. And it would appear that Canada has stepped up and said, yeah, we might have found some money to help you buy those shells, Peter Pavel. So hopefully that's something good that will be happening, that those shells, wherever they are, will be hoovered up and sent to Ukraine for their use. Ooh, had to be careful there. Don't want to give anyone the wrong impression. So anyway, we were all very disappointed yesterday to hear that Russia has been provided with approximately 400 ballistic missiles by Iran. Because, this, if you're a evil bar steward, apparently your friends are really so much more reliable. So, Taurus was turned down again yesterday, wasn't it? That made a few people mad. Just looking around, I don't see any attackums being sent right now either. So yeah, that's something that I think we need to. Well, we need to. Whatever. Sorry, I obviously need more coffee, don't I? So, where are we up to anyway? Is there anything in particular that I have missed overnight? Because you know me, I come in like the Kool-Aid guy, and I might have missed something.
I think you got it. There was a big story that broke on Reuters that Russia has acquired now missiles from Iran, and they're ballistic missiles. So, and there was already a couple of shipments. Well, Moscow's already has them, and there's more coming. So, how the West doesn't see that as an escalation is beyond me.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. How that isn't seen as an escalation, I have no idea. But I mean, this word escalation, I mean, what does it mean anyway, really? I mean, it's like something we're afraid of almost. Well, why don't we just call it doing the right effing thing? You know what I mean? That's kind of how I feel. That
Yeah, it's so crazy to me that that's not an escalation, but giving Ukraine anything is for defense, for defending our own civilians is an escalation. That's just, I mean, it's crazy and mind-blowing to me. That's how the West, the free West thinks.
yeah, absolutely. And if we are the free West with all our, all our stuff and all our sort of like, good training and all of that palaver. If that's the case, then why are we not able to at least be, as nimble, shall we say, as those who can get them that stuff so much quicker. That they don't stand by any discussions or agreements. It's amazing, isn't it? They don't have to stand around a big hall shouting with all the other EU leaders about what's acceptable as escalation and what's not. They just look in their stores and go, "Yeah, okay, we can spare that," and send it. And it does seem a bit of a shame that evil can be, murdering somebody while good is still sort of like scratching his head, putting his pants on in the morning. These things are concerning. I mean, I know that we take some time to get going purely because of democracy, but I have no idea how it how we can sort of get to the point of just sort of not doing
Yeah, I mean,
something.
it's been 10 years, really. 10 years, I guess, 2 years from full scale. But I mean, I know democracy takes time, but I mean, it's been pretty long to get these things going.
Yeah, exactly. And, while we're sort of oiling all the wheels and, greasing palms and getting everybody on board, Russia just clicks its fingers and things happen, because they don't have friends who are well, who are having to deal with democracy, who are having to deal with questioning one another. None of that. None of the, boardroom meetings, agreeing with people, anything that might slow stuff down. Oh, no, they just go and do it. I need to retweet that. Sorry. So, yeah, I'm a bit spicy about the fact that, evil's doing whatever it's doing while we're still getting out the door. And, God, it takes us such a long time to respond to something so dreadful. And even then, we're not fully committed, are we? Whereas we absolutely should be fully committed, of course. Mentally, perhaps, for not doing what we should be at the right time. So, Schultz remained a no to the Taurus. And let me just quickly have a
It's
little look at this.
instances like that, like no to the tourists, while Iran is sending ballistic missiles, and Schultz is saying no to the tourists. I mean, just stuff like that. It aggravates me.
Oh, absolutely. I feel exactly the same. Right, here we go. So, the Bundestag is to decline on 2 motions the supply of long-range weapons to Ukraine, despite virtually his entire government and country screaming for it now. Chancellor Scholz continues to reject this. Can somebody please just go and find him some bollocks and stick them on him? Anyway.
Need some Zelensky balls.
Oh God, no, he'd not be able to carry them. So, yeah, Taurus cruise missiles for Ukraine appear to still be out of the question in his opinion. They will not be included with any new supply of additionally required long-range weapons, even though they're kind of exactly what they've been asking for. Anyway, the government spokesperson said that this was what they called obligatory logic. So he will agree to all the other proposals and support them wholeheartedly, but he will not give up his position on the Taurus missiles. It's almost as though he's like, personally attached to one. Is he married one without us knowing? Is that what it is? Anyway, the Greens do not even support the Chancellor's view that the Taurus deliveries are not covered by their application for military aid. It's completely clear that the wording in the coalition proposal is aimed at the Taurus cruise missiles. I expect the Chancellor to implement what the traffic light factions tell him to do. The only consequence of this request can be that he continues to refuse. So, although he's so far rejected a Taurus delivery completely, he's not ruled it out forever. And this is the problem, that if he would just say, no, they're not available, it's not possible, everyone would shut the hell up. But he doesn't. So, apparently, this is the problem, that it's agreed in principle, but not in implementation. Which means what? It means nothing. So, they agree that Ukraine should have long-range systems, just not ours, just not this one. Amazing, isn't it? Yes.
And get this, mockers. In the meantime, while we know that Russia is scrambling and looking for these missiles and getting them, if Ukraine would be armed, then this wouldn't be like they wouldn't even like escalate because we know every single weapon that Russia has used against Ukraine. We're seeing them. Like it just doesn't make even sense to use like this escalation or being scared of something that Russia may do. They won't. They're completely in the ruins and scrambling for weapons, which they are getting, but this wouldn't need to happen if of course they would act a lot faster.
Well, I think everybody found out how I felt. That somebody said to me, when should NATO, what was the trigger? When should NATO or NATO countries or even just partner countries, friendly countries, whatever, when should they have gone in with their big chuffing boots on and helped? And I said day 2. Because that's how I feel. Day 2, we should have gone and helped. We should have gone, no, we're not having this. Had we done that then, we wouldn't be here right now. Ukraine would not be in the state that it's in. Russia would not hold so much ground. There would probably be a lot of people alive today who aren't. And that's what gets me. That I honestly, on day 2, I was like, where are we? Why are we not? What's going on? Are we just watching this? On day 3, I was even more incensed. By the 2-week mark, I'd realised that we had no balls whatsoever, and I was absolutely disgusted with us. That's how I felt at the beginning of this war, because, well, this expansion of Russia's attack, shall we say. But yeah, that's what got me. That I just had this very naive expectation that we would, I don't know, send the cavalry, close the skies, send jets, yeah, that just, I found myself so terribly disappointed with my entire life, my country. What do we have a military for if we're not going to use it? That sort of thing. And yeah, I was thoroughly disillusioned by the world about day 3. And I think probably an awful lot of Ukrainians felt very much the same. Yeah.
Yeah, when you
Go on.
have grandmas throwing pickle jars. So if you think that Ukraine is ever gonna give up, you're completely wrong. If they didn't understand from the first few days that Ukrainians will fight, I don't know at this point what will make them understand.
I know the bravery and just the what fortitude, shall we say, of the people who literally went, okay, we're being invaded. Here you go, Granny. We'll make some Molotov cocktails. That just sort of that reaction absolutely astounded me. That, well, I suppose what would you do if your home was being invaded? They were coming down the streets in your town, and it was either fight back or be murdered. You'd fight back, wouldn't you? Or at least I would. There's not many people in this world don't have a survival instinct, I personally feel. So, yeah, I really feel as though we should have helped them fight back a lot sooner. Edvard,
Yeah,
good
well,
morning.
it's
Oh,
in
sorry,
in
Susan.
in return, it's like, how dare they not roll over and die? The audacity that they want to fight is just, what's wrong with these Ukrainians?
You hear that a lot in the propaganda, don't you, Slavy? How very dare they stick up for themselves? Oh, makes me sick. Edvard, go.
Yeah. Yeah.
How is my mic, Mockers?
Your mic's all right.
Because for some reason I can hear you bad from my Bluetooth connection in my car, and it wasn't like that before. So But if you hear me right, that's good. I think Mockers and Klavi, I think there might be, you know, there are other possibilities. You know, one starts asking oneself, you know, is there anything wrong with the Taurus, for instance? That has it been tested and proved before? Stuff like that. Is there something that Scholz doesn't want the world to know, and so on and so on? There might be something there. I don't know. It's a possibility. I heard yesterday that the F-16s will be able to strike within Russia anyway. So when they come, that's out of question. That argument will be a nothing burger, so to speak. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, you've got a point there. I would love to see F-16s in Ukraine, and well, let's hope they turn up sooner rather than later. I know there's all sorts of people on all sorts of different training levels, and they keep telling us, oh, these 6 pilots will be ready in June. Well, that's brilliant, but, you know, is that the first 6 pilots? I have a feeling that they're giving out a lot of mixed signals about this for a reason. Maybe because they will turn up a little bit sooner than June.
But that's just, Marcus, that's just the pilots who has been trained in the US, right? Hasn't there been pilots trained in Europe as well?
Well, some of them go to the US to do the last little bit, the finishing off of their training. I think they've got specific facilities there for it. So, you know, that is the case, that some of them will indeed go there for what, the final pass, as it were, I suppose. But it doesn't have to be done there, I don't think. It's just it's easier because everything's on hand for them and they're all set up to do it. You know, they do have training facilities. So I think the trip to America is sort of the last stage for a lot of the pilots, but not necessarily all of them. Nale.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So am I reading the room right if I say that Taurus missiles are not going to Ukraine?
Correct. Yes.
Or not yet, as if.
Fucking hell. Okay, so just a friendly reminder to our German friends, and I hope you come up to talk about this, because I would like to suggest that in the future, when there is an election, before you vote for anyone in that election, you will grill them on every issue, and especially this issue, or an issue like this, because this is actually very important, as you might have noticed. So do that, please. And another thing, I was up at an ungodly hour in the middle of the night when the Americans were here, and our friend Karen from Alaska, she was telling us about a possibility that the company in Germany that makes the Taurus, that they might open a production facility in Ukraine and make the Taurus missile. Have we heard anything about this?
Well, I haven't, but that does sound interesting, doesn't it? And that would be a bit of a 2 fingers up, as it were, to those not putting it forward. But like Edvard said, you know, how do we know that there's not something horribly wrong with this Taurus and they just don't want to admit it? I don't know if you all saw or heard about the British Trident testing that went on recently, where the Trident missile went up into the air, decided it was past its best, and something happened to it, and it came flying back down and missed the submarine that launched it by only a number of meters. So it seems that, yeah, that was a terribly successful test there. Tad embarrassing. But this is the whole point. We need to test these things to be sure that they're, you know, able to protect us. Nale?
Yeah, well, that unlucky trident, it could also have been just that one that didn't work, and if they only fire one, then it's like bad luck or something. But I don't know if any one of you have worked with Germans ever. I think they have a very healthy relationship to stuff made by them working or not, because I used to work with Germans, and periodically I had to call them and say that this device does not work, and they were like, what do you mean it doesn't work? So I think they test their stuff really meticulously, usually, at least. So please, Germany, send your wonderful stuff to Ukraine, because they absolutely need it. Thanks. And Scholz could resign. Thanks for that too.
Oh, that's a suggestion. Yes, that is a good suggestion. He probably could find something else to do with his time. He looks like he's under a lot of stress anyway. But at least we know that Canada has stepped up to pay for the delivery of the 800,000 shells that the Czech Republic have found for Ukraine. I think that's particularly good news. So that's something. It's definitely something that's going on. Now, can you give me just, oh my goodness, just 2 moments. I need to just deal with something. 1 sec.
I can go in the meantime while we wait. This was I found was kind of pretty decent news from Switzerland. And Switzerland is stepping up its efforts into combat the companies and individuals who use neutral country to go against the sanctions that are, well, against Russia. So a group of these specialists will investigate and ensure implementation of sanctions in response to, of course, the ongoing criticism. But I think this is good coming from Switzerland, who is, well, neutral on everything because it's Switzerland. But this is great because Russians are running out of places to run their dirty Russian money through. I know Dubai is cracking down, UAE, now Switzerland. Um, this is good. That's what we need to happen, especially for these from these kind of neutral countries.
And their busy mates in China are shutting down some of their bank transactions as well. So that's even more painful.
That's right. Yep.
Wow.
Stabilizer.
Yeah, thanks. Have we talked about the Russian bank, what's it called, the Kiwi bank that was closed down or defaulted or whatever it did?
No, we haven't.
Yeah, because that bank went tits up, so to speak. That's a great expression.
I like it. And this is a Russian bank, you say?
Yeah, it's called Kiwi Bank, like with a Q IWI or something. Weird spelling, but it's Russian, so it has to be weird, right?
Yeah. No, that's interesting, and that's what they deserve, really. So.
Yeah, it was a bank that specialized in like payment well, it's silly to say payment transactions, but you know what I mean, through apps and stuff like that. I think they had their own payment app for fast payments between private persons or something like that. And it is no more.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, especially now, but I'm all for this isolating Russia, at least like during wartime. I think it works, obviously, so the war machine can't be funded. So I'm all for it. I know a lot of people hate that, but they escalated this damn word. So that I think they definitely deserve it.
Absolutely. They actually deserve a lot of other stuff too.
Don't they just? I've had some clarification about the F-16 training. So, the most crucial piece of F-16 training for any pilots do occur in the US. It's the only place they actually receive their F-16 certification training. Now, this is just from somebody who knows a person who ran the F-15 pilot training, very similar to what the Ukrainian pilots are currently going through. So in Europe, they've been going through basic flight training and pre-fighter training. The training center in Romania, I don't know if that's currently in use. It appears to be dedicated to Romanian pilots currently. So there is, there's a process, and it ends with a final testing, I suppose, in the US. So there you go. That is why we hear this information. Oh, hello. I've got somebody wanting to come up. Yeah, so that's why they were talking about them going off to the US, because apparently that's where they get their final certification. Morning, Linda.
Hi. I hope everybody's doing well. You guys, I've been catching a little bit of what you were talking about. And with regard to F-16s, it seems to me that it was like last spring, as I recall, maybe the summer, but I thought it was in the spring, that there was some discussion that I saw in the Twitter machine. I don't remember whether it was discussed in MriyaReport or not, about a number of F-16 retired F-16 pilots who were willing to sign up and be like a Foreign Legion of pilots in order to get around the need to train Ukrainian F-16 pilots. Has anybody heard any more about that? Why have I not heard any more about that? Because that should have been done a long time ago if there were indeed these people. Anyway, that's my question.
I don't know the answer to that. For every child, go ahead.
Did you call on me, Marcus?
I did.
Oh, I was putting the earpiece in. Let me adjust the sound here so I can hear. This is my humble opinion as someone who knows nothing. Pilots in wartime tend to be very sensitive about who talks about them and what they're doing and where they might be. I was on this site probably 6 or 8 months ago when we mentioned F-16 pilots, and somebody in the space immediately left the space and began looking into it. That's one contact. Pilots are like really tight knit, even though there's only a few of them in the plane at a time. They're globally tight knit community. Another a post that passed my timeline, which I don't really give a lot of attention to online, but there are presently, according to that post, 500 civilian pilots on the ground right now flying civilian missions. I won't even begin to speculate on what their experience is and what type of aircraft. That said, I suspect all of that is in motion. I have a relative who is a retired F-16 mechanic. I wouldn't even dream of mentioning this to him to find out anything about what he or his contacts might be doing. That said, that's pretty much all I have on it. Slava Ukraine.
Haram Sava. Yeah, these pilots that were, you know, fully trained, retired pilots, as it were, we just don't know whether or not that was ever going to be an option, or even if it is an option, you never know. These things we're going to find out properly about sometime later, I would think. But for right now, yeah, difficult to say, because you would think that if those guys had been taken up on it, they would indeed be flying by now. Sorry, Linda, did I jump on you?
Yeah, no, you kind of just said that what I was going to say, and because it really seems to me that it's been almost a year, and that's, you know, enough time for boats to be going across the ocean carrying letters back and forth. In other words, you know, they don't need a year's, if they just retired and they're F-16 pilots, they don't need another year's training. But either if there weren't enough of them, or the planes weren't ready, or the political landscape wasn't ready, or whatever. But if there were indeed pilots, qualified pilots ready to volunteer, and it was just for political reasons or whatever, that the planes weren't ready or they were prohibited, pisses me off. That's it.
You're not the only one, sweetheart, because, yeah, I would have liked to have thought that, you know, along with the sort of International Legion of Fighters, you could perhaps, you know, also have an International Legion of Pilots. But I don't know whether it's more tricky or what the legal ramifications or political will is like. I would imagine that that last one is your biggest problem, really, because, you know, otherwise it doesn't seem like there should be a barrier in place, put it that way. Every child?
I'm going to take another stab at this. I'm not sure that I express myself well ever when I'm speaking, but I will go back to my childhood experiences. Dad was a pilot with Strategic Air Command for 20 years. He was stationed at one of the most secure bases in the United States, a NORAD base in Plattsburgh, New York. We were kept very far away from everybody. We were 20 miles away from the base. It was 6 miles from the nearest paved road. That said, my own mother did not know what my dad was doing. And an example of that is when I was an adult, I was told by my mother that Dad, if he had been scrambled to fly to Russia, he would never return. It was a one-way mission. And that was when she was in her 70s. When Dad was in his late 80s, I said to him, and my older brother had also told me that. So when my dad was in his late 80s, I said to him, Dad, my brother and mother have said that if you flew to Russia, it was a one-way mission and you would never return. And he said that was never true. We had a secret base to land at, and we flew that mission once. It was without any lights and in total radio silence. We didn't contact the the airport. We landed and we took off without any contact with any person on the ground. I went back a year or two later and I said, Mother, it wasn't true what Dad told you about it being a one-man mission because they had a secret base to land at. And her response to that was, no, wait a minute. Dad had also said that all of the men had told all of their wives that that's what would happen. And I asked him why, and he said because if the wives were not grieving, the Russians would keep looking for them, and they needed the wives to believe it to be true for their own safety. When I went back and told that to my mother, that it had never been true, that they did have a secret base to land at, her response to me in her late 80s was, he's lying because all of the wives knew it was true. Now, what I'm trying to say here is we cannot know for the pilot's safety what they are doing, when they are doing it, or what time they may announce what they're doing. I have every reason to believe that that tight-knit community is well underway organizing what they need to do and what they need to know to perform it. I'm going to let everybody be upset or hysterical or even concerned because that's what's required for their safety.
Yeah, can I jump in again?
So,
for a child, I agree with you. But I'm thinking of the calendar in my head, and I'm thinking, you know, we would have known if there ever were F-16s had been flying. We would know that. Unless I'm wrong. I mean, unless there's F-16s flying all over Ukraine and nobody knows about it, but I don't see that being possible. So it's not like there's just been a month delay. There's been like a year delay. Well, I would argue more than that. At least a year and a half. But what's the holdup? And the only thing I can come up with is there might have been a few pilots, but not enough, that were willing to volunteer. Or they were just, like big talk in a bar, right? And they really weren't willing to do that. Or they were prohibited for one reason or another. Or the planes weren't there. I should say not the word there, but the word available for them to fly. So there's been enough time. So maybe there weren't enough volunteers. And that could very well be. But there has been just too much delay for one reason or another, one excuse or another. And the longer it goes on, the more dangerous the more deadly it has been, and the more dangerous it remains and continues to be going forward. So I have no idea how long it takes to train a pilot to, to drive an F-16. No idea whatsoever. Totally beyond, out of my wheelhouse. But I can't imagine within NATO there not being, it doesn't have to be NATO as an organization, but individual nations acting individually, many of whom are within NATO, but not acting as NATO, but as individual nations, could have acted with, deliberately sooner. And it embarrasses me to be a US citizen. It infuriates me to be a US citizen, to know that the US is a very large, is, one of the biggest elephants, if not the biggest elephant in the room, that's been contemplating its naval belly button rather than do what needs to be done quickly in order to ensure success. Because the longer this goes on, the worse it gets, and the more danger it presents, not just to Ukraine, but to the entire world. Because look at the amount of lead time. I keep yelling at my reps. The amount of lead time that Russia has been allowed to lay mines, to get their logistics channels working, to get agreements with North Korea and Iran, etc., to be supplied, etc. Every day that goes by gives them yet more lead time, which makes it much more dangerous. And I'm sorry, I'm just pissed. That's it.
Linda, I'm right there with you. All fantastic points. And honestly, I don't even recognize that this is the country that I immigrated to. My idea of America is definitely that idea is gone as to what I'm experiencing and seeing today, to this day.
Yeah, it's particularly disheartening, isn't it? And that's one of the reasons why we should never give up, because when people try and make you lose all hope, that's kind of what their aim is. So that's why we have to dig in our heels and be just as stubborn, if not more. Roos, go ahead.
On your question on the legality of International Legion of Pilots, there is precedence. When the Soviet Union invaded Finland in 1939, during the Winter War, Sweden sent equipment to 39 planes and ground equipment and stuff for the volunteers from the Air Force that had formed what was called the F-19, which was a group that wanted to start an air wing in Finland to help the Finns. So 39 planes and equipment were sent to supply these pilots. So there is precedence. Shouldn't be a legal problem.
You're right about that, Roos. There's actually more precedence than that. There was the what do they call them? The Flying Tigers or something like that. They were also a international coalition of pilots. But it's this political will balls again. I'm quite sure that a lot of things come down to that. And with this in particular, it's unlikely that any former F-16 pilots will actually be given the go-ahead, no matter what. Ukrainian pilots are learning at a pace, though. They've apparently been quite impressive in flying these, and I know they're on a shorter certification program than they would normally be. So fingers crossed this all happens as soon as we can. But June has been quoted and looks like some sort of achievable goal, considering the timelines. Now, not knowing exactly when these timelines began means that there is a possibility they might turn up a little bit sooner, but no guarantees, hey? And in the meantime, we watch the most terrible things unfolding. And it makes me a little bit mad. Terixus, go ahead.
Good morning. Yeah, well, let me make you a bit more mad, even. And what Linda said is really true. We gave the Russians a lot of time. There are currently 24 F-16s in Romania with a trained crew, with ground crew, with everything ready. They've been training in the Netherlands since May. Then they did their combat training in August in the US. And they moved to Romania in November. And they were supposed to go to Ukraine in January, first week. But somehow it got postponed again, and I can only think of two reasons. One is that Ukraine needs to build better hangars for them, bomb-proof hangars, and I think that's really true. We've seen some attacks on certain places that makes no sense. But the other thing is they're bought under license, so somebody has to approve the transfer of those things. And I think Western countries would hate to see an F-16 get shot out of the sky. So all air defense needs to be gone before we see an F-16 flying, and that I think is why June is now being mentioned. But yeah, it's just almost for a shame. They were training in May already, and the stuff has been there since October, November. So yeah, I hope it didn't make you feel better, but thank you.
Yeah,
I'm inserting a swear word right now.
Thank you, Linda. Yeah, it's infuriating, isn't it? It really is. For every child.
Yes, thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Tarxis. Linda, I'm understanding where you're coming from, and I'm not discouraging you from speaking or acting based upon what you see. Each of us has our own work to do, and mine lies a slightly different direction. But I had understood, Linda, your original question to be, can't we have pilots in a legion? And where are they, and why is it taking so long for that to happen? And I want to try again to say we don't know that has not happened. There are no F-16s flying over Ukraine at this time, but pilots don't tend to be terribly obedient people in certain circumstances. and they are like ship captains. They have the latitude to disregard orders from the ground and do what is required in the air. I can give an example of that, but I do so much of that, I don't want to bore people. I will give an example if you would like to hear about the time my dad flew over San Francisco Bay with his engine on fire and was ordered to ditch the plane and disobeyed the order. However, that may be enough right there. Slava Ukraine.
That sounds fun, but we do have hands, so Herem Slava. Sir Shaggy, go ahead.
Morning, Marcus. Mic check and background noise check.
You're all right.
Is it okay? Oh, excellent, excellent. I was just reading, slight change. I was just reading that Canada has agreed to pay for the 800,000 artillery shells. I think the Czechs sourced. Any more on that, or have you already reported on it?
Well, I did mention it earlier, but the value of those shells is expected to be around 1 billion. However, Canada have allocated 22 million towards the purchase. So either they've been purchased extremely cheaply, or that's not quite enough. So we'll have to see what comes out of that. But certainly something towards that is better than nothing. Shaggy?
Oh yeah, okay. Hey, I didn't read that bit. I just saw the headline. Well, yeah, either bargain bucket, or well, the fundraiser continues on that. All right, then. Thanks a lot, Marcus. I will listen.
No probs. I have no idea how I'm full of all this information. Roos, please go ahead.
Well, the Swedish package the other day also contained a lot of money for 155 ammo, and we don't have that much, so it has to come from somewhere. Probably some of that money is going to buy the Czech ones. So there are probably other countries chipping into.
I was thinking that perhaps there will be some other money from some other countries to help out. And you're right. Most recent package from a number of places seems to have a bit of a cash element that is for purchasing more ammunition or equipment. So it's perhaps something that can be scraped together, but even so, it's well, it's a lot of money, and we would hope that they've got them for a very good price, because yeah, the 155 millimeter shells, approximately 8,000 per piece. So just the 500,000 155 millimeter shells technically could be worth up to 4 billion. So perhaps Mr. Pavel has been fluttering his beautiful blue eyes. Thank you for that, Wojtek. And got himself a fabulous deal. Fingers crossed. Anyway, either way, it will cost a little bit more than the 22 million that has been pledged by Canada. Oh my God. Sorry, I was just reading something about Russia. That's what that happened. Ooh, right. So we are coming up on the 2-year anniversary. Yes, we are. And well, things are not fun at the moment, are they? We see unfortunate pressure on the battlefield, and we know why. Very, very serious problems with getting ourselves together to sort things out. And why are we having those very serious problems? Because of Russia trying to infiltrate all of us. So, yeah, that we need to continue to remember that when we see and hear these narratives, exactly where they come from. Because I know for a fact now, thinking back about it, how all the narratives around Brexit in the UK were, and how familiar they are now when I hear the same things being said in other countries. Very familiar narratives. And that is the thing. The Russians always use the same sort of very emotive talking points, the things that get people emotional. And I feel as though I'm a little bit immune to it just because of the fact that I've got a brain injury, and I find it quite difficult to connect with a lot of emotions, I'll be totally honest. It's probably a good thing, otherwise I'd be a gibbering wreck in a corner by now. But as a result, I personally don't get terribly upset about things, but oh my god, I really could. We see what's going on, and the worry is there, isn't it, in the background all the time, and the pressure that's being felt by people in Ukraine right now. They're concerned. They're really truly concerned. This isn't a game. This is their lives. And they see games being played, and they see the tentacles of Russia in those games, and they realize that this enemy is the big bad. It really is. They don't have to attack you with missiles to bring you down. And all these, KGB tactics, Cold War tactics, seeding of spies into other countries, etc. Yeah, it's real. And I don't know, I think a lot of us had this thought that these things don't happen in this day and age. Come on, we don't live in James Bond films. But that's the thing, they do. And we've made it, very fantastical, I think. And so when we hear about these things, we're like, yeah, sure, full of spies we are. But just look, we are. And we really need to rip this disease out. It's poisoning us all. And gosh, this is what we get for being just generally naive to evil, unfortunately. Evil never sleeps, it would appear. And, well, we need to be ever vigilant for it. Now then, there is some good news this morning. So, in the Zaporizhia direction to the south and west of the village of Robotino, or Robotny, the fighting took on a fierce oncoming character. At the moment, the Ukrainian armed forces have enough ammunition and personnel here. An additional plus for them is they have the commanding heights and well-fortified positions occupied during their summer offensive. So apparently in this particular area, the Russians are starting to realize that they don't have as much manpower as the Ukrainians have bullets. And that is something that we can all be very thankful for, because, well, they're staging an offensive in lots of different areas at the moment, and I think Marinka is particularly difficult right now. We really don't want to see these steps back, but it's necessary to save lives. And you know, while we dilly and dally and F around, other people are dying because we can't make a decision. And I find that particularly egregious. It's one of my new words to describe just how disgusted I am. I don't know. We really need to give ourselves a kick up the arse, don't we? And we really do just need to all pull together a lot more. Now then, New Zealand are doing something though. That's nice. So New Zealand has decided to provide Ukraine with 25.9 million New Zealand dollars and expand their sanctions against Russia today. So they've announced that this morning. That sounds like good news to me. And I'll come to this in a minute. I'll segue. I have noticed that there have been new large packages, shall we say, from European countries and other NATO members. We've got to keep the momentum up. We must. And we cannot fail Ukraine at this point. Look, we helped them gain so much momentum previously, and then we all just sort of like sat back and went, yay, look at us, we've done a good job. No, it's not over till it's over. And it'll be over when Ukraine have kicked Russians out of their country. So, you know, this isn't a sprint. And we can't pat ourselves on the back at this point and go, yeah, we helped them achieve Kharkiv. Well, big woos, you know. We need to help them achieve a lot more. And I tell you what, they will do it without us if they have to, but it will take a hell of a lot longer. What would we rather? Would we rather more people survived and this was over quickly? Or just to watch a continuing genocide going on in Europe for the next 10 years? I don't know. Out of my choices, I'd go for the first one. I'm sure a lot of us would as well. Now then, how scared is that short person in the Kremlin? Because apparently flowers that had been laid at the long-standing memorial to Boris Nemtsov has been cleared yesterday. Now, this is a little area outside the Kremlin where Putin had him murdered in 2015. And there's always something left there as a little reminder, shall we say. However, it's finally been completely cleared yesterday. So it's almost as though, you know, it's like, no, we've got to erase all sight of everything that could possibly even be considered anything against Putin at this point. He really is absolutely nuts. Slavi, could you bear with me just 1 second, my darling?
Yep, absolutely. I was just reading this, and this has to do with the 300 billion in Russian frozen assets, which has been talked about quite frequently. And as we know, Zelensky has been pushing this, and he actually kind of set it out to be a goal to get accomplished by the end of this year. But a group of legal experts is supporting the case for seizing frozen Russian central bank assets, asserting that such actions are permissible under international law due to the extensive scale of Russia's ongoing attacks in Ukraine. So, the European Union, the group of seven, the G7 nations, and Australia have collectively frozen approximately 260 billion, that's in euros, and 280 billion in dollars in securities and cash. So, with over 2/3 of these funds immobilized, that's within the EU. So, while there is agreement that these funds should remain inaccessible to Russia unless it aids you in Ukraine's reconstruction. Now, there is disagreement over this, obviously, and it's about the legality of this. Russia would argue, but as we have been talking about this, that it is perfectly legal. Now, I haven't heard of this plan per se. The ones that they'll freeze them until and it could be used for Ukraine's reconstruction in terms of I don't know. This sounds more like reparations to me, but I'm glad. I know that there's been a couple of plans that were submitted to Washington. I'm not sure exactly what the European Union is doing with this, but the plans that were submitted to Washington, and I guess this is one of them. Um, to be honest, this is not my favorite one to kind of use the money for reparations, but I'm just glad that it's being talked about, and I hope it actually gets done, especially with the aid from United States being well dot dot dot. But yeah, so that's what I kind of wanted to touch upon this. How are you doing, Mockers? Was that good?
Yeah, that was brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes I just have to, admin. It's horrendous. So yeah, this money that's coming to Ukraine, they do sort of frame it a little bit in the way of reparations. However, the thing is, would they get any from Russia in the end? It might be very difficult, and this might be the only way they get something out of Russia. And if this is how they have to do it, maybe this is the only way they're going to receive reparations at this point, is to just basically take all their stuff that we can and give the proceeds to Ukraine. I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. We've got a load of their stuff in the UK here. We could, we
Yep.
could be doing an awful lot more about that, I'm sure.
Well, I like this plan, and actually, this one has been submitted by a friend of mine. But this is kind of the insurance fund idea, and it basically kind of insures Ukrainian buildings. And if the Russians they want to shoot at those buildings, well, they're just not going to get the money. If they don't, they'll get their money after the war is over. It's I don't know. I think it's definitely viable. Obviously, we know the Russians are not going to go for it. They're going to hate it, but that's definitely another one. That's another plan that's floating around.
But basically, tell them for every building they hit, they lose another, however much of their frozen money.
Yeah, I mean, it gives them a nice incentive to not do that. So, again, I don't think they're going to go for it.
Something tells me they're quite committed at this point, unfortunately. But, you never know. Hit them in the pocket. It does work with some people. So, yeah, it's certainly an idea. put it that way. But I honestly think, you know, they've already burned through that money 3 times already. So yeah, I think we need to just tell them it's tough shit, because they need to have some sort of, what's it called? Honestly, my brain in the morning. Consequences. There should be lots of them. And I think they will be receiving them for years to come, indirectly, through all sorts of other things. But yeah, they need to have some consequences. I would really like to see some girls in The Hague in my time, I'll be honest. Ioana.
Hello, Marcus. Hello, Slavi. So about this use of the Russian assets, I think it's still complicated. This idea of using them as insurance is good. I didn't work it out. I didn't look at all the details, but it seems to be quite good. But you know, the idea of using the almost 300 billion or whatever is still complicated, because commercial transactions are, you know, under the jurisdiction of a central people are afraid that in case that those assets will be confiscated, Russia will a certain bank, certain country. That country considers that Russia is not entitled to this service. The asset is kept frozen, but the proceeds are used for Ukraine. So I think this is much, much simpler and cannot be contested as such. But for me, the simplest idea, and I really don't know why it isn't done. We still want to keep a good relation with Russia. We still want to consider them a good partner. For me, the simplest idea is declaring Russia a terrorist state, or a state sponsor of terrorism, as the United States is calling it. And you will say that it's difficult to do this. I think it's not, especially if we consider it's a sponsor of terrorism. Because, for example, it was proven more than one time that Wagner PMC committed terrorist acts, more than one time, and it was proven. And it was proven, the Russians themselves admitted that they funded Wagner PMC. So it's by definition a sponsor of terrorism. So this would be very easy, and this would open, at least from United States, but I think the similar thing can be done in Europe, at least from United States, a lot of possibilities, including the confiscation of funds. So I don't know why it isn't done yet. I think it's look at the world. Who is the terrorist number one right now? Is it Cuba? Is it North Korea? Or is it Russia? Let's be honest. Russia and Iran are on the top of the world on the terrorist thing. So let's be honest, they are terrorists. So I think this is the easiest method to use those funds. But yeah, I don't understand why we are not going ahead with this. There are a lot of countries that declared Russia, you know, that Russia did terrorist acts. I think we should move a step further, because clearly they don't want to stop. They have these narratives, and they are promoting them every single day. So they are proving themselves that they are terrorists. So why aren't we just acknowledge this and move and do whatever it takes in order to, you know, help Ukraine and deliver these funds that would be very, very necessary for Ukraine. I think the latest estimation is around 486 billion in order for the reconstruction of Ukraine. So way more than those frozen assets.
I love that the state sponsor of terrorism idea for sure. That's got to be my favorite one. It's do you know what's kind of keeping away? Why aren't um countries kind of declaring Russia as a state sponsor? What's keeping them from doing so?
Some of them did. I have to find the list. It's morning here. I didn't even have my coffee. Sorry. Some of them did. I don't know for US. I think we are like, working, or US is working like very careful not to crash any eggs or something. I don't know what they try to protect. Is there a relation with Russia? Is there something that they hope can be recovered after this war? I really don't think so. I understand it's a complicated process, but on this list of state sponsor of terrorism, there is Cuba, Iran, North Korea, and I think Nicaragua or some other country. I have to check. So tell me if those countries did more terrorist acts in the world than Russia. I would argue that not. So I don't think it's very complicated. I just think that there isn't a real willingness to do this right now. So yeah, Cuba, North Korea, Iran, and Syria. Sorry. So these are the countries that are on the list. So Iran, Syria, of course, North Korea probably, even if I don't see the acts of terrorism that North Korea did, while maybe threatening a little bit South Korea and Japan. I have to check on this. Cuba, yeah, maybe. But Russia, let's be honest, Russia is involved in Syria. Russia is involved with Iran. Russia is involved with North Korea, and Russia is illegally invading a country since 2 years ago. So yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks so much for that, Iona. Let's go to Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, just back to that artillery again. I reread it, and it does actually, it's staring me in the face. It says that Canada is going to pay for the delivery of those 800,000 shells. So that implies to be the shipping costs. So yeah, I kind of misunderstood the article I was reading. That's it.
Thanks so much. I'm reading right now as well. Ukraine is near an agreement with the International Monetary Fund to get the next 900 million disbursement from its 15.6 billion loan, a boost to the state budget, and a vote of confidence in the U.S. Aid remains elusive. So that's what's happening with that.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry, I had to do something in the middle there. Now then, I'm just having a look at something that it would seem has been hacked. Something Russian was hacked, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is. But it appears to be something to do with it's called UPKBRU, and it is the Tactical Missile Armament Corporation, and it's part of that, but others that play a key role in Ukraine, the war machine against Ukraine, civilians and soldiers, was attacked by a Russian hacker collective that opposes Putin and the war against Ukraine. So this is actually Russians hacking their own Tactical Missile Armament Corporation's computers. Now, I like that development. That is a good development right there. Sorry, it took me a minute just to figure out what was what with regards to this. So yeah, that was interesting indeed. Shaggy.
Reminds me of my kid's favourite film, War Games. I wonder if they can reprogram it to play tic-tac-toe. That'd be awesome.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, that would be a good idea. To just get it doing something really useless. Well, that would yeah. I hope that you know there is a shall we say an underground uprising in Russia, because it's about blimmin' time, isn't it? And so yeah, I'm just saying that.
Yeah, definitely a lot more Russian.
Needs a lot more what? Russian what?
Sorry, sorry about the hands. Yeah, a lot more Russian partisans actually doing stuff, kinetic stuff, blowing stuff up, setting fire to stuff, rather than getting themselves arrested and thrown in a gulag. That's what I'd like to see. A couple of orders of magnitude more of. I'm sorry for interrupting them on this.
Oh no, you're quite all right. I mean that's exactly it. I mean the partisan stuff, the quiet stuff, that is consistently just happening under the radar. I particularly love to see this sort of thing where things just explode and then you don't know what's happened, or things just go down. And it's nice that the Russians, a Russian hacker group, has claimed this one, because that gives me a little bit of hope that there are actually some sane people. Maybe we'll see. Now then, yesterday, with regards to the Polish border, Zelensky made a statement saying that his government would like to meet at the border on the 24th. So Polish President Andrzej Duda has come out and said he supports the idea of meeting with the Ukrainian and Polish governments, with representatives of the European Commission, to resolve the border crisis. Well, hopefully something can be done, because it is an EU thingamabob anyway. It's not something that technically either of the countries can change without the EU. So so yeah, hopefully we can get something resolved. But I tell you what, there is no way there is not Russian influence in this. I mean, one guy's already been arrested for 2 counts of what was it? One was displaying the communist flag, and the other was supporting the war against Ukraine. I think at least one of these charges carries a 2-year custodial sentence as well. So there may be a bit of finding out to be done by some of these guys. Linda?
Yeah, whatever is going to happen on the 24th is good, and whatever EU pressure can be brought is good. But I still see this as an internal Polish problem, and I'm really the area of the south side of Chicago where I grew up. Let's just say there is a lot of Polish people there, and I have a lot of respect and a lot of really good memories of Polish people there. Right? This just hits me at the core. This disappointment just hits me at the core, and I can only think that exactly that. There's so much Russian influence, propaganda, Russian, active measures, blah 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 blah, all this kind of stuff, and infiltration, right? The leaders of these groups, etc. But with regard to Poland, I mean, these are Polish roads. And like I said, I think it was last night, if they had a snowstorm with snowdrifts, and or if they had a mudslide with piles of dirt and boulders, they would be cleaning the streets. They would be clearing the streets, right? Clearing the roads. Because that's what you do as a government. When your roads are blocked, you clear the roads. And these don't happen to be boulders that are in the middle of the road. They happen to be vehicles, but there's still objects in the roads that need to be cleared. Now, if those objects were along the side of the road, not a problem. But those objects being in the road need to be cleared. And this is, to me, this is an internal Polish problem. And it also has, I guess, larger implications with regard to the EU, because if Poland does not have reliable road systems because they are blocked by boulders or vehicles, then the EU cannot depend on them to have cleared roads, and that message needs to be sent. Anyway, I'll shut up now again.
You're all right, Linda. I mean, the thing is, if something needs to be done, it gets done, doesn't it? And so it's somebody actively acting against, you know. I mean, the Ukrainian people are literally fighting for their lives. And this situation is, well, basically it's fatal. Whatever happens now, it has damaged a friendship. It has damaged a trust. And yeah, it's unfortunate that Russia can do this shit, really. Anyway, where are we? I've got a bit of stuff here that Viktor Orban's private jet is currently in the air and heading directly east towards Russia. It was over Romania when last spotted, heading over the Moldova-Romanian border. Expected to be landing around now.
You should probably stay there. If you are
Maybe he's pulling a Yanukovych.
Oh, I hope so.
There's been quite a lot of protests in Hungary just recently. Have you not noticed?
I think you might be onto something, actually, because yeah, I mean, the images I've been seeing in those videos, that's a lot of people to not be happy with you, to be going against you. So
And the two people that were sort of like his cover in the government, he sort of lost those two people just recently as well. It would be great if he just disappeared, wouldn't it? It would be absolutely great. We'll see. We'll see. Unfortunately, I think he'll probably come back. Meh. Unless he has an appointment with T. One can only hope.
oh, yes, yes. Or a window, a Russian window.
Well, you see, this new sanctions package, he really tried to get certain things removed from it, and some of them he got removed and some of them he didn't, by the looks of things, because he could only justify certain ones. So he got everything he could justify, and the rest of it he never got. And so perhaps he's now going to Putin to grovel and apologise and drink some tea. Shaggy.
Yeah, Marcus, with your tea, do you have one lump or two?
I don't drink tea.
Oh dear. Well, in your coffee, do you have one lump or two?
Eine kleine.
Yeah, well, I don't either, but I'm pretty sure that a couple of lumps of sugar in a fuel tank of one of those tractors would cause a little bit of trouble for said farmers' tractors, and that would actually hit them in the pocket while they have to get them repaired as well. So, I mean, just a suggestion. Any Polish lovelies out there, so maybe add one lump or two, sweeten it up a little bit.
I like that idea. Well, let's see. I'm sure there will be some repercussions. Put it that way. There's an awful lot of fellas in Poland. Did you know that there are? So yes, this is just a continuing problem, and I'll tell you what, it's got to the point where it's not just ridiculous; it is true sabotage, and it goes to show, in a way, how desperate Russia is to try and, help themselves from every angle, because the attrition on the battlefield is horrific for them. They can't hide it anymore. Keeping it up is going to be more and more difficult, I think. They can feed people into the machine, but sooner or later that machine is going to break down at some point. We've had all sorts of suggestions of people being very unhappy, shall we say, within their own ranks. I heard of a tale of a unit who decided that rather than follow their commander's orders, they would shoot their commander and then offer to surrender. And well, that's not the first time I've heard about that. In fact, that'll be about the fourth, I think. Maybe they didn't all surrender, but certainly there are about 4 commanders I know that have been shot by their troops now. And that's a sign of something, isn't it? If only that would catch on. So, yeah, maybe we'll see a bit more of that catching on, because word spreads, doesn't it? Word gets around. So we'll keep our eyes peeled and our ears open about that. So let's have a little look. See, I've noticed that the Ukrainians are using the ground-launched small diameter bomb. I can't say the acronym. I just can't. I can't get it the right way around. We have noticed that they've been using these recently, and I don't know if you saw, but there was some footage yesterday from what appeared to be the use of such a bomb, and let's just say it was terribly effective. Terribly effective indeed. So, yeah, I think at least they're something that could be useful to Ukraine at the moment. Thank goodness they've got ammunition of some kind, because jeepers creepers, having to fight off an armed horde with plastic drones, basically. That's yeah, it's not something that any army would expect to do. And you know what? Any other armed force wouldn't, basically, just wouldn't. So yeah, it's time. It's time we got a bit ridiculously serious about this whole thing. We are, just not taking things seriously enough these days, and we really should. I don't know. We all got very sort of like wrapped up in our own worlds, and things like social media and what have you are great for entertainment, but they're also great for finding out what's really going on in the real world, and I don't understand how you can do one without the other. Just because, you know, it's, I don't know, maybe it's just my head, but it's important for me to know what's going on outside my borders, if you know what I mean. If we're going to have a war come at us from Russia, I'd like to know when it's coming. So I think that's something else that we all have to keep a thought on as well. Now then, we do have confirmation of one of those very successful strikes. So there's been a list published of 68 Russian servicemen who were killed by an attack from the armed forces of Ukraine during a standoff situation in Volnovakha in the Donetsk region. There was also a video from the area of Krinky, I believe, where there was, shall we say, quite a large group of Russians who ended up gathering together in one place like a bunch of lunatics and making themselves an extremely easy target. I know. Let's hope they do more of that. They, you know, some of them may be receiving training, but they're certainly not receiving training about, you know, how to move on the battlefield, shall we say. I think that's something that you learn sort of after you learn, you know, which way up to hold your gun. So they're doing the first bits. They're teaching them how to fight generally, but not necessarily how to move. They don't seem to be able to move with vehicles in tandem either. They get themselves run over a lot. It's awful shame. And yeah, when they're all out on the battlefield, they tend to bunch up into a big group. So, oh well, more of that. I think your replacement is here, Snappy. Are you going to go and rest your beautiful face and head? Because
Yes.
it's sleepy time.
It is, yes. Although I think I'm because I've been hanging out in this space so much. I think I'm just sleepless these days, and especially with all the news coming out on Ukraine from Ukraine, it's hard to get a good night's rest. But that being said, thank you so much, Mockers. It was a pleasure co-hosting with you, and I'll see you guys next time.
Thank you, lovely. And yes, you're right. I too find it difficult to sleep at the moment. I'll be honest. I've started using soothing music to put me to sleep. I know it's a bit sad, but yeah, I put on like a thing of soothing music, and it does help because it sort of focuses my mind elsewhere. But yeah, it's not for everyone, I suppose. But yeah, you just sometimes you need to be able to switch off and just get some rest. I'm not sure when any of us do it really. So welcome up, Ming. Good morning. How's you?
Pretty good. Morning, Mockers. How are you?
I'm a tired little bunny today, but other than that, okay. I do have to do a couple of things in a minute, such as log on to work. So I'll get that done in a second when you're all co-hosted and strapped in your seat. Now, I haven't seen very much from the Russian commercial airline issues recently. I don't know if they've just fallen off my radar or if they've just stopped reporting them. It seems to me almost like they've stopped reporting them, Ming.
Yeah, well, let me have a look. I've just opened the channel I go to on. Oh yeah, there's a fair few. So this is just let's see. This morning, right? So far, what have we got? We have Russia Airlines. This is on an Airbus A319 flying from St. Petersburg to Surgut. anti-de-icing system failure. So then we have North Star Airlines on a 737-800 air conditioning system failure. And then Aeroflot, one of your usuals, on an A320, a sick passenger. So they had to land the aircraft. But yeah, no, they're all there. They're still reporting. There was a big story, but a bit of a non-story a couple of days ago about Superjet and the old engine filters, the engine oil filters. They had an alarm, and apparently, you know, all the usual stuff. You know, the French make them, they can't get them, they wash them in jet fuel. The cockpit got a report that they were both malfunctioning, so they had to do an emergency landing. And in the investigation, they lost them. So they couldn't work out what actually happened, although I think we know what happened, don't we, Marcus? So yeah, no, it's business as usual on that front.
So they went to investigate these items and then they just suddenly got lost, just like that.
Yeah, well, apparently these oil filters don't have serial numbers on them, so that's how they got lost. I don't know, but it's kind of weird though. And anyway, apparently the solution was that they should ramp up the production of their own home-produced oil filters, but clearly that's not happening.
Well, that's no surprise, is it? That's no surprise at all. So I've got some news from, let me find it, from Avdiivka. So there is a, oh wow, there have been a number of assaults around the outskirts of Avdiivka. And the 3rd Brigade, I think, are talking about the situation in their positions. So they say the main defence is that we have regrouped and are maintaining positions which are better to defend. We are continuing to perform combat tasks, but the enemy constantly storms, trying to use infantry and equipment in the morning. We destroyed 5 IFBs, plus the soldiers. There are heavy clashes at all times. So there's no letting up, unfortunately, in that part of the battlefield. And that may explain some of the numbers, that they are literally just pouring things in waves and losing them. It's not exactly a winning strategy, but you will eventually, you know, break through, I suppose, if you keep that up indefinitely. Now then, United 24 have finally announced one of their new things today. So they're calling it the battleship. And they say Zelensky announced the launch of the world's first fleet of naval drones, which has since become a real nightmare for Russian ships. Well, today we have more good news for them. So together with our partners, they're launching a new Sea Baby drone. So that's what they're up to now. And they say that people can name it, I believe. They're looking for a good name. So there you go. If you want to get involved, you can help name a new drone. Although I think Boaty McBoomface is probably not going to win. Just so you know.
Didn't we go there last year, Mockers, with the dildo of consequences or something?
Yes. There was the D of consequences. Indeed, and people were very, very sort of like into that one.
but yeah, it wasn't
There
quite.
was something, it ended up being called something safe. I can't remember what it ended up being called, but the NAFO sea drone.
Yeah, Raccoon's Revenge, I believe, was the final
Oh, that's right. Raccoon's
decision.
Revenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, they went with something a little more, you know, whatever. Sorry, I'm doing 7 things at once, like you do. And I can't think of the word. Family friendly, that'll do. That'll do. They went with something that was a bit more family friendly. Yeah, the D of consequences was unfortunately not an acceptable name. Never mind. It would have been funny though. I'm sure they wouldn't have used lube either. Sorry, I'm just looking at the State Border Service saying that Polish protesters are still, you know, it's a real problem. There are an awful lot of things going on, but it all boils down to how it affects the battlefield. And at coming up to the 2nd anniversary of this full-scale invasion, I think it's time that we got really serious about this. Now, there are going to be lots of events held for the 24th. And it's horrible to call it an anniversary because, you know, you would think that anniversary would be something that you would celebrate, but unfortunately not in this case. However, there will be over 400 rallies being held around the world in a coordinated global initiative to show that we stand with Ukraine. And if any of you can get to any of those rallies, then, you know, by all means, try and get there. Hey, phone in from there. Tell us how it is, what it's like. Chat to some people. Get them to come on and say hi. Whatever. But yeah, try your absolute best, please, because well, this support has got to be loud and vocal. We've got to continue to do everything we can.
Yeah, we have one here in Dublin, Mockers. I haven't decided if I'm going yet or not, but I'll try and go. At the Russian embassy on the Orwell Road, right? it's the Russian embassy is on Orwell Road, which is seems to me ironic. Chris, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Ev. Karen, go ahead then. If Chris is obviously malamuting or something.
Okay, well, I was listening there for
I am
the
here, sorry.
familiar woo, but since he is,
Oh.
oh, really? Go ahead, Chris. I'll come back.
I can, no, you go on, Karen. I can come back. You carry on, but
Okay. I just thought I would share the story I saw on the BBC. Okay, there are some unusual sanctions coming from the UK after Alexei Navalny's death. And I've never heard of sanctions quite like this. And I think they may have started something. They sound like a very good idea. The UK has frozen the assets of 6 Russian prison bosses in charge of the Arctic penal colony where opposition leader Alexei Navalny has died. They will also be banned from traveling to the UK. Now, I'm confused why anybody like that would be allowed to travel to the UK. I'm curious now if people like that are being allowed to travel to the US. That really puzzled me. But anyway, these 6 prison bosses have got their assets locked. And I thought, what a wonderful idea. And there are other countries that might consider doing the same thing. I wish the US would consider that. It surprises me that anybody up in the chain of the Russian government would have assets in any NATO country. I am surprised by that, and very puzzled. And anyway, I realize that these aren't oligarchs, but they are certainly people that are guilty of war crimes. And now maybe this could be expanded to more people that we believe are war criminals. I think this idea has possibilities. What do you think, Ming?
Well, I kind of think that these sanctions are a bit symbolic. One, I kind of doubt that these guys have any assets in the UK, or two, that they visit the UK with any. They might pop in once in a while, but I doubt that's on the top of their priority list. So if I look at the list of people the UK actually sanctioned, Colonel Vadim Kalinin, head of the penal colony, his deputy, his five deputy heads, right? So, and they're all lieutenant colonels or colonels. I kind of think that this is more symbolic than actually effective. So yeah, I wouldn't read too much into it, Karen.
Okay. It would really surprise me if anybody like that had assets tied up in a NATO country, with the way things are going. But if there are any assets there, they definitely did the right thing on leaping on them. It'll be interesting to hear more about that story, but I tend to think you're right. I think this is probably symbolic. Thank you.
So we lost Chris. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Marcus.
I was just going to say that that sanction today on those guys, I don't know how effective that's going to be. I mean, those guys who were prison guards in Siberia, do they come to the UK much? Do they have lots of sort of like, holdings in the UK? I think it is very symbolic indeed. Yeah, and just it disappointed me slightly, I'll be absolutely honest. Actually, no, it disappointed me a lot. I was like, really? Really? Okay. It's not really very very much teeth in that. That's kind of how I feel. So yeah, just crap.
Well, after hearing that from you, I'm not as cheered up about it. I was hoping there was something there they could grab. But thank you for your input, because I think you're probably right.
Yeah, sorry to pee on your chips there, but yeah, it just seems yeah.
But I think hopefully tomorrow, Karen, tomorrow the US will be announcing its new raft of sanctions, and they have been bigging them up a bit. So hopefully there's something chunky in there.
Well, that's true. I mean, right. There's one thing about Navalny, right? He wasn't a good guy. He was Putin's opposition, yeah, but he wasn't a great fella. Unfortunately, there's, slim pickings when it comes to really good people within the Russian, shall we say, structure. I honestly think Navalny sort of overestimated his influence and found himself at the tender mercies of a government that had cracked down an awful lot more than he realised. And so, it doesn't really matter how he died, but he was indeed murdered by the government. And if people want to, put him up on some pedestal, make a martyr out of him, use that thought to provide Ukraine with more assistance, I'm just going to bite my tongue and let that happen, because that's not a problem for me. But yeah, I do find it a little bit sickening that there are an awful lot of things about him that people just don't seem to remember at this point. But if it helps Ukraine, then whatever. Karen?
Well, it did occur to me that it, symbolic, yes, but I'm wondering if it might influence the treatment of other Russian dissidents who are in prison. There are people that were better people than Navalny. I keep bringing up Vladimir Karam. Anyway, Karamuza is his last name. I keep bringing him up. His health is delicate. His prison sentence was directly attached to his protest against the war in Ukraine. He said the war was immoral. He was completely against it. And I believe that he is a person with maybe sentiments that we would feel more sympathy toward. And, if this leads to other prisoners, such as Karamuza, being treated better, which I can only hope, then I can see some good coming out of it there. But any Russian who's dumb enough to keep assets in the UK at this time is pretty stupid. They really should know better. And I think that there are a lot of people who did at one time leave their assets in the UK, people from Eastern Europe, because there have been several documentaries on London and the Russian mafia and the oligarchs back in the 90s and early 2000s. I'll have to I think one of the documentaries I was thinking of had a title something like Moscow on the Thames or something like that. But there was a lot of Russian money in Moscow at one time. And so maybe these people think that, well, some of it still might be welcome. And hopefully that idea will change very soon. Anyway, I don't want to beat a dead horse, so I will let that go. It's my bedtime anyway. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Karen. Right, okay, so let's just have a little look at something here. Oh, I've given you that already. Don't worry about that. Right, so the SBU are just putting together saying this new sea drone project will help them to finish off both the Crimean Bridge and the Russian fleet. So they're obviously looking at something bigger and better, perhaps. My goodness me. Wow. Listen to this for a story, by the way. We're going to keep finding things happen like this. Now, in Poland, a heavy bomb dropped through the roof of some guy's house in 1945. Soviet sappers turned up, took a look at it and said, meh, nothing to worry about. So they just fixed the floor and continued to live there. Over the years, they told stories to their children and grandchildren. And they'd be like, yeah, the bomb in the floor, whatever. Fast forward to 2022. the guy who inherited the house did some renovation and found a bomb. And yes, it really was under the floor all that time. And somebody says this is one of the most Slavic stories I've ever read. There is war because Germans. Russia bombs Poland. Russia sees an unexploded bomb and goes, it's fine. And the Polish family just goes, okay, we'll just fix the floor and go on with our lives. And then nobody believed them when they said they had an unexploded bomb under the floor until somebody found it some years later. So, yeah, just a bit of a story of, yeah, how everything has been. And just the fact that, Russians again, don't worry, nothing to worry about, just a big unexploded bomb in your house.
Yeah, so it just reminds me of, so my dad, for instance, at the end of World War II, when, so my dad's Norwegian, and after Norway was liberated, the Norwegians did a lot of liberating of all sorts of German equipment. So my dad had all sorts of German kit in the house. But the Norwegians then went door to door, literally collecting this stuff, bullets and God knows what. And the only thing he was allowed to keep was a German helmet, which we've still got. And then in Luxembourg, one of my friends, one of his neighbors apparently had a German tank in her barn. I never saw it, so I don't know, maybe that story is apocryphal, but he swore blind that she had a German tank in her barn.
That sounds awesome. Well, we've seen that happen in Ukraine, haven't we? We found a farmer hiding a tank in one of his barns because he was like, no, this is my spoils. I get to keep this, surely. I found it in my field. And they were like, nah, mate, you've got to hand that shit over. So I thought that was quite funny. Hey, now then, he's not gone to Russia. Orban's jet has landed in Chisinau Airport. Is that how you say it in Moldova?
Orban's gone to Moldova, has he? That's interesting.
It's Chisinau. But yeah, it's strange that he's going to Moldova. Really strange.
Well, let's see. Curious, eh?
Joanna, there's no Hungarians in Moldova, right?
No, I don't think so.
Ethnic Hungarians.
No, I don't think so. I don't think there is a minority of Hungarians in Moldova. Maybe a few, but not to my knowledge. But it's interesting because we just heard that, the Transnistrian parliament I don't know if we can call it a parliament, will ask for Transnistria to be included in Russia on 28th of February. So I'm wondering with whom is Orban meeting? Is he meeting with Maya Sandu, or maybe is he meeting with some opposition members? It's strange. I didn't hear about this news. I will try to search some more.
Interesting, because you'd think he'd be getting things ready for the vote they're supposed to be taking on Monday on Sweden's accession to NATO, I think.
Yeah, and he's supposed to meet the Swedish Prime Minister tomorrow in Budapest. So yeah, it's really strange.
Well, that's where he is, the sneaky little sneak. Someone's just said, will he be the next president of Moldova? No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
No way.
No. Something tells me the current one would not be having any of that. So yeah, I'm loving this, by the way. Ukraine's put out a little video, and it's like a game of battleships. Oh, bless. I'm just going to retweet that. It's just so cute. They really do love trolling the Russians, don't they? Ivana.
Oh, sorry. I thought I found the news about Orban going to Chisinau, but actually it was old news. So I'll keep searching. As I said, I didn't find anything about this visit, so it's kind of strange. Yeah, sorry. I'll keep searching.
Awesome, thank you. So, where am I? Where am I? Bear with me. Yeah, latest and final, unless it takes off again. It is now parked up at the main terminal. Chisinau. I still can't say it. Sorry. So yeah, we'll leave it there. You know what it is, right? All the news that I have is not amazing news, and I don't want to depress everybody. I'm too busy depressing myself right now. But I tell you what I do have is I do have a lot of hope that things will get better. I have seen a lot of effort. I have seen, you know, a lot of mobilization of money and countries getting the message. I have seen people getting more serious about the whole situation, and I do have a lot of faith that whatever happens here, the Russians will definitely not be winning. I mean, literally, they're running around Avdiivka right now, just looting anything they can from the smashed up buildings. I mean, seriously, this is the sort of crap that they think is what a reward for capturing and destroying an area. It's just, it is ridiculous to see this. You know, woohoo, we've captured an area. We're going to see what we can steal from it now. And they're literally going around going, hey, look, there's a bed over there. Hey, look, there's a TV. Oh, we can't get to that because it's in that smashed building on the 7th floor. You know, it just, these are the things that they value. And I find that difficult. To understand. Yeah, it's just, well, it's pathetic. It really is. It's not an army, is it? It's a flipping just murderers and looters and rapists if they get the chance. So I can't believe that we've allowed it to get to this position, to be absolutely fair. But you know, that's us, twiddling our thumbs while place burns down around us. We really have to be more serious about this, folks. We really do. So let us at least do everything we can to try and make that make these things happen. I don't know how Russia has managed to. Well, no, I do know how Russia has managed to get this far into our governments and our systems and cause us all to be unable to help because we've ground ourselves into inaction through one thing and another. And that's really disappointing. And you know, when people say, oh, well, it's difficult to do this because would it be legal? Change the flipping law if you have to. You know, are we holding ourselves back for good reasons or not? That's how I feel. If we're holding ourselves back, why? And can we do something about it? Because I'm sure there's people looking into this to try and do everything they can to get, you know, money moving, ammunition moving, all of that. But it does still seem as though we're still teetering on the edge of not really being quite serious about it. For example, we can produce enough ammunition for Ukraine in Europe. But, well, you see, we've got some other customers. Pardon? Oh, some other customers. They're currently going through a genocide, are they? Well, no, but they were first in the queue. Well, I don't care. You know, make them wait. Make them give up half of what, you know, as a contingency, as a compromise. Make them wait, you know, double time by giving half of what they've ordered to Ukraine. Just the idiocy of supplying people just to pop in a warehouse somewhere while Ukraine is starved of ammunition. That to me is, well, that's not serious. We're not being serious people at that point. So what's a girl to do but express her displeasure as much as possible with her government officials and people who were supposed to represent me, and perhaps some other people's government officials, because, you know, we all rage against the machine sometimes. Let's get it done, folks. I don't know about you, but I have a lot of patience, and, you know, selfish as that is, I imagine my patience is not as strong as that of the Ukrainian people's. And yet I hear, you know, that there is real fear that Russians could end up coming back, you know, across the country, trying to take Kyiv again, if they don't have enough ammunition and assistance to keep holding the line and eventually push them back. I mean, you know, it's great to say, oh, well, when the F-16s come, things will be better. But in the meantime, how much worse are they going to get? It would be nice to be able to keep people safe in the meantime. It would be nice to be able to actually fight back in the meantime. It's terrible to have the will and the determination to fight back and just not the stuff in your hands. So, yeah, I think that's, you know, sorry, I'm just trying to do 17 things at once, and also just try and not be too mad. However, here's something else that will make you mad. In England, there was a group of volunteer vehicles that were being prepared to be sent to the armed forces of Ukraine, and some person has been and smashed them all up. Yeah, that's right, person or persons. Now, unfortunately, these vehicles, they were parked on private land, so it's possible that they've not been sort of, you know, CCTV or anything like that. So it's really unfortunate, but I do hope that we can get something sorted to get these repaired. I mean, donors have made an investment here, and anybody that did this, I mean, whether they did it knowing that it was stuff going to Ukraine or not, you know, I have a feeling that it was targeted in particular. And it's not a big thing, but every little bit chipping away, I just, you know, I feel as though this is a continuing massive effort by Russia, and it really does show that they're struggling. I mean, come on, they're recruiting people from African nations. They wouldn't be doing that if they weren't struggling. They've tracked down the most horrendous oppression inside their own country. They wouldn't be doing that if they didn't fear that the population was really not happy at this point. The way they're sort of, you know, treating their soldiers and stuff, all of this is backfiring on them horrendously. Not quick enough, not in enough numbers, but we see just the breakdown, the lawlessness, the lunacy of their actions, and you just think they can't keep it up forever. Probably for a long time, but not forever. There's breaking points. There's got to be, and well, there's so many that have been teetering on the edge for the last 12 months. I mean, I've been waiting for their economy to fall down for the last 12 months, I'll be honest, and it's been a lot more resilient than I expected, and probably still will be for some time yet, which I find shocking. But some of that might just be our own damn fault, because it would appear that Russia have been making quite a bit of money off some of the things that they've been selling, their oil and gas revenues and stuff. Now, whether they've made that in money that they can spend, for example, rupees aren't necessarily easy to trade, are they? But still, they appear to have no end of funding currently, and we really should have a good long look at ourselves about this. I know we were very intertwined with Russia in all sorts of ways, you know, oil, gas, energy, the nuclear, anything we wanted really from them in the way of resources, metals and stuff. But we've got to understand that there comes a time that we have to stop being beholden to a blackmailer. So now I'm sorry to say that the UK has been doing quite a lot that they shouldn't have been. But this phenomenon isn't just in the UK. It is a bit of a depressing situation, but in the official pictures, it suggests that now they've focused on the UK just because there's more information about that available right now. But UK trade with Russia is supposed to have collapsed since February 22, showing it down by 74%. That sounds amazing, doesn't it? Well done. Yeah. However, the Russian economy doesn't seem to be doing as badly as all that. Indeed, Russia is due to grow faster than any G7 nation this year, and that's their economy. Now, let's look at the battlefield. They do seem to be able to put an awful lot of stuff into the battlefield with regards to weapons, drones, despite the sanctions. So, a Russian unit needing weapons in the past would have maybe relied on a certain input or a tool from the UK. They would get it directly, but now you can't anymore. So, easy solution, which Russians are very fond of, is a shell company. So they set up a nice shell company in a friendly Caucasus state like Kyrgyzstan, for example. Genius, yeah? There's no sanctions on these neighbouring states. Once your goods arrive, they get sent directly to Russia and have been absolved, laundered of sanctions. Voila, Russia gets what it needs, makes its weaponry in spite of the sanctions. Now, some people wondered, could this actually be happening? Yes, it's happening. It's been happening for a lot of countries. And, well, let's look at the UK, because obviously that one's the one that's been looked at the most. So, UK exports to Kyrgyzstan, have they gone up since the outbreak of the war? By crikey, they have a lot. 1,100% increase in orders and deliveries of these sorts of perhaps dual-use goods to Kyrgyzstan. Most certainly, a bulk of that is going onward to Russia, because the paper trail just ends once the goods have left the UK. So it's not just the UK. Armenia, for example, and many other Caucasus nations have had a massive leap in goods being sent to them from European countries and the UK, and probably the US, since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. So it's not UK specific, not in the slightest. No, if anything, the volumes from Germany and Poland are worse. Now, there's been a guy documenting this via EU figures for months, and he's called Robin J. Brooks, Robin_J_Brooks. And if you want to see his work, which is very underreported, shall we say, then do go follow him. And there's more, unfortunately, because the issue isn't just surging volumes of trade to these Caucasus nations, but precisely what kind of things have been exported. So look at those numbers, and what emerges is even more disturbing. A point to note, the EU and G7 partners have a list of what they call common high priority items. 45 categories of goods we know the Russians are importing and repurposing into weapons. Why do we know this? Because we found them on the battlefield. So that raises a question. These items among the stuff the UK is sending to those states, which anyone with an ounce of sense must realise are being diverted to Russia? Well, yes. Yes, they are. And those specific sanctioned items just going out of the UK to Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, Georgia, and Uzbekistan prior to the Russian invasion were minimal, pretty minimal, and are now huge. And so, yeah, a 500+% increase, which is, yeah. Come on, guys, we need to do better than this, surely. Who do I need to talk to sort this out, really? Because just send me around. I'm in the right mood for it. So
Mockers, back to the topic of sanctions. I see on a positive note that the Japanese have unveiled a new package which includes CNC machines. So these are computer numerical control lathes and the like for making things like really quite clever stuff. And I think we had a whole session on this a few months back. The Ukrainians have been asking for these machines to be banned from Russia for quite some time, quite a few months now, and the Japanese seem to have reacted. As I recall, there were 2 or 3 countries that were the main source of these machines, and one of which was Germany, I believe. I don't remember Japan being on the list, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were pretty serious in with that kind of kit. So that looks like a positive step forward. Oh, and separately, I see that the US Congress I forget if it's the House of Representatives or it's the Senate, is calling in all the major chip manufacturers in the US for a hearing on why their chips are ending up in Russian equipment.
Good. It's about time this sort of stuff got addressed. Definitely. Karen, go ahead.
Well, that is very good news, Maine. That is a very distressing issue. I thought I would contribute one more news bit before I go off to bed, because Joe Biden is supporting Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte to become the next NATO Secretary General. And what I am curious about, I don't know much about this man, other than the fact that, let's see, come on down here to the bottom of the article. I can't find what I'm looking for. But the thing is, he has been a prime minister during the time that the Netherlands has pledged assets, F-16s and other assets to Ukraine. He is very pro-Ukraine, but it is thought that Biden's support might help him. But I was wondering what you can tell me about Mark Rutte, and if he is the best possible choice to be the Secretary General of NATO, or if there is somebody else.
I think a lot of people like the idea of Kaya Kallas. Certainly, that's something that has been floated around. She's got a lot of support there. But I think you know how it is. You know how these things go. Mark Rutte is certainly, I would say, a very good candidate. He's very supportive of Ukraine and outspoken about it. Don't have any particular issues against him. But, it's at the moment, these are just ideas being floated around, I think. Terixus, welcome up.
Yes, thank you. I am Dutch, so I can speak a little bit about him. I prefer Kallas. Do I pronounce that right?
That'll
Yes,
do.
thank you. Because she's more fierce. But Rutte is a well, in the Netherlands he's not as popular anymore because he's been prime minister way too long. But he is an excellent diplomat and gets people connected. And how to say this? Get them get them on board to do the same thing. And he is really pro-Ukraine. So he's my second best. If he becomes, if he gets the position, I think it will be good. Although I prefer the other one. But especially for the more southern countries in Europe, he has the attitude to get them on the program, and he has his way with people to convince them to do the right thing. And he ignored Scholz in the beginning, which I really liked. We were pretty quick to send Panzer howitzers, and he just did it without. And he needed permission from Scholz, but I think he just rang him and said, "We're sending them anyway." And also a nice thing, there was an interview with Trump when Trump was president, and Trump was saying something about I don't know what it was, but during the interview, and that's the live interview when they shake hands or something, and Trump said some stupid thing, and Rutte just said, "Well, no," and not a lot of people do that, and he gets away with things. So that's a little background.
Oh yeah, I've nothing against him, but I too am rooting for Kaya Kallas just because she is fierce.
And I think sometimes you need to have that bit of, you know, righteous anger behind you to drive you forward. And yeah, she seems to channel it very well into action. Do you kind of like that? So yeah, no messing about. And I think, you know, having a no nonsense approach is a good one. I'm kind of that kind of girl myself, actually, bit of a no nonsense approach. So hopefully there will be no more nonsense these days, or at least today, one day. Oh, apologies. I just got stuck in a video. I thought it was going to make a noise then as well, and I panicked. I was like, no. So, now then, there was something that was in an interview with Tash Spiegel a couple of weeks ago, where the CEO contradicted Rheinmetall's press release, saying that the hub in Ukraine was not going to start working until the summer, but he actually said that the hub in Ukraine was in progress, was working, as in the repair hub for German vehicles. Now, German Aid to Ukraine account actually contacted Rheinmetall and asked for clarification on what was actually happening. And the spokesperson confirmed that personnel were trained in Germany and are now already carrying out maintenance and repair work at their hub in Ukraine. And from March 2024, these activities are to be intensified again as part of a joint venture. Don't entirely know what that means, but that sounds as though they'll be maybe expanding that hub in Ukraine. So that's good stuff because, well, with things passing through the border right now, yeah, I think it's easier to not have to pass stuff backwards and forwards, put it that way. For every child?
Yes, Markers, I did hear you mention something about drones, and you may very well have already covered this. UA24 is, I know, I heard you say they released a drone game, but in the comments it said that there's going to be a special NAFO link for donations. Or at least somebody said, will there be another special NAFO link for donations? And UA24 just replied with a wink.
All right, good for them. I cannot solicit or advertise other people here.
My
Mentioned
apologies.
it, but I didn't mention that part because people will find that part themselves. You know what I mean? If they want to, then they can.
I got it. I'm learning.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah, we've just got to be careful. Now then, Dmitry Medvedev. He's been drunk again. He has. I know. It's not a surprise, is it? It's a daily occurrence. However, he's been speaking at some sort of, oh God, I don't even know. But apparently, he's been saying that, well, they're not going to stop until they recapture Kyiv. Oh, no, sorry, capture Kyiv. They didn't capture it in the first place. And they called Odessa, he called Odessa a Russian city because I'm sure if you go and ask the people in Odessa, they're just waiting for Russia to come and liberate them like they have every other part of the country that they've destroyed. I'm sure those guys would be really happy about that. I think after all these, you know, things blowing up around them, perhaps not. So Medvedev said, in order to achieve the goals of the special operation, we have to reach Kyiv. According to him, if the Kremlin fails to do it now, they will do it later. basically, after some time. He believes that Kyiv is a threat to Russia's existence. Well, in a way it is, because you've made it a threat to Russia's existence by not keeping up, by not progressing yourselves, and then looking over there and going, oh no, we can't have that, they're showing us up. Should have looked at yourselves, my friends. No, not friends, actually. Anyway, he also said that Kyiv's a Russian city, which is laughable if you know anything about history. And yet he said, Odessa, come back home. We are waiting for Odessa in the Russian Federation. Right, it makes me feel a little bit ill, this. It's like trying to get away from a toxic ex-partner, isn't it? And just, everywhere you go, they're following you, going, come back. We want you to come back. And then, like, beating the crap out of you if you don't want to. So, yeah, it's a weird situation.
Joanna, go ahead.
Yeah, so if we are looking at the cities that are illegally annexed or the territories and what happened there, it's clear that the people in Odessa would like to be part of the Russian Federation. Of course, this is sarcastic. We have seen what happened to Mariupol and recently to Bakhmut, to Avdiivka, to Marinka, to so many cities. Russian mirror is complete destruction, and Russia is behaving, like a husband with a divorced wife. He didn't own the wife before marriage. The marriage was kind of forced. Finally, the wife gets free, and now he claims that he has all the rights upon her. And as you said, Mokos, if you don't come back to me, I'll beat the crap out of you. So yeah, this is, I can't really qualify this type of behavior. And of course Medvedev drank a little bit too much, I think, as usual.
Yeah, absolutely, as usual.
So, Mockers, I've been looking at Fighter Bomber, the Fighter Bomber channel, the Russian Telegram channel. He's the Russian mill blogger who focuses on the Russian Air Force. And he's got a couple of comments. So he's talking, he talks quite obliquely about stuff generally. So I'll give you an example. He makes a sort of post about suicide with his sort of general thoughts on suicide. Of course, we can all guess what he's talking about. He's talking about Mertz. So he says, regarding suicide, I can say only one thing. I can justify suicide, not to be confused with self-sacrifice, etc., blah, blah, blah. But he says all other reasons, doing something dramatic when you fall into the enemy, to avoid falling into the enemy's hands, that kind of thing. But all other reasons are an excuse for one's own weaknesses, is what he says. So there we go. That's Fighter Bomber's thoughts on Mertz's suicide. Separately, obviously, he talks a bit, and just a bit, about recent Russian Air Force losses. And what he admits to is 2 Su-35s. And he basically leaves open whether these were shot down by Patriots and or were they friendly fire, i.e. what air defense doing. And he but pretty well plums for, to keep things even, one was a Patriot and one was friendly fire pretty well. He doesn't, and like I said, he's always a bit oblique, but that's where he's going with this. Everything else, he says, is absolutely fine. It didn't get shot down at all.
Sorry, that's so funny. Ioana, go ahead.
Yeah, about that mill blogger Mert, he suicided or he was suicided because maybe he managed to shot himself in the back 5 or 6 times. They are very creative of this kind of suicidal things, the Russians. So we know for sure that he did it himself or he was maybe helped, by a very strong hand. We don't know. And about the planes that were taken down, so I believe we are at 7 right now in 5 days or something. Do we know something about the F-16s? Because I remember that last night before going to sleep, I've seen a post about a possible announcement from Denmark about the F-16s, and also I wanted to bring to your attention message from one of the best military analysts in Romania. Practically, there are two of them that are very good journalists with a background in military. And he posted about the Romanian pilots training at Fetești. This is the base where the training on F-16 is done. And he said that they are already flying by their own, so they do not need another, trainer or instructor with them. And I just wanted to say, so it's just about Romanian pilots, don't get me wrong. But I wanted to say that the training for the Ukrainian pilots started at the same time with the Romanian pilots.
Well, however they've been knocking these jets out of the sky, I hope it continues for a long time until Russia has no more jets, basically. Do you want to hear a nice positive news story? I've got a nice positive news story. I know. Look at that. Thank you very much for providing me with a nice positive news story. You know who you are. So, today was a big day for Ukroposhta. Millions of Ukrainians. All I'll say, Ming, is I'm extremely spicy today. So, be aware of that. So up until today, over 20,000 Ukrainian villages and some cities near the front lines did not have any pharmacies, making it very difficult for people to obtain any medicines, never mind at reasonable prices. But today, that's come to an end. With support from the Ukrainian government, the Office of the President, Ukroposhta has obtained a pharmacy license and can sell and deliver medicine to 100% of cities and villages in Ukraine. Starting with Donetsk and Sumy regions, they're adding other regions as they prepare the infrastructure. And they say they've been able to launch this project within just over a month. And it is about accessibility to a full range of medicine and a pharmacy facility, so like advice and what have you, and at competitive prices. So they're proud of our team, and thanks to all supported it along the way. There will be a couple of months to work out and process all the certified warehousing and what have you. But the first and most important and most difficult step is done. So they're actually going to be able to provide pharmacy medicines and services through the Ukroposhta, which I think is, it's brilliant. Medicines have been, in short supply in some places. And, if you can't get hold of medicines in a regular way, you're more forced to go to the black market and buy, from some unscrupulous person who will charge you a ridiculous amount. These loopholes, they'll jump into them given half a chance. So, actually setting up this sort of, approved and affordable system I think is a really good idea, and it's great that they managed to do it because, well, there's been an awful lot of destruction in some areas, you may have noticed, and so yeah, just being able to reform this sort of social structure again. I think that's important, especially important for the people who are living in areas that have been liberated and everything was basically taken while they were under occupation. I imagine it's quite hard to rebuild everything from scratch. So I thought that was really good. Anyway, now then, tell you what. You know me, I say I like a conspiracy theory, but there's an awful lot of things that don't appear to be actual conspiracy theories, but actually true.
Oh, I like this sort of thing, Marcus. Go ahead. This sounds juicy.
Yeah, I mean, this is right. This is Scientology and the funding of Scientology, or funders of Scientology, who are now, well, they appear to be picking a side. So a prominent guy called Grant Cardone maybe, a Scientology mega donor called a whale. He's going for a what do you call it? A boycott of New York in order to support Guess Who in America. Now, Scientology as a group, that's what I'll call them, practice what's called disconnection. So if a member has a friend or a relative who is, not getting their theme of how to do things, they're identified as a potential trouble source or a suppressive person, and you are required to completely disconnect, sever all links with that person. Now, it's hugely damaging for members. It leads to families breaking up and children being alienated from parents. If somebody leaves Scientology, they face the loss of all their social and family ties overnight. Now, these actions effectively fuse some very worrying ideologies. So they are, wow. They are practicing what is called disconnection in relation to New York. And they are notably, shall we say, supporting right-wing ideologies in a case. And inevitably, it goes back to some sort of trying to manipulate. And, well, it remains to be seen if others will follow this approach, but it highlights how, there is this, you do something against this person that Russia appears to be supporting, and we'll do what we can to make it painful for you. And this is the thing, that the politics of the US have got themselves so tied to what's going on in Ukraine right now that it's like, you can't separate them. And one person who is, I would say, influenced by their friends, who are not really anybody's friend, is appearing to, cause an awful lot of pain and chaos, which is not only hurting the US, but having a real knock-on effect for, well, the rest of the world, Europe, and most definitely Ukraine. I find these you know, these things really interesting, I'll be honest, because the tentacles just get, you know, revealed more and more. And we know that there are weird people around, like, you know, I'll be honest, guys, Scientology, if that's for you, awesome, but weird. So yeah. And
who do we know? Who do we know, Mockers, who's had a run-in with Scientology? Of course, John Sweeney, who reports quite frequently from formerly of the BBC, reports and BBC Panorama to be precise. There was a famous BBC Panorama program probably about 15 years ago, Scientology and Me, all about John Sweeney and how he actually, they drove him nuts. But I don't know, they're a dangerous crowd. So the less time we spend speaking about them, the better. You know, I'm quite happy to be named a suppressive person by Scientology. We'll just leave it at that.
yes, exactly. And I find it just concerning, you know, that these sorts of groups are now trying to get themselves involved, and it worries me how far these Russian tentacles go. It really does. It's pretty gross. So yeah, it's just, you know, me. I'm like, are these things really happening? Is this the real world right now? Because crumbs, this seems like it was written in a, you know, a slightly aggressive fiction, but no, absolutely not. These are things that are actually happening, and I find it quite worrisome. I really do. You'll be glad to know that they did want to bring New York City to a halt with the trucker protest, didn't they? That didn't happen. Did you hear about that, Ming? That was really quite funny. The guy said he was going to do this protest.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear about this. I did hear about a trucker protest. Of course, you could paralyze Manhattan pretty easily, but I guess that's what they're talking about, Manhattan as opposed to New York State.
Yeah, possibly. But the guy got so much. He said he was going to do it, and then he got so much attention, and he was like, maybe I'm not. And he backed out completely. So yeah, that's quite funny. So, you know, some of these things work and some of them don't. And I found that particularly funny. That's all. Oh look, I've woken the Americans. Okay, we'll do this for 2 minutes and then I've got something else. Karen?
Well, I keep saying I'm going to bed, and then I keep reading one good story and another, and my eyes are still open. But you mentioned the Church of Scientology. I'd like to remind the Americans that this institution, like other, quote, churches, right, pays no federal tax in the United States. And that needs to be discussed. I'm a big time supporter of the separation of church and state, and the things that Scientology gets away with are a good example of why there should be a separation between church and state. It is just too easy for a particular religious body to step in and try and exert influence when it has no business doing so. And on top of that, they don't pay taxes. And you know how much money they've got. They're a wealthy institution. And it embarrasses me that that's one reason why I stopped watching movies with Tom Cruise in it. Because Tom Cruise is into the Church of Scientology. And he has been a big supporter. And I'm going, I used to like him as an actor but I just can't watch him on screen anymore, knowing that he contributes to that, and it's very sad.
Yeah.
So
Well, you see how these sort of semi-religious movements have been used to, infiltrate and protect in some ways. They protect their members, they infiltrate places where they really shouldn't have their noses. I mean, look at what the Russian Orthodox Church has done, for example. And that's not really connected to religion in any way. It's some sort of death cult with, a religious veneer over the top of it. And yet, because of that veneer, they are almost isolated in a bubble, protected in some way, and venerated, sorry, as a, you can't go against them because that would be a terrible thing because they're, religion. And sometimes people don't use it for the right reasons. I was brought up good Roman Catholic girl, and religion to me was about forgiveness and helping your neighbour and being kind to one another. And then I found out what other people did in the name of religion, and what good Christians have done in the name of religion in the past. Yeah, it upsets me that people twist something that should be really good and use it for nefarious means.
But one thing I have to ask though, Mockers, about on this Scientology thing, this Cardoni character. I mean, he's presumably aware that Scientology is banned as undesirable and a threat to the security of the Russian Federation in Russia, right?
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, I guess he won't be going on holiday there anytime soon. I don't think anybody
Of
really
course,
wants to
I
do that.
guess his whole thing is about Trump as opposed to Ukraine. We don't know what he thinks about Ukraine, I guess.
Yes, you're right, but it's almost like a mob tactic, isn't it? Of, I'm going to bring in the heavies. I'm going to, put more pressure. I'm going to continue to make things worse and cause other problems in order to drag the attention away. And that's what I see happening there. It's all big distractions and, this sort of like mob tactics. Mafia tactics, a bit like you would find in Russia.
Or
For
a
every
bit like you might find someone with a name like Cardoni indulging it.
Well, true. That is quite an interesting name. Yeah. For every child.
Yes, yeah, you really nailed it with it being a distraction and having nothing to do with Ukraine, but it has everything to do with causing a buzz and division. And the fact that any church has retribution as part of its foundation beliefs, it's right in line with the Christian nationalist, and so it's just another it's just another undercurrent that that needs to be put into a bottle and sealed and cast at sea.
Jenny, go ahead.
Oh, Jesus. I have not swallowed a piece of sandwich that fast before. Grant Cardone is an American real estate. He flips real estate. That means he buys property, fixes it up. Hold on, let me swallow. He buys property cheap, fixes it up, and sells it. And you may think, well, that's not too bad. I don't know how much money he made off of Hurricane Katrina, but it wasn't change. It was a lot. He bought up people's destroyed homes, fix them up, and either use them as rentals or flip them, which means that he bought them cheap because they were destroyed, fixed them up, and made a huge profit off of these. And if it is like an apartment building, then he will keep it and he hikes the rent. So the original renters can't afford to come back. He is actually quite a slimy, disgusting character. I've had the displeasure of hearing him talk. And he has this, I think it's called the 10,000 Club, where he will tell you all his secrets on how he made all these gazillions. And you can do the same. You just have to pay him $2.95 or whatever. I don't know how much it costs to be his to have him as a mentor. But he will teach you all about how to flip real estate, how to go in, and he advocates. He's like, keep an eye on the Mexican Gulf because they always have a lot of hurricanes, especially Florida. Real sweet, nice person. Ugh, he actually gives me the creeps.
Well, sounds lovely. Karen?
Well, I just want to tie up my part of that discussion by saying I doubt if he has a sympathetic attitude toward Ukraine, but even if he did, I personally just despise that guy. I really do. If he does come out for Ukraine, I'd take his cash, but for the
Yeah,
Ukrainians.
I've just seen some of his messages. He's not pro-Ukraine, so we
Yeah,
can disregard
yeah.
him.
But I would never trust somebody like that. They're scum. They're just anyway. It's I keep saying this. It is time for me to go to bed. I've got a foot surgeon looking at my broken foot tomorrow, and I'm hoping he's going to tell me I don't need surgery. So I better go to bed because I got to get up for that appointment. And I hope he tells me that I don't need surgery. I want him to leave my foot alone.
Well, good luck. Danny, welcome up, my dear.
Hello. Just on a quick coffee break, and I wanted to kind of see if you've discussed some interesting things that are ramping up. There's a few things happening that I can see are pretty concerning. One is Belarus is positioning, saying that Ukraine is gathering troops on its border. So that's one thing. A second thing that's happening, apparently, on the 28th, so just at near the end of the month, February has 29 days this year. So on the 28th in Transnistria, which you know is that territory in Moldova that's been invaded by Russia and has been in a dire situation since the 90s. It looks like the quote-unquote Congress from Tiraspol is the main city there, will meet on the 28th to discuss asking the Russian Federation to annex Transnistria into the Russian Federation, even though they don't share a border. Third, looks like there's massing of troops on the Zaporizhia area, which is interesting. And fourth, we're about to enter the mud season soon, if it's not already happening, because temperatures are rising. So I assume that once the roads become usable, we will see a huge Russian attack in those directions, in the Zaporizhia direction. And at the same time, we might see another incursion into Ukraine from Belarus, just as a distraction, probably not meant to actually achieve anything because the area is so reinforced. But they want to hold up troops at the Belarusian border. And at the same time, something will go on in Transnistria. I can't figure out what that might be because it's not really easy for them to do anything there. but they seem to be kind of preparing people mentally for an operation of some sorts. We don't really know what they're. So it's interesting that all of these things are happening. All the while, we know that Ukraine is starved for artillery shells and other types of weaponry, etc., etc. So that's kind of what I see as some risks that are upcoming. I don't know if anyone feels the same or thinks that I'm completely wrong. I really want to be completely wrong, but they might want a last-ditch effort just before elections in Russia to legitimize the already obvious results, which will be inevitable, that he's going to be elected, quote unquote, elected again. So, yeah, that's kind of it. I wanted your thoughts.
Well, my thoughts is this is very much like what Russia does. They say look over here, and then they try and stab you from the side, don't they? However, I think a lot of this is still propaganda, but it plays its part because we don't know if there's going to be some provocation from Belarus, so people have to prepare for that. We don't know if there's going to be some provocation from Transnistria, but the signs are that there might be. So then that has to be prepared for as well, and it's taking your eye off the ball to all these other areas so that they can make that big attack without it becoming the headline, the thing that people are focused on. Because, if you're spread in 10 different ways, you're not as effective. Does that make sense, Danny?
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense. So they're obviously ramping up for more operations. What those will be is up for debate. Their results are up for debate, of course. I don't see them succeeding, even if they try to do that. Perhaps they will advance in some areas like Kupiansk, take a little bit of territory there, maybe use it as a talking point for their successful operation, because of course they ignore any losses like they have been since the war, the full-blown invasion started. And he was, I think, even testing the waters of how the public perception is in Russia regarding the military operation and the appetite of Russians to rebel by assassinating Navalny just now. I think that was his way of testing the waters a little bit and testing everyone's resolve to kind of oppose the regime. Because if we remember, there were threats made from the U.S. that if Navalny dies in prison or is assassinated or whatever, there will be dire consequences. And of course, there are no dire consequences. There are.
That was said in a particular context, Danny.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it was in relation to consequences from his own country, but
yeah, it doesn't really matter.
That obviously hasn't happened either, has it? Because,
that's right. I'm just saying, mockers, people will not look at the context, because people are bad at looking at context. They'll just read a headline and they'll say it's going to be used as propaganda, right? It doesn't matter if the US meant dire consequences from Russia. It doesn't matter, because people that tune into the propaganda will say, weak, you've done nothing, right? Because they don't care that he meant dire consequences from Russia. And of course, that was a misassessment as well. There will be no dire consequences from Russia. If anyone still expects anything to happen in Russia, I would bet you a little bit of money that nothing will happen. Not for the next maybe 5 years. If the war continues for another 5 years, I expect nothing will happen in the next 5 years in Russia to change things. No revolts, nothing. So we should not be really optimistic about that. I would urge people to be realistic. Nothing has happened so far. Likely nothing will. If something does happen, then we can rejoice and say, haha, great. But let's say the Transnistria issue flares up. Also, if people think Romania will intervene militarily to help, probably yes, but not with boots on the ground at all. Maybe with military support for the for Moldova, right? And I don't expect them to engage in any sort of conflict on the ground. So don't bet on that. It's simply not going to happen, even though it probably should. So I believe we'll just have to ride it out a little bit and see what happens there. I think there should have been, as soon as the full-blown invasion in Ukraine started in February 2 years ago, the West should have bolstered Moldova and armed it to the teeth in like months, and that has not happened. So it's really quite a weak point there. So yeah, I'm not being pessimistic. I don't think any of these things will succeed, right? But I just kind of think that that's what will be next. So I'm not pessimistic at all. I'm just trying to kind of assess what will happen next, and that's what I think will happen next. Some tensions there. We already know that they've tried to flare things up previously at the beginning of the full-blown invasion. If you remember, there were some buildings that they attacked. There's footage of it, but of course things didn't flare up as they wanted them to. It just served as a distraction for people's attention. So I think it's gonna be coordinated in that way. An attack on Zaporizhia, a threat from Belarus, a threat in Transnistria, and other things. Other things will happen as well. Other things that will likely transpire. Either something to draw in airplanes where they're vulnerable, or something of the sorts. So yeah, it's just pretty disappointing that they don't get more help when it's obvious that it's required.
Yeah, I think there's an awful lot of tiptoeing around been going on, and I think it's about time we started putting boots on, to be absolutely honest. I'm not talking boots on the ground. I'm just saying, you know, we see and hear these things. Now, if you can see and hear it, and I can, then, you know, what does that tell us? That it must be going on. Our governments must be aware of it. I would like to think that they're preparing. I would like to. Ivana.
Oh, thank you, Marcus. I almost forgot that I raised my hand. So yeah, about what is happening in Transnistria, I brought this news a little bit earlier that well, so-called parliament or whatever in Transnistria is trying to vote and ask for Russia to annex the territory of Transnistria to Russia. As you said, Dani, there are no borders with Russia, so this would be an exclave or something. Well, Russia would very much like this. I do think that the idea comes from Russia, and then they will come and say, look what Transnistria wants. Transnistria wants to be with Russia, and of course we have to oblige. Of course we have to accept them because, you know, they are Russian speaking and they do want to be a part of Russian Mir. But really, I don't know how this could be done. Isn't a referendum required? Not that the referendum will matter, because, of course, the Russians have the Transnistrian authorities have the means to ensure the desired result for a referendum. but that won't happen like tomorrow. So I don't know what exactly they want with this. They tried some provocations with Transnistria since the beginning of the year, actually ramping it up, saying that Ukraine is preparing something at the border, that Moldova is preparing to invade Transnistria. They even staged an incident with people going from Transnistria to Ukraine armed, and it resulted in one being shot down and the other injured by the Ukrainian border guards that did their job, of course. They also, there were a lot of statements from Russian officials, the Ministry of Defense, for example, that he said that he's very concerned by the armed race done by Moldova, which is, of course, for not for defense, not for defensive reasons. So, of course, Moldova will just declare war to whatever, and Moldova is a country that is waging war. Something like this. So yeah, they tried a lot of provocations. I was not aware of the situation in Belarus. I know that they are arming the borders. I know that they brought equipment. They massed out troops. I think they are preparing for the elections in Russia to convey again this sentiment of powerful nation, of somebody who is very strong and acts like this maskiroska, the Russian way of doing things, smoke and mirrors, just bringing havoc, just bringing points of interest, hot spots everywhere, and trying to gain something from this. And sometimes they are succeeding because they bring so many provocations that you don't know where to look. But well, I trust the Ukrainians. They have their intelligence, and they probably know what's happening at the borders, which are the likely points of attack or provocation or whatever. So they also have the help of Western allies with surveillance capabilities and so on. So yeah, I don't know if Russians will be successful with all they are preparing right before the elections. We have like what 20 something days until the elections start in Russia. So I don't think they will be successful, but of course they are trying everything. They are throwing everything in, and they try to do something. Avdiivka was kind of a success for them. They are surely presenting it as such, but it's not so big a success. It's Bakhmut was also a success, and it turns out that they didn't do anything with taking Bakhmut. With Avdiivka, yeah, it's close to Donetsk. Maybe it's a tactical a position that is tactically important, but it's not the big victory that Putin would have wanted just before the election. So yeah, I think we shall wait and see. And thank you for bringing all those points, Danny.
Yeah, can I reply just briefly? I think you're right, Joanna. But another thing that I think will happen is immediately after the Transnistrian so-called government asks to be annexed to Russia, after that, I think Gagauzia will do the same, will follow suit, right? That's also a pain point there. I'm not really familiar with the situation, but I think that's gonna follow just after. And the fact that Avdiivka, they've captured it, they lost so much trying to get it. It still counts as a victory from a propaganda point of view. They realized already that they're making marginal gains with every attack, then losing the terrain. So I don't think that they're betting on military success anymore. They're betting on people from the West, which should be supporting Ukraine in their fight, looking at what's going on, and then them losing faith in Ukraine's ability to defend and protect itself. So it's I think they're trying to undermine support even further. They saw that it's working. They saw that it's the only way for them to possibly succeed in the future. So they don't really care how much they lose, as long as in the end they can claim victory. regardless of the cost, because they don't even care about their losses. They'll just shrug it off and say the West won't care about our losses either. They're just gonna see that we're winning, quote unquote winning. And to an extent, they're right. People are dumb enough to take that as a win and then just say, oh, this is gonna drag on for years. Can we not just pressure Ukraine into ceding territory for peace sake? We all know that that will not result in peace, but they've not learned that lesson yet, and they still think that that is a possibility. We all know that they won't give up territory, and they shouldn't. But I think these are more propaganda victories than military victories, but they still work, right? So they're still quite dangerous. So they shouldn't be allowed to happen. They should be able to defend themselves with artillery, not just rely on FPV drones, although those are highly effective. They're not enough. We all know that. So yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Danny. Nale, welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry for jumping up and down again, but that's my MO apparently. Didn't we talk a lot about Transnistria when Domen was co-host still? I seem to have fond memories of that, of those discussions, but didn't we say that they have, in Transnistria, they have about 1,500 to 2,000 Russian troops only, and anything beyond that would be total civilians in green clothing, as Yehuda says. So I think it's just a bunch of scaremongering and propaganda. What do you think?
Even if it is scaremongering and propaganda, it is difficult to, just pass it off as nothing. There's certainly some things that they could do which would be a problem, put it that way. They can still cause trouble, even if they're not the best of the best. So that's the problem, that they have the ability to cause problems. The very fact that they're sort of in the position that they are makes them, a perfect splinter in the side, doesn't it? So they can use that to their advantage. Jenny, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Stabilizer, how much resentment is it towards Russians in Finland because of Karelia today? Like, because I talked to people that are born in the 70s and older, and they are not very fond of Russia because of Karelia. And then I talked to a guy that was probably born in maybe the 80s, and he was like, I don't give a shit. He's like, I'm not fond of the Russians, but I don't want Karelia back because Russia destroyed it. So that would be just a sinkhole at this point where we would just lose so much money. So what is your assessment?
Well, I don't know how to answer that, but we don't really. I think the majority doesn't want it back anymore because it has been totally destroyed by our lovely neighbor to the east, I think. But there is, how do you say, some kind of nostalgia still here, because in every city there is a sort of a association of Karelians still present, and they are active. And actually, when I had my 50th birthday, I had the party at one of their quote unquote clubhouses. And it's all, the interior design is all the old generals and officers from Karelia, and old maps where Karelia is still a part of Finland. So the Karelians are pissed off, shall we say, still, and I can quite understand them because they were all uprooted in World War II and had to leave their farms and homes. And Viipuri was our second largest city back then, and now it's in Russia. So, stuff like that affects us still, I think.
And I'm going to tell you the reason why I asked you, because frankly, I live in Sweden and I lived in Finland's second largest city, Södertälje, which is pretty much Finnish, and the sentiment still runs deep within the Finns. And I remember at the outbreak of the war, there was a guy that said maybe Ukraine should just give up some territory for peace. Finland did it, and look, it works wonderfully. And I'm like, hey, I'm Swedish. I'm not even Finnish. And trust me, from the sentiment that I get from the Finns 80 years later, I still hear things like the only good Russian is a dead one. And so, yeah, force the Ukrainians to give up territory in to get peace. And maybe it will be a lasting peace. But if they're not in on it, I don't think that we should force them because that will just breed resentment and hatred through the generations. And at this point, if you force the Ukrainians, this resentment, it will run very deep. And I don't think that 80 years will be enough to even get to the point where the Finns are today. I really doubt it.
Yeah, and the sentiment that the only good dead Russian is a dead Russian, that sentiment is present with or without Karelia.
Indeed. Lie Sniper, maybe you have something to add to this.
Yes, I think that that Stabilizer is right, that most Finns don't actually actively have any kind of ambitions of wishes to get Karelia back. And someone even said that whether Finland would want to have Karelia back depends on how much money Russia would like to pay us for that decision. And I think that the Karelians, I don't know, most or at least very many of Karelians' population was moved to Finland in the war, and they cherish their culture and they're aware of their past and so on. But I don't think that even in the Karelian, how would I say, exile population in Finland, then there would be like any strong wish to start any activities of any kind, negotiational or any military or whatever, any ambitions to get Karelia back to Finnish territory. Of course, if Russia offers it for under some conditions, if they pay us enough money to get some sort of wrecked cities and neglected like farms, then I don't know. But I think that's the general opinion. If Russia wants to push any like propaganda that Finland would try to retake Karelia, I think we can consider that as a complete bullshit. There's no general feeling in that direction whatsoever. Thanks.
So, to every Finn that is listening now, take this in the right way. Light Sniper has heard me say this before. In the beginning, and this offends me on a level that I just can't explain. When people make excuses and say Ukraine used to belong to Finland or to Russia, and this is why it's like they're brothers. And I was like, well, if you're okay with Russia going in militarily, taking over a country, just because it used to belong to them, one, it never belonged to Russia. It was a part of the Soviet Union. That's a different story. And we're talking about a 70-year history together. I don't care what delusional things that Putin makes up in his head about Ukraine. I don't really care. But anybody who says that would be okay with Sweden going into Finland and taking it over militarily and saying it used to belong to Sweden. It was called East Sweden. There's still a part of northern Finland that's called Österbotten, which is East Bothnia, and that is because we have the West. They were the East. And no, Sweden will never go in and take over Finland militarily. That will never happen. But if you have those kind of ideas in your head and justifying the war that is going on because of the common past, I would expect you to look the other way if Sweden ever came up with the dumbass idea of taking over Finland. Because it just sounds so stupid and it offends me. And I'm not easily offended, but that one offends me.
I just
And I use that as an example.
sorry, I have to jump in because there are Swedish-speaking people in the west coast of Finland. Oh God, Österbotten. So, are you really claiming that the Swedes will not come to protect their rights and make a vote here in Finland?
Of course, we will come in and help the oppressed Swedish-speaking population in Finland because oh my God, you guys are oppressing them.
I'm thankful for that. I just almost lost my hope to a Swedish attitude. Thank you. Joking. Thanks.
Nale, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, as a Swedish-speaking Finn, I don't need your help. Thanks very much. So the Moomins are fine. So we can just, move right along.
God, I love the Moomins.
They're Nazis, just saying. I have it from, I heard that from the Kremlin. Just saying. You may not want to read the Moomins, the Nazi Moomins. But it takes a person saying something that's stupid to hear how stupid it sounds when it comes out of the Russians. Because it does sound asinine. Nobody would ever think that Sweden would ever invade Finland and take it over and go like, hey, it used to belong to Sweden. It was a part of Sweden before. Nobody would accept that. Nobody would ever believe the claim that the Swedish speaking Finns are being oppressed by the non-Swedish speaking Finns. No. And it's not until you make a comparison like that that people realize like, oh yeah, that it really is a dumbass thing to say.
Well, exactly. The reasoning and excuses that Russia uses are just laughable. And yeah, if you look at any other comparative situation, it is ridiculous. Absolutely. I tell you what's not ridiculous though. Oh, Czech Republic will no longer be issuing visas and residence permits to Russians or Belarusians due to the invasion of Ukraine. I like a few consequences, don't you? So instead, the government should create conditions for the activity of the opposition or students in the Czech Republic who don't want anything to do with Russian and Belarusian regimes, the Prime Minister Petr Fiala said at a post-government press conference meeting. So after the Russian attack on Ukraine, the Czech cabinet of ministers stopped issuing visas to citizens of Russia and later to Belarusian citizens, except for in humanitarian cases. The resolution was still valid until March the 31st, but on February the 21st, the government approved a new one with no specific period of validity. So basically, the Czech government said, yeah, no, we're not letting any more of you guys in. You can get absolutely knotted. So I quite like that. Quite like that. And more of this. Absolutely should be much more of this. I see no reason why we shouldn't all be supporting that. I mean, Russia has got to receive consequences they have got to receive consequences, and it's ridiculous that we haven't managed to give them enough consequences yet, that they've stopped doing what they're doing. So, you know, this this fact that Russia is so amazing and why doesn't everyone want to live in Russia? Well, they can go and live in Russia and see how they enjoy it. Now, just to let you know, the amazing, incredible, and mighty Russia have done something amazing and incredible, haven't they? They've built a quantum computer. Good for them. Yes, amazing. Only there's a nuance. You see, it's been noted that Rosatom have built a quantum computer, but it is 10 times weaker than top Western models. And also, it was stated by Ruslan Yunusov, advisor to the general director of Rosatom. His words, quoted, "We don't know why we need a quantum computer." So that inspires a lot of confidence, doesn't it? But he does continue. It's not because we don't know anything. In fact, of course, we know the first applications of a quantum computer. We have the first algorithms. We don't have enough hardware power to demonstrate the usefulness of the algorithms. But we know they definitely work. So there you go. That's another useful item for them to be investing money in right now when people are, you know, becoming homeless and starving and dying in fields in Ukraine. So there we are.
So I read in our RIA Novosti mockers that what are the main bastards up to, and specifically what are they eating? Well, apparently 40% of the British diet is fish. So, well, this is news to me. And the unscrupulous English people have been getting all these fish from the Russian Barents Sea under a treaty from 1956. So Russians and Putin personally, having liberated Crimea, has now also returned Russian fish to the Russians. Anyway, if you take a look at UK sources on this fishing issue in the Barents Sea, there's one boat that used to go up there, but quite rarely. But meanwhile, according to Vyacheslav Volodin, I think he's the Speaker of the Duma, we are going to be starving.
Are we not already, Ming? I mean, surely there was something about that last winter that we were all going to be starving.
Yeah, the squirrels and cannibalism stuff, but they kind of stopped that because they kind of worked out that there wasn't a lot of mileage in that particular line of argumentation.
Indeed.
I'll give you some nuggets from this. So apparently, so the headline on this article: "What is fish to a Russian is hunger to a Briton." So and then there's all these statistics about how much fish and chips we consume. So fish and chips is the most popular dish in pubs, restaurants, hotels, boarding houses, workers' canteens, and school catering establishments. In 2022 alone, 336 million portions were sold within the UK, with the study authors noting a decrease of almost a percentage point compared to 2021. And this, let us remember, with a population of 67.7 million people, that is, every Englishman, Scotsman, or Welshman eats at least 6 servings a year. So apparently, that's going to be brutally cut off now with this lack of access to the Bering Sea. What else have we got here? There's some other good stuff I'll dig up. It's quite a long article. but it's all kind of funny. Jenny, go ahead.
So if those servings per year is 80% or 40% of your food, I you guys must be starving. That was such an amazing. That's like what, one meal a month? So you eat 2 meals a month? You should come to Sweden. We get to eat every day.
Yeah, that I had to comment on that, Ming, as well. Yeah, did they say it's 6 meals a year?
No, 6. So we eat on average, apparently, fish and chips per person 6 times a year. So in the last year, you will have had 6 lots of fish and chips, Mockers.
I won't, because I don't like it. But on average, okay, fair enough. But even so, it doesn't seem much that. I know people who love fish and chips. Iwana.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit with the team yesterday about this news. Basically, what the Russian did, they cancelled a treaty from '56 that allowed the British ships to fish in the Barents Sea. So they supported this with a lot of statistics and facts about how much of the code, and there was another fish, I don't remember the name, how much of the code that arrives in the UK dishes comes from the Barents Sea. But actually, it's not really true, because they announced that they intended to do so. They intend to do so a few weeks ago, and basically there was an answer from the UK authorities that said, yeah, well, we don't fish there anyhow. So basically, the fish that arrives in Britain is not necessarily caught in the Barents Sea, maybe a small part of it. Now, according to the Russians, they will not allow the British ships to fish there, and they will enforce this with military ships and with patrolling in the Barents Sea. So, yeah, that's Russians applying sanctions, probably, something like this. I don't know. What do you think, Ming?
Well, according to this article in RIA Novosti, it's a total disaster because Britain, as you know, here I quote from the article, is an island state, and therefore historically the diet here, as in, say, Japan, has been made up of seafood without any alternative. So, apparently,
not even squirrels?
Not even squirrels. So apparently, deprived of fish, we're going to starve.
Well, we'll have to get our squirrel chasing shoes on, won't we? That's all I can tell you about that.
So I have to bring some food with me next time I'm visiting England. In the luggage, maybe. I don't know. This is so ridiculous.
Either that or you'll have to purchase some squirrel chasing shoes when you get here. Yeah. Wow. Listen to this. The screws are really being tightened in Russia with regards to repressive means, shall we say. From September the 1st, all carriers will have to submit confidential data on all passengers to a single database. We're talking about IP addresses, phone numbers, bank card data, email addresses, and account passwords. Currently, only passport data and information about passengers' tickets are entered into the database. And at the same time, leaks occur from this system periodically. The data can always be purchased on the black market if desired. So they're going full social credit China system, basically, as far as I can tell. Nice. Maybe their friends in China taught them that one, hey? But that's a little bit terrifying. Yeah. Do you want to know something else that's quite funny? There's a draft office in the Russian city of Kirov with a big billboard outside urging Russians to sign up with the Russian armed forces. However, the picture of the tank displayed on it a German Leopard. So,
So the advertising is come and see those tanks on the, battlefield, and maybe you get killed by one of them, or what?
well, it is an illustration of something you might see on the battlefield for sure, but it's certainly a strange way to advertise, isn't it? This is what you could meet. Yeah, but you know how they are. They have to display what, right? So they still call all the Germans like Nazis and stuff, don't they? And the whole of Europe, in fact, right? And there they are displaying one of these tanks. Let's make it make sense. Anyway. Let me see. In the Black Sea, Russia has fired missiles at a British rivet joint, poured fuel over and struck a US Reaper drone, and is now threatening to shoot down a French ISR flight, which provide overwatch for Ukraine's grain export corridor, amongst other tasks. So the French Defense Minister, Seb Lecornu, that's what I'm going with, said that last month Russian operators threatened to shoot down a manned French aircraft on patrol over the Black Sea in international airspace. And I understand that they make threats, but remember when Turkey shot down a Russian jet? Russia got the message and backed down. So let's stop letting bullies determine what we do. Well, then let's just remember that no matter what they say, we do have the upper hand if we wish to use it. It's like we're holding a great big bonk stick and we're just like holding out an empty hand to them. I find that very annoying. So there is some good news today. There is something which I wanted to mention. And this is a word by Jens Stoltenberg. So he stated that Ukrainian armed forces will have the right to strike with F-16s against Russian military targets outside of Ukraine, as they absolutely should. Because goodness me, that would be very, very annoying if they couldn't, wouldn't it? Because let's face it, this is one of the tasks that they're needed for, very much so. So, yeah, let's be having some of that. I think that's absolutely the right decision to, Ukraine have had so many restrictions, polite requests, shall we say, and they've abided by all these requests because it's meant that they've kept receiving assistance, and you don't want to bite the hand that feeds, really. You've got to compromise to a degree, but it has left them compromised as a result. And yeah, it's time those gloves came off. Absolutely. Ghost, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Marcus. Good morning, Ming, Joanna, Stabilizer, and I see Jenny. Welcome, Jenny. I see you for in the space also. About those F-16s, just saying, what use would it be to give them weapons where they can hit Russia or can hit targets outside the borders of Ukraine if they not may use that? So that's just a thing to remind. Those F-16s are capable of doing strikes outside of Ukraine beyond sight. Also, there was also news about the F-16s coming in June. Stoltenberg made a statement about that, and he said it all depends on the readiness of the Ukrainian pilots and ground personnel, maintenance personnel, and all like that. So the way it goes on this moment is that presumably they will be in theater in June, as everything is going as the way it goes now. So that was the only thing I wanted to add to it.
Yeah, well, it still seems a long way off to me, but I am a terribly impatient person. So
Yes,
perhaps.
of course, Marcus. It is still 3 months to go until it's June, and 3 months is a hell of a long time when you are in war, and the enemy is trying to break through your defenses. I totally agree with you on that. That it's still a long time.
Yeah, and in all that time, what do we see? We see nothing but horror. Well, after yesterday's decision on the Taurus, by the way, that was widely grumbled about, the Traffic Lights Coalition in Germany are still having difficulty finding a common line on the question of the Taurus missile and whether it should be delivered to Ukraine. However, today the Bundestag is debating it again. I do wonder what will come out of that. I don't know. They seem to be talking themselves in a circle about it, don't they? And it's yeah, just a flipping shame. I kind of feel like it's almost like we've lost the stomach or the courage to do what we need to do sometimes. We've insulated ourselves in rules and laws and ridiculously high morals that enemies simply don't share, don't care for, and don't use to hold themselves back. There are basically a bunch of raving lunatics hell-bent on murdering and massacring masses of people. And unfortunately, those types of people have always existed. But there has always been those countries or armies who would stand up against them ruthlessly and destroy those who simply seek to destroy our civilized societies. Now, at that time, there was no stopping until the enemy was completely destroyed or surrendered, because they understood what would happen if they didn't. Now, today it's a bit different. The enemies of peace know that things are different. They've become infinitely more ruthless and bloodthirsty because there is less pushback against them. They don't feel as though there's anybody that's capable of stopping them. Huge massacres of innocent people have occurred in so many places in the world. And the enemies aren't afraid to tell the world what they're doing and the fact that they'll just continue doing it. And instead of stopping them, we use a lot of bureaucracy and democratic resolutions that seem to favour the criminal and never the victim. And it is almost just like not doing anything, basically. We haven't faced our enemies with might, and we must. We must not be afraid to do what is necessary. And so, you know, those people who are terrified of escalation or what have you, maybe they aren't the best people to be in charge of these decisions. I mean, if we wimp out, or I don't know, we're too in bed with the enemy to care, what does that make us? A complete joke? We condemn the most brutal crimes in humanity, but don't appear to be doing anything to stop them. And the longer we leave it, the longer innocent blood is shed, more violence, more extremism. And yeah, there is a big WTF question here. When exactly did we all become so impotent that we willingly turn away from protecting those who can't defend themselves? It's spineless to not stand with your allies. And if we don't have the courage, we need to step out the way and let somebody who does have the courage lead, because it emboldens the enemy and destroys our allies and our allyship. It does feel sometimes like we are a little bit gutless, and how on earth we've got there, well, I can see how we've got there. Quietly complacent, and, you know, sure that we could handle anything that life threw at us. And yeah, we're not going to go rushing into a battle whenever we feel like it. We don't need to be trigger-happy morons. But when a group of psychos shows you exactly who they are, and that our first instinct is to pull up a bigger rule book while watching millions be slaughtered as we dither about, well, we might as well do nothing at all. Many people are already preparing for what's coming, because we're not being doomsayers here. We're seeing what our enemies are telling us, and not just with their words, but with their actions. We know we're entangled in red tape and compromise, and they know that too. And we've sort of created this situation for ourselves. When the world needed to stand up in the past, we weren't afraid. I mean, come on, America dropped 2 effing atomic bombs, and all the enemies of peace went, okay then. Now, you know, that might have been a little bit drastic, but when it came to it, somebody pulled out a great big set of cojones and said, no, this is it. We are bringing this to an end one way or another, and you will effing stop. And talk about overkill, but the message was made, the point was made, things stopped. Not directly after that, but, you know, it was something that, well, you know, there's all this fear now. Oh, what if? I tell you what, somebody did drop a bomb, and it wasn't Russia. So, you know, we've got to remember that there's history here that I think we need to look at, and just, I'm not saying nuke Russia, although, you know, some days I might feel that way. I'm just saying, let Ukraine fight back properly. Oh my good God, it's not even like we let them, arm them to fight back properly, enable them, that's the word. Enable them. It's not about letting them do anything, it's about giving them the opportunity to fight for themselves, because bloody hell they really want to, and we let them down. Well, a lot of times I could list, going back to prior to 2014, how many times we've let them down. And you know, here we are going about being our we consider to be global superpowers, and just not doing enough. Well, I mentioned earlier, didn't I, about people circumventing sanctions? And here's another reason why we need to do more. Now, this is specifically about the UK, but this is not the only country that these things are happening in. So, exports of cars and heavy machinery, both of which can be used for weapons manufacture, have been exported from the UK to Kyrgyzstan, and those exports have leapt by 1,100% since the beginning of the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. So that just goes to show, doesn't it, that Russia is circumventing sanctions in big ways. And, well, it's a bit depressing, really, because it just goes to show that we are our own worst enemies. And, you know, if we just did a little bit to curb our own input into this war, I mean, it's not just the UK, Germany, France, Netherlands, Spain, Italy, and the US. You know, data can be found quite clearly on this, showing that these things are happening. It's not just a made-up chart. These things are happening. People are managing to circumvent sanctions, and it really needs to blimmin' stop. And I can't express how much it annoys me that my own country is involved in this. Buggers. Monica, welcome up.
Good morning, Mockers. And yeah, I've been listening to you for hours and hours and hours. I keep kind of strange hours here on the East Coast of the United States. And I am with you 100% on sanctions. You know, it's not enough to impose the sanctions, although that's certainly a start. The sanctions need to be constantly reevaluated and made tighter as needed. And more importantly than that, even, there needs to be some kind of formalized enforcement mechanism. It probably ought to be, frankly, here in Washington, perhaps the Treasury Department, perhaps the State Department. Somebody needs to be in charge of enforcing the sanctions, and they need a substantial staff behind them, both to do research and to look at ways to means of enforcement. And if that means, for example, imposing draconian trade sanctions on places like Armenia and Kyrgyzstan, so be it. I'd seen some figures similar to the ones that you just cited, Mockers. I think the ones I saw were Germany, that you know, the exports of like machine tools and capital goods from Germany to Kyrgyzstan went up by some astonishing margin in the last 2 years. And the end users of those imports cannot plausibly be in Kyrgyzstan, which doesn't have a whole lot of heavy industry. And I think we know where it's all going. And I just unfortunately don't have a high degree of confidence that there is any traffic cop out there enforcing the sanctions or doing anything about this.
Well, yeah, I feel a bit the same. I mean, there have been a number of British companies who've come forward and said, yes, sorry, we were trading with Russia and we were fulfilling contracts and we're sorry and we've stopped now. And that's okay, right, okay, you've finally done the right thing, great, I suppose. But there are still other companies who are perfectly legally shipping this stuff to Kyrgyzstan, and they know where it's going. You're absolutely right. But, you know, they're just, well, it's money is money. It's perfectly legal. And we do need some sort of secondary sanction system to crack down on this, because it is ridiculous. It's right under our noses. It's blatant, for goodness sakes. I mean, these investigative journalists didn't have to do massive digging to find this information out, you know. So that's what disgusts me, really, that it's not even being done under the radar, some sort of black market that might be difficult to spot. Oh no, it's right there. Just right there out in the open. No shame about it at all. And yeah, That makes me think that we need to do something about it. Absolutely.
And I would certainly support, secondary sanctions along the lines of what the United States has imposed on Iran, which are particularly draconian. But if anybody deserves that level of sanctions, it's Russia. After what's gone on, certainly in the last 2 years and over the last 10 years. I don't think any Western company should be doing any business in Russia, and I think the United States, for example, should give companies a choice. You either do business in Russia or you do business in the United States, but you don't do both.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to do business in Russia, off you go. I'll buy you a one-way ticket. Breaking news, everybody. Take a seat. This is going to be shocking. Medvedev has pronounced that Putin will win the presidential election in March. And he's even said, with the highest result yet. It's almost as though he knows the result. Strange, isn't it, Ming?
Well, yeah, so everybody who doesn't want to get conscripted in Ukraine and or disagrees with Putin has fled the country. So it's not going to be much of a surprise, is it, Marcus?
No, I'll be honest. I didn't need the smelling salts after that one. So, yeah. Ooh, now then. Here's a decree by Vladimir Zelensky, published on the website of the Office of the President this morning, that foreigners that are legally staying in Ukraine will now be able to take up service in the National Guard. So I think that's actually, a good step forward, because there are some people in that situation who have expressed the wish to join, but maybe not join the International Legion. And so this would, they've already got citizenship, but it would give them possibility of assisting with the National Guard of the country. So you can see he's taking steps to try and maybe ease some of those conscription concerns. I know it's probably not, it's a drop in the ocean for what they need, but it's still, it's important that they get the right things in place, that, they do look at the people involved and how they can best facilitate people. Now, he also introduced a bill on the demobilization of conscripts. And this is apparently going to be considered tomorrow. So there'll be basically prescribed conditions when a conscript can demobilize. They're not going into full details with the report yet, because they're going to discuss it, basically. So they're going to work out if there's a period of time when a conscript could, demobilize because they've been in service for a particular period of time. And I think it's important to give people that option, because it's a lot of hard work they've been doing, put it that way. Chris.
Oh, good morning. Sorry, I had terrible trouble connecting earlier on. I don't know if it was me or the app or what. But anyway, I did. So just as Monica was mentioning sanctions there, obviously I thought I'd just come up, and obviously it's something that I'm researching all the time. So I just tweeted out to you a newsletter article that I wrote, Find Sanctioned Russians. The fact is that there are things happening pretty well all the time. Not enough, of course, right? Not enough, but there are things happening all the time. So for example, for Monica, for the US, in the US, they slipped in December 2023 the fact that the whistleblower law applied to those breaking sanctions in the US, which it obviously didn't before, although I sort of thought that it did. But but basically the whistleblower law applied to like financial fraud and things like that, but it didn't actually apply to sanctions. But that was corrected in December 2023 when the US has got like what I call the full fat key tam whistleblower law, meaning that if you are a whistleblower and you report somebody that is breaking the sanctions, you will get full protection, witness protection type stuff, and also you will get a percentage of the amount of money that's recovered or they're fined or whatever in the US. And then also, so I was just recently having a discussion with a lady in Ireland. Obviously, Ireland's part of the EU, and again, the EU laws, the sanctions, and the whistleblower laws, and that are increasing all the time across the EU, and pretty well. We're in the UK, we're in tune with that. Neither the EU nor the UK have the full fat key tam law, which is weird because the UK actually started that law, but there you go. But things are happening all the time, and then obviously you've got applications like U-Control that are helping you investigate, and you've got great work by and we have to applaud them, investigative journalists, people, and obviously I have to mention Beefeater when I'm talking about this sort of thing, because he is always doing great work in that area, highlighting companies that are breaking the sanctions and that. And so there are things going on. It's just not enough, right? But we shouldn't think that there's nothing going on. It's just that it's such a slow process, and it's hard to get down to the detail. And then even when you found out that somebody's breaking the sanctions, you've then got to get them into court, and you've got to get them into court with a good case. And again, as I've said here before, one of the things that is done is they try to make a connection to the US, particularly now with the full key tam law coming into place, and that because if you can basically get it shifted into the US courts, the machine there for prosecuting people is a lot better oiled than it is probably anywhere else. Of course, Ukraine is actually the other country that has the full key tam law in place. So again, their whistleblowers can get full protection, and they can get a percentage of the fine or the recovered monies or whatever it is. So just to say that there is stuff going on. It's not enough. We have to keep the pressure on, but there is stuff happening.
Yeah, there is stuff happening. You're right. I just, I'm very impatient. That's me. I do like this though. For the first time, Bulgaria are replacing their Russian nuclear fuel. Management of the Bulgarian nuclear Kozlody power plant will conduct their first refueling with nuclear fuel from the USA in May this year, said the director. So they are now basically taking themselves out of Russia's pocket as well. I like that. I like that a lot. The less we rely on Russia for anything, the better, because they will only use it as a blackmail tool. So, Ming, have there been any more
Good thing they
disasters
banned
or-
us from fishing up their way, eh, mockers? So we're not reliant for 40% of our food on them.
Oh, that is true. Yes, yeah. Have you seen anything worth reporting on, my dear?
I am looking around, but I have to admit, it looks like a pretty slow and quiet news day, especially on the commercial aviation front, Mockers. So no, not at this moment, sadly. What I was looking at, though, and I'd be intrigued if any US listener could help me on this. So I was looking into OFAC. So that's the Office of Foreign Asset Control, the part of the US Treasury that's responsible for enforcing sanctions. And I was looking for really simple stuff like, what's their head count? What's their budget? And there's a wiki page that I'm on. Well, first of all, I can't find out what their head count is at all. I found a document where they were talking about increasing their head count, especially on the IT front, right? And that said that they were increasing their head count by one person, but plus one from what starting level, I have no idea. Now, the wiki page also looks really badly out of date. So it reports, for instance, that OFAC's annual budget in 2013. So this is prior even to the invasion of Crimea and Donetsk and Luhansk, of $30.9 million, which seems like peanuts in the general scheme of things. I'd love to find some more information on what OFAC has as a budget, and what it does. Now, of course, the US government's a bit of a spaghetti thing. Maybe sanctions aren't only looked at from an OFAC point of view. Maybe they're looked at elsewhere. But again, that's not something I can easily find. But any pointers you can give us on this from particularly American listeners who might be up particularly early or particularly late, depending which coast you're on, I'd be very grateful.
Well, while you're waiting for that, I will just tell you something else that I've spotted, which is pretty amazing. Another Russian plane has dropped yet another FAB 250 bomb in the Belgorod region. The governor referred to the bomb as an explosive object and did not state the reasons for its sudden appearance. Oh my goodness, they are getting so good at dropping bombs on themselves, aren't they? I can't believe that again. The people of Belgorod must feel like they're under attack by their own air force, and technically they are. So yeah, that's always a fun place to be, I'm sure. It surprises me just how many of them seem to just drop into Belgorod at the moment. I'm sure that's probably not where they're supposed to be landing. Ho hum. Just very interesting to me that this happens so regularly. I just feel as though there is a good reason for it. Either there's something wrong with their bombs, or there's something wrong with releasing them from the aircraft, because they don't seem to be armed when they drop. They just drop.
We had didn't we a few weeks ago had a whole UK MOD intelligence report on this issue, didn't we, Mockers? Can go and see if I can dig it out.
Oh yeah, we did indeed. In fact, I've got one of those for today, if you would like it, because yeah, I forgot all about it, but I'm actually sat on it right here. So here is the latest defence intelligence update for the 22nd of February 24. On the 14th of February 2024, Valentine's Day, Russian presidential spokesman Dmitry Peskov told journalists that while the special military operation began as an operation against Ukraine, over time it has now taken on the form of a war against the collective West. Of course. A war where the countries of the collective West, led by the United States, are directly involved in the conflict. This is broadly consistent with the trend in Russian official rhetoric that seeks to excuse the length of the conflict and the scale of the Russian losses through the depiction that the war is a direct conflict with the West. Peskov went on to acknowledge that the special military operation may last a little bit longer, but we can't change the course of things. This forms part of the Russian official narrative, almost certainly aimed at situating the domestic population for long-term conflict and the associated decline in their domestic living standards, while trying to provide reassurance of ultimate Russian victory. It's mad to me that people sort of believe in some sort of ultimate Russian victory. I mean, they're literally tearing themselves apart to fight Ukraine. And I find that surprising, actually. It surprised me that they just basically went, yeah, nothing else matters now. Nothing else matters. We're just going to continue to, pour everything we have into war now. Yeah, it shocked me a little bit, that, I'll be honest. I didn't think that they would go that far and just completely disregard everything at home in order to fight a fruitless war.
Yeah, so on the topic of declining living standards in Russia, and I have to admit, Mockers, this is a bit cruel, but the guy whose take I'd love to hear on that is this guy they found in Togliatti living in a sewer. And before you laugh, right, sewers in the middle of winter can be quite warm and cozy places.
Well, I believe that guy didn't he? His family consider him dead for the last 10 years or something.
But I'm pretty sure that his living standards over the last 10 years haven't declined very dramatically.
That is very true. That is indeed very true. Now then, there is some good news that I'm looking at here. There has been 100 BTRs found or bound for Ukraine, but they were stuck in Bulgaria. And there was an issue that, they couldn't get them transported, basically, to Ukraine. However, a Romanian company has now stepped up and offered to take them with an operation to Operation Move 100 BTRs to Ukraine commencing soon. So that's just another beautiful thing coming out of Romania there. Thank you very much, Romania. And whoever that guy is, it doesn't actually say, I don't think. Let me just check. See if we can give him a shout out or his company a shout out. So, a Romanian company is establishing a transport schedule of the 100 armoured personnel carriers that the Bulgarian parliament decided to donate to Ukraine, reports the Sega agency, quoted by Rador. So, the Deputy Minister of Defence from Sofia, Atanas Zaprianov, made an announcement without giving details about the Romanian company involved. An opposition lawmaker criticised the government in Sofia for having already lost 3 months since the decision to help Ukraine with these armoured vehicles with the logistical problem. The internal procedure of removing the unused armoured personnel carriers of the gendarmerie from the country has been completed. They have been collected in one location. As for the removal of the equipment from Bulgaria to Ukraine, yes, it is still here, but it is established that a Romanian company will create a schedule for moving them. The funding is 100% external, the Deputy Minister stressed, but explained that this, of course, slows down delivery process. The Ministry of Defence is discussing the introduction of some internal national funding to help speed up the process. So the programme presented should be approved by the National Assembly in Sofia, in addition to 3 launched projects already for aircraft, ships and strikers. Well, we will also be able to launch the projects for 3D radars for coastal defence complexes. Bulgaria has the ambition to create a NATO headquarters located in Sofia, commented Zaprianov. He confirmed the construction of a NATO base near Lambol. We are talking about an area in Bulgaria where there are barracks. There will be an international deployment. The area of barracks would accommodate troops, but we have facilities such as airports, bases, and other objectives located near other cities in Bulgaria. So looks as though that is now going ahead. So that's good news that kind Romanian has come forward. And those are going to be making their way to Ukraine soon. I think, you know, we can at least say that that's extremely good news. Now then. Sorry, I'm just checking. I did talk about Russia threatening to shoot down French aircraft patrolling international airspace over the Black Sea. So I'll just give you a little bit more detail about this now. So French Defense Minister Sébastien Lecornu said Russia has returned to a particularly aggressive posture, reminiscent of the Soviet Union's behavior during the Cold War. Anybody shocked? No? Okay. A month ago, a very specific example, the Russian air traffic control system threatened to shoot down French planes in the Black Sea while we were in free international zone where we patrol. He noted that Russia's behavior in 2024 is fundamentally different from its behavior in 2022. He explains this by the fact that Russia is in a more difficult situation on the battlefield in Ukraine. But we could also add to that we haven't punched them back hard enough. And we really should have. And we really need to, because they become bolder and bolder as time goes on. And this will only continue to get worse until somebody gets hurt, and then we will have some, you know, some finding out times. And none of us really want the finding out times to get that big. So we should really deal with it now. We really should.
So interestingly, Reba, the Russian milk blogger, has a post up about sanctions pressure on Russia. And he says, sanctions pressure in the Russian media is often presented as an absurd and ineffective tool. But we have already shown more than once that this is not entirely true. So basically, he's saying that although these sanctions are always announced by what he calls inadequate European politicians, for example, Ursula von der Leyen, their job is merely to voice these necessary theses of the appropriate environment. But all these sanctions are targeted by financial intelligence, which is what he seems to fear more than these, what he calls these inadequate European politicians. And he doesn't actually say anything about, well, they're really hurting us, but he looks at what they're targeting. So he looks at the latest sanctions package from the EU, and he says the sanctions are aimed mainly at the high technology sector. For the first time, the list of enterprises include Russian partners from China, India, Turkey, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Serbia, and Kazakhstan. And what he's most worried about, it seems, is that they're aimed at choking the Russian ability to produce and use drones. I think he does a fair few drone fundraisers, so he's kind of focused on that. But it's interesting that he will talk about the actual effectiveness of sanctions.
I thought sanctions didn't work, Ming.
Well, not according to Rebar.
Yeah, so we can see that in some cases they do work. We just need to make sure that we tighten them up a bit more. Now, we spoke a little earlier about Transnistria. Oh, in fact, I'll go to Chris first.
Well, I was just going to say, Mockers, that Ming, you mentioned a sort of an interesting phrase there. You said something like, what was it that the... Sorry, phone call came in then. Ming, you said something like most of the leads were coming from financial information or something along those lines.
Financial intelligence is the term that Rebar is using.
Financial intelligence, yes. I mean, I think it is very interesting, Ming, actually, to try and understand, like, where you get. Sorry, somebody's obviously trying to get hold of me. Where you get like the initial lead from, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't get it from a whistleblower, who do you get it from? Oh, you get it from financial intelligence. Okay, somebody doing a financial transaction with somebody else. Is it? What do you think?
Yeah, so I don't know what the financial intelligence would look like. I guess, suspicious transfers, that sort of thing. And that's a bank reporting thing. So I think as things stand anyway, any transfer over 10,000 euros, I think is automatically flagged for having a look at. So yeah, I'm guessing that's probably, the ground source for this sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a subject of of intense interest to me. You know how the initial flag comes about, if you like, right? So yeah, I was just I don't know exactly either, but I think you're probably in the right area. That there's some sort of flagging going on there, and that's how an investigation starts. And that, I mean, I don't know what triggers some of the investigative journalism. I know there's a lot of it going on, which is great, but I don't know, I guess, maybe they just like somebody says something to somebody and they just like basically go from there, or maybe they get a call from somebody, basically say, hey, have a look at these people. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, well, look, it's been a while since I was a banker, but yeah, I mean, so I don't know what the procedures look like internally in banks these days, but AML, anti